Severe weather threatens. You can count on the weather experts, tracking every storm around the clock with First Alert Live Radar. It's why Southwest Florida counts on the NBC2 First Alert Storm Team.
The Florida Attorney General already activated the hotline to report price gouging after Governor DeSantis declared a state of emergency. The big question you might be asking yourself as you drive around is, how much is too much?
When you see a price change, is it price gouging or not? NBC2's Ashley Gam is walking you through how to avoid paying higher prices for supplies.
Today we saw people getting their gas and propane, trying to prepare as the storm makes its way to us later today. And one of the things you need to be mindful of if you are also out shopping for those supplies is potential price gouging. The state's Attorney General's office does have their hotline open to make it available in case people want to report any price gouging during this state of emergency. That's going to apply to things like food, essential supplies like gas, water, ice, but also any sort of sheltering that you may need to do, such as hotel rooms, motel rooms, things of that nature. So if you notice a price and you feel like that's way too high, double or triple the price. If it's way higher than the average of the last 30 days prior to that state of emergency being declared, then you're going to want to report it to them. So you should also watch for those price hacks, not just as the storm is heading our way, but after it makes its way through Southwest Florida, you're going to want to watch for any sort of price gouging happening there. We do have resources for you on how to report the price gouging to the State Attorney General's office. They're on our website. You just have to look under the News Links tab. I'm reporting in Lee County. Ashley Graham, NBC2.
NBC2's First Alert Live Doppler Radar is sponsored by StormSmart. Call 855-365-SMART. StormSmart. Smart is beautiful.
Demand for backup power is at an all-time high. Lockdowns, record-breaking storm activity, and more people working from home than ever before. People are concerned they can't rely on the grid when they need power the most. Your home is your sanctuary. Controlling your power starts with a free estimate.
Get peace of mind and protect your home from power outages with a Generac automatic standby generator from Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac generator dealer. Call today for a free estimate.
Discover Silver Eagle Gallery on 5th Avenue South in downtown Naples. For 46 years, we've been honoring the artists, culture, and art of Native Americans. Explore our impressive collection of authentic, handcrafted jewelry and contemporary silver, as well as crystals, gems, and minerals from around the world. Come take a stroll down 5th Avenue South in downtown Naples and discover the most unique sterling silver jewelry and treasures from the earth at Silver Eagle Gallery.
As Ian approaches Southwest Florida,
what will be a major storm surge event.
Count on the NBC2 First Alert Storm Team to keep you ahead of the storm.
The slower the hurricane moves, the greater the potential impacts in our community.
With live updates on air, online, and on the NBC2 weather app. All powered by the NBC2 First Alert Live Radar.
We're going to be here tracking every single threat and every single tornado warning that we see for you.
When dangerous weather threatens, count on NBC2. Count on Southwest Florida's most experienced storm team.
Does your collagen need a wake-up call? Thermage FLX helps smooth wrinkles and tighten sagging skin without surgery, using stimulating waves of energy to remodel your body's own collagen. It helps address the visible signs of aging in minutes. The most common immediate side effect is mild to moderate pain during treatment. For more product information and to find a provider near you, visit Thermage.com. Thermage FLX. Give your collagen a wake-up call.
In nature, form doesn't follow function. Form is function. Introducing the next generation of Prana Sleep mattresses, about the closest thing to nature you can find in a mattress. Made by hand, here in the USA, of the best and purest natural components we can find anywhere in the world. Let us make you one today. Prana Sleep. Amazing sleep.
Hurricane Ian is now a major hurricane, and all the latest weather models have the eye making landfall in Southwest Florida. On top of that, Collier County is getting tornadoes. Thank you for watching NBC2. I'm Peter Bush.
And I'm Kelly Burns. Mandatory evacuations are in place in parts of Collier, Lee, and Charlotte counties, and shelters are open across Southwest Florida. NBC2 Chief Meteorologist Allison Ray and meteorologist Rob Duns are tracking what you need to know right now.
So this storm, the landfall is still maybe 24 hours away. It could spin off our coastlines for a significant amount of time, increasing our storm surge threat. While we wait for the storm to arrive, a couple of things are happening. One, the storm is going through an eye wall replacement cycle, meaning it may weaken its wind speeds just a little bit, but it will come out stronger. Sometimes that happens just before landfall, and it can kind of be a little bit weaker before landfall. Like that's what happened with Katrina, even though Katrina was still as devastating as it was. We have 24 hours to go, so this will have a chance to complete that cycle and come out even stronger. And that's where that Category 4 comes into play. Now, I will say that 120 miles up to Category 4 at 130, there's not much room, there's not much difference in that. The threats will remain pretty much the same. Now we're talking about another little magnitude if we can get that bump up, and we don't want that. One thing, now that we're getting the 7 o'clock advisory, another thing to note, and I said watch the pressure. Pressure dropped. So that's going to be another indication that further strengthening is not only possible, but likely. Now, so that's while we're watching while the storm comes into our region. It's still, the eye is coming just horizontal, just parallel to Key West here. What's going to happen in the meantime? It's raining at your house. The rain is getting heavier at times, but now we're dealing with tornadoes. And these tornadoes typically with northeastern quadrant hurricanes. You have fast storms, sometimes with tropical storms even. They're fast, they're brief, they don't last long. That hasn't been the case with this storm. This storm is very ugly on the northeast side. We've seen tornadoes that have lasted much longer than what would be typical or average of a hurricane for this, and also they are intense and moving through Everglades City earlier. Now it has since passed, but this is something we're going to be tracking into the overnight hours with these spin-up tornadoes lasting maybe a little bit longer than that spin up, enough so that we can track them on radar and moving into our home. So southeast Collier County is starting to see those tornado warnings issued through some rural areas, and they're going to start to move into some more populated areas. With further analysis of exactly where those signs of rotation are, I'm going to toss it over to my colleague, meteorologist Rob Duns. Rob, what are you tracking here?
Ellison, while you were speaking, in fact, another tornado warning was just issued in southwest Collier County. This one is one that we were tracking not terribly long ago that was recently by the Everglades City area. So if I could ask the control room to put Doppler 2 as the source at the chroma wall, I'll be able to use the interactive hand tracker, and I can do this a little easier for you. So Doppler 2 at the chroma wall, and if we could readjust the camera shot. What we're noticing here in the past 5 minutes, like I mentioned while Allison was speaking, another tornado warning has been issued for southwest Collier County. It's this one here, which again is the same cell that we were tracking earlier this evening that was producing a likely tornado near the Everglades City community. That new tornado warning runs until 7:30 tonight. It is 7:08, so this one may be a while for us to watch as it continues to move to the west-northwest. So let me get that box out of there, and let's take a look for some spin. We'll use the radar service site there, and yeah, definitely some spin here with this one. Now, the good news, at least in the next few minutes, is that right now this is moving through extremely rugged and rural territory to the north of Port of the Islands. So this warning does not incorporate the community of Port of the Islands off of US 41, as based on the radar returns tracking the raindrops and where they're moving, there is your spin. So if there's a tornado on the ground right now, it's west of 29, moving across this part of very rural sections of Collier County. And if I could pull up the tracker there, so it's moving in this direction here very fast. You know, we're talking more than 20 miles an hour. Now, it may not be in the ground for very long, but look, it's moving toward like where the Picayune Strand State Forest is. But after that, you get to I-75, and then we're talking about Golden Gate and Golden Gate Estates. The rotation has been pulsing up and down. It initially picked up near the Everglades City area and weakened once it moved north of 41. And now in the past few minutes, the rotation has picked up here again to the west of 29 as it moves to the west-northwest. Right now, there's no tornado warning active for Golden Gate Estates and Golden Gate. But if you're watching in these areas, make sure you're paying attention over the next half an hour, because it's a possibility here that once this thunderstorm gets closer to the Alligator Alley area, that rotation could stay organized enough to potentially continue that tornado warning into the estates or as far to the west as the Golden Gate area. As Allison mentioned, this is real concerning over the next few hours. It's, what is it now, 7:09. We're going to start losing the sunlight real quickly here, and tornadoes are very, very difficult to pick out at night, especially when you have so much regular rain around the area. So it's very unlikely that if we do get some of these tornadoes to touch down after the sun goes down, that anyone's really going to be able to see them, unless, of course, they bump into a transformer or something and do that big lightning spark that you sometimes see when tornadoes pop up. I also wanted to mention that we still have a tornado warning here. This one again in parts of Collier County, and also includes areas of northwest Broward. Obviously, the only reason I bring this one up is because if you have family that are trying to get out to the east into Broward, the good news here is that the rotation, which is still pretty evident based on the radar, is right there, is now north of I-75. So that's Alligator Alley right there. The rotation based on the radar returns is now a safe distance away from I-75. It's 8 miles north of the Alligator Alley area. So if you have someone who's on the Broward County line, they're going eastbound, the weather is going to start to get better, at least, you know, compared to a possible tornado on the ground, relatively speaking here. But the tornado possibility here is moving away from I-75. For the rest of us tonight, as Allison mentioned again just a moment ago, we'll be watching very closely for the potential of some of this spin-up activity in areas of Hendry County, Lee County, Charlotte County, Glades, and DeSoto. And if you've lived here for a while, you know how common it is to get these brief spin-up tornadoes when tropical systems are nearby. We're going to be ending up very, very close to the center of Ian as it eventually gets close to us. And like we've been mentioning, it's very possible this could end up making landfall somewhere in our community. Right now, the opportunities look greatest in parts like of Charlotte and Sarasota County, so we have to be prepared for the weather to be very, very bad over the next 24 hours, only getting worse from where we are right now. So if you have to go somewhere to evacuate, the time to do so is pretty much over with. You need to get where your safe spot, you need to be in your safe spot rather for this event now. So, you know, don't wait any longer if you've been holding off on doing something here. Because again, with these rain bands moving in across the area, the possibility of these spin-up tornadoes, this is going to be becoming increasingly concerning as the sun goes down here inside the next hour. I believe I'm going to send things back over to Kelly and Peter. Guys, again, if the rotation tightens up and if it moves into Golden Gate Estates, I'll jump in over top of the newscast. Otherwise, I'll pass the ball back over to you guys for a bit.
Absolutely, Rob. Thank you. As you mentioned, people should be in place. Lee County opened 14 shelters. Mandatory evacuations were ordered for many coastal communities, parts of Cape Coral and up the river.
Hertz Arena is one of the shelters that opened just a couple hours ago. This was the biggest shelter during Hurricane Irma and may be again this week. Let's go to NBC2's Hope Salmon is there talking to people who are seeking shelter at Hertz Arena.
Yes, that's right. I'm at Hertz Arena right now, and there are at least 400 people here so far, which is a lot less than in Irma. The whole area can hold up to 7,000 people, and during Irma, there were more than 6,000. And during that storm, the storm actually ripped through half of that roof. But since then, in 2019, the county spent more than $3 million to make sure that this is a very secure shelter area. And as you can see, people are walking in now with suitcases. There are some people in the corner here who have blow-up mattresses that are getting ready to sleep for the night. They have food and they have many things that they think they will need for the next couple of days. And I actually have David in a hurricane and first-time sheltering. So, David, tell me what you're feeling right now and why you decided to come here.
I'm feeling pretty good. I feel pretty safe being here in the Hertz Arena, but it's my first hurricane. It got
The beauty of live television, sometimes we have glitches, especially when there is weather out there. So, of course, we'll try to get back to Hope, who is live at Hertz Arena, where people, I mean, they are sheltering in place. Good to hear that people are listening.
Yes, 6,000 people called Hertz Arena home 5 years ago for Hurricane Irma. So it's no surprise, and they have made some improvements to make sure that they don't have leaks and door issues like they did last time.
Okay, we're going to take a break. We'll be back with more coverage of Hurricane Ian.
If your pet Rats have turned your floors into an eyesore? We got some tricks in our tool belt. 54 now has the newest hardwood, tile, laminate, luxury vinyl, and carpet. 50 Floor brings hundreds of samples to your home to see in your own light. 50 Floor will do all the heavy lifting for you, and they can get most jobs done in a day. They'll even clean up afterwards. Call today to get free installation. 50 Floor is home improvement done right.
The phone will be knocking at your door.
Everyone loves bundle deals, and the bundles are back at Kane's Furniture. Kane's. Bundle 3 or more items together. Get 20% off your entire purchase. Choose 3 of your favorite items from any department for 20% off store-wide. Over $30 million in inventory, in stock, and ready for you. Bundle up this weekend at Kane's and Cane'sFurniture.com. Get more for less.
I'm Sheriff Carmine Marcino. It's hurricane season in Lee County, so make sure you prepare. My team stands ready for any storm that threatens our area. From utilizing state-of-the-art technology to rescuing you and your loved ones in the aftermath with the very best emergency rescue equipment. The Lee County Sheriff's Office is dedicated to your safety.
Tornadoes cause incredible devastation, and they're almost unpredictable. NBC2 First Alert Live Doppler radar can detect shifts in wind velocity, indicating when a tornado is likely to form, meaning we can alert you even before the National Weather Service issues a warning, making your plans weatherproof.
Sponsored by New South Window Solutions. Made in Florida for Florida homes by Florida workers. Visit newsouthwindow.com.
Southwest Florida International Airport also shut down operations. They're doing so at 9 o'clock tonight. All flights are canceled for tomorrow. The airport tweeted a reminder that will not serve as a public shelter. We'll keep you updated when it does reopen.
Punta Gorda Airport also closed until at least Friday. Allegiant has canceled all flights Wednesday and Thursday. And
new video just coming in from Hurricane Ian as it makes landfall in western Cuba. This was this morning. The storm hit about 4:30 a.m., already emerged, as we've been telling you, into the Gulf of Mexico, and you can see the powerful winds and driving rain and all the damage it left behind. This was the first time it interacted with land since it formed.
Something I've been meaning to ask you guys, because I'm getting a lot of questions on Facebook. When's the earliest people should start seeing either tropical storm force winds or hurricane force winds?
We are going to go through that hour by hour, but really the winds will pick up tomorrow. Absolutely. And the landfall could be delayed a few hours, which could increase the storm surge.
Right.
Yeah, this
Something I wanted to mention about that video you just showed in Cuba, as Allison was pointing out to you yesterday, the land interaction with Cuba was a component, but it wasn't expected to trip the storm up altogether, and that is exactly what happened. The storm is very, very strong, even though it might have moved over top of a narrow part of Cuba in the last 24 hours. That did not phase it at all. It really didn't stumble a step here as it continues down.
No, it has all that warm water and open area.
Such a conducive environment. When we had Irma come through, right before it started to approach our region, some dry air kind of moved in behind it, and and that's not how we are in a rich environment, a moist environment. The storm is just soaking it up, and also the shear. So you think about if you're a figure skater and you're trying to do your spin and you have someone kind of pulling on your arm, your spin's never going to look good, right? No one's pulling on anyone's arm here. This figure skater is going to go round and round and fast and fast and fast.
I did not expect a figure skating analogy, but that was actually perfect. I will never be able to get that out of my head. This seems to have sort of combined the worst of both Irma and Charlie, two hurricanes which our viewers are most familiar with.
I must say, I've been giving hurricane seminars, for nearly 9 years since working here. And in every hurricane seminar since Irma, I always pointed out that the reason that we didn't have the terrible surge values from Irma that were possible at the time is because of the fact the hurricane made landfall in Collier County. All the onshore winds were pushed toward the 10,000 islands where very few people live. The worst case scenario with Irma is that it would have stayed in the Gulf of Mexico and would have been a Category 4 or Category 5. That is where the
which about 48 to 72 hours was the forecast, but then it kind of went inland a little bit. That does not seem to be the likely scenario
It's a different approach. Irma kind of made a weird angle as it moved across northern Cuba. Ian did not do that. It's coming from a different trajectory, so a very different.
Totally different, totally separate.
Really is,
Yes, it has the same magnitude and strength of Irma, if not more, but it has the trajectory of Charlie, and that combined is not good. So also when we talk about Charlie, yes, it could have a similar path to Charlie, but let's talk about the size of Charlie.
Yes.
Such a devastating storm, such a confined area of devastation.
It was over in hours. I mean, being here, I mean, it was bad weather, and then it was 95 degrees within 2 hours.
The devastation of this storm, there will be a confined area where it is the worst, but that's going to be relative to everybody else having bad and devastation of their own type. So even though it does have a similar path, its magnitude and people and areas affected are so much greater. So that's what
will last longer.
It's going to last longer. So you can compare your experience, like, oh, when Charlie came through, my water came up this high, means nothing in this case because the storm is so much bigger and it's slower. And it has the perfect environment to continue to intensify.
I know we're making some of you nervous at home, and that's not our intent. We're not trying to.
I'm just trying to be real.
Freak you out, but we're just being real with you. This is a
you have to
very
communicate the risk with this thing.
Serious
you can't mess
storm.
around. Yeah, you can't mess around.
And so when I talk about when we look at those computer model runs yesterday and into today, we kept noticing that jog to the east. Right now, we're at the point where it doesn't matter if it's 5 miles here, 5 miles there. We're deciding if it's 5 miles, if it's who's going to see that landfall. But everybody's going to be impacted, specifically with that storm surge. But there's a concerning trend that just came in with one of our in-house models, and I'm going to kind of walk you through, of leaving this storm offshore for a few hours would continue that storm surge threat. If we're at the point now where just get on through, get out of our way.
Faster the better. You normally don't think, I want it to speed up, because you think, okay, that makes the winds faster. That's not what we're talking about.
Yeah, it's not going to speed up, and we need it to, and we're going to kind of walk you through what I mean by that. So right now, the eye is getting a little bit bigger. That will change in a few hours. When you wake up tomorrow morning, it will look a little bit different. It's getting just parallel to Key West. The second eye is developing. That will replace the first eye. It will continue to intensify as it moves north. What's to come for tonight? All the tornado warnings we've been tracking, but also look at all of this heavy rain and thunderstorms. That is going to add. I really do think that the rainfall totals that we have projected, that the computer models projected 3 to 5 inches, way underdoing it, especially for our coastal spots that are going to be a little bit closer to some of the heavier bands. It's going to be much higher than that, especially as you head farther to the north. So here it is. The pressure is dropping. It will continue to intensify. It's 120 mile per hour winds, and it's expected to get to about 130, if not maybe a little bit higher than that. So yesterday we had about 5 to 7 for Charlotte and Lee counties. That's been up since this morning. Last night I was saying, let's see where this storm emerges north of Cuba. If it emerges a little bit to the west of Cuba, or relative to where it could be, we might just stick with the same forecast. But because it emerged A, intact, and B, getting stronger, and C, just to the east a little bit, these totals have gone up. So the storm surge potential has increased, and that's why those evacuations came a little bit later, parts of Collier County. So here's the latest cone. Parts of our area have a very high chance of landfall. Port Charlotte, Punta Gorda, Cape Hayes Peninsula, Boca Grande, you're in the center of this cone, making landfall tomorrow afternoon into tomorrow evening. is not only possible, but likely. Then it will carry on to the north. So the only people that might not have extreme weather from this would be southeast parts of Florida, but they're still getting rain, heavy rain, and those tornadoes we've seen all day. Quick look at the wind gust potential. How high could these wind gusts be throughout the day? Over 100 miles per hour, and that would specifically come tomorrow afternoon. About this time, 24 hours from now, we are expecting some type of landfall. Wind gust inland, our friends inland, LaBelle, Lehigh, hurricane force wind gusts are going to be possible. The sustained winds, the constant wind, will be a little bit lighter. 50 miles per hour. That's still pretty substantial, but the gust will be up there. 87 for Estero. Same goes for St. Carlos Park. About 90 mile per hour gusts are going to be possible. Farther south, Everglades City, 61 miles per hour, 79 in Marco Island. And remember, these gusts are only from the hurricane itself, not from the potential of those tornadoes that can have winds much higher than that, well over 100 miles per hour. All right, I want to walk you through this futurecast. Couple of things I want to show you. Of course, the rain coming on through, and this is a multi-stage threat event. So Tuesday by 9 o'clock tonight, 90 minutes from now, a lot more heavy rain, and we might be really honed in on tornado warnings at this point. So stay tuned. We'll let you know which areas have that tornado threat. They're not going to last long. They're, fast moving. They're moving about 30 miles per hour. But they will be there. 11 o'clock tonight, that heavy rain continues. Notice the winds, that fine white line, that's pushing offshore. We're not dealing with storm surge yet, okay? Tonight, no storm surge. Winds are offshore. As we head into tomorrow morning, 4 o'clock in the morning, still an offshore wind, still a lot of heavy rain. The rain is starting to wind down in some areas. Now we're at 7:30. Winds starting to come onshore. This would be Marco Island, Everglades City, starting to see that storm surge threat increase, and heavy rain continuing. Now this is where I want you to pay attention. This is the latest computer model run that was a little concerning to me. This is 12 o'clock tomorrow, middle of the day. We have heavy rain going on and onshore winds. And remember I said, I want this eye. If we're here, we have to deal with it. Let's get it done and out of here. Sits out here at 12 o'clock. Fast forward to 3 o'clock. It still has not made landfall. That storm surge continues. The winds are very high, very strong. Storm's not moving, pushing in high winds, high water. Because it sits out there for so long, most areas are going to have a high tide cycle within this. It's 6:30. It still has not made landfall, and then carries on by 8:30. That's why our storm surge potential is at the highest. All right, I'm going to send it back to Peter and Kelly, or we're going to go to break right now. We'll be back.
Now is the perfect time to shop City Mattress during the fall clearance event with savings up to 40% on mattresses, adjustable beds, and bedroom furniture. Choose from the best brand names at the best prices and get free delivery, free setup, and a sleep guarantee that assures you have the right mattress at the guaranteed lowest price. The fall clearance event, on now, only at City Mattress.
There's a reason Comcast Business powers more businesses than any other provider. Actually, there's a few. Comcast Business offers the fastest, reliable network, the protection of Security Edge, and the most reliable 5G network. Whether your business is starting or growing, you need Comcast Business.
Simplicity and savings, all from one provider. Get internet, advanced security, and voice for $40 a month for 12 months when you add Comcast Business Mobile. Plus, enjoy free installation and ask how to get a $500 prepaid card with a qualifying gig bundle. Call today.
4 decades ago, we started on a journey. We planted seeds, we made promises, and we kept them.
Focusing entirely on protecting our clients, it became a way of life. We stand between the injured and those who would harm them again.
Over 40 years ago, we set out to build a law firm. What we ended up with
was so much more.
Farah and Farah. This is what we built.
When severe weather hits, you might lose power. But that doesn't mean you have to sit in the dark. With the NBC2 weather app, you can live stream coverage until the storm passes and your power returns. making your plans weatherproof.
Sponsored by New South Window Solutions. Made in Florida for Florida homes by Florida workers. Visit newsouthwindow.com.
Hurricane Ian almost certainly will cause some erosion along our beaches.
But the people living in the Leonardo Arms condos on Estero Island are especially nervous, and they have reason to be. NBC2's Gage Golding is there talking to some homeowners.
Yeah, and you said they have reason to be, and there's a reason, because on a normal day, during normal times, they are about 15 feet away from the Gulf of Mexico. 15 feet. That's not very far to separate the building and the actual Gulf of Mexico. And right now, take a look at this. I'm going to show you. The water's actually heading out a little bit. I don't know if our photographer's head can actually show us where the water is. This is the most beach that they've seen in years. And believe it or not, this beach actually used to extend, I want you to use your imagination here, 300 feet out into the Gulf. It was a hike. Actually, it was a football field. You had to traverse 100 yards to get out into the ocean. Now, that's not the case. And as we look off to the right here, can we show these sandbags, these big black bags that are sitting on the ground over here? That's the only thing that is holding the sand, the earth, back towards this building. It's the only line of defense, if you will. Think of it as the only line of the defense. They have no seawall. They have nothing to separate the waters and this building. Now let's talk about the storm surge that this area is forecast to get up to 12 feet. Worst case scenario, 12 feet of storm surge. That's what we could see here. Well, the fear is that these sandbags might not be able to hold up, and then we could see some problems. Don Prow, you've lived here for a number of years, and you're still here right now. Tell me, this area is obviously under evacuation. Now, we are on the 6th floor. Hopefully, the water's not getting up that high, right?
If it gets up this high, you guys will be swimming out of here.
You and me both, right? So what made you want to stay during the storm here?
Because, well, I just come down on Sunday from up in Minnesota, and I ain't too worried about the building having too much happening to this half, but it could happen to the other half if the sand come in and swirled around the footings and washed it out. And what's really bad about it is where the condo association's willing to fix the wall, but we get hung up in red tape all the time, and that's kind of bad news because Florida, the biggest industry is tourism, and you think that they'd want to take care of this stuff.
And the goal is to eventually put a seawall in to replace where the sandbags are right now. But, you know, we've been talking with FWC, we've been talking with the Florida Department of Environmental Protection, excuse me, as well as your condo association. And the hang-up right now is turtle season and shorebird nesting season. And the plan is, I talked to the condo president just a little bit ago. He says, Gage, November 1, we are ready to start building this seawall, but you're still waiting on the permits. Is that frustrating as an owner, knowing that?
Absolutely. It's a large investment. We've all paid in to make it cover so we can pay for it, and it's real frustrating. It just doesn't make sense to me how that's all working with them holding up the permits. It's almost like they want the building to fall in the water.
And you've led me right into my next question. The president here, if you've been watching this coverage that we've had since earlier in the spring, the president's been saying we're one storm away from devastation. Do you believe that? Do you believe that a storm could wall up this building and cause?
A big enough storm could do that, and it could take down one whole half of this building. And just think of the tax dollars that brings in for the state of Florida, and they don't give you no rhyme or reason why they ain't letting us go ahead to do what we're supposed to do. We've paid our association fees in on it, so the money's there. We just need somebody to say, let's go.
And let's talk about the storm. You're riding out the storm. You got the shutters ready to come on down. What's your plan? You stocked up on food? You stocked up on the drinks?
Yep, I stocked up on food. We got this building actually was hurricane-proofed for the insurance company about 6 years ago, so everybody's got hurricane glass in, and as well as the shutters, and so we're in good condition that way, and it's an all-concrete building, and on the 6th floor, if the water gets this high, there'll be a few people swimming before me.
That's right. So this area, Fort Myers Beach, we could see up to about 12 feet of storm surge. That's worst case scenario. That's what the forecast is, up to 12 feet. I was talking to the condo president I keep talking about him. We had a good conversation just before we did this live hit not too long ago. And I told him this because last time we spoke, last time he thought it was about 7 feet is the max forecast. Well, I told him it's actually going to be 12 feet. He said, Gage, if we get all that, if you'd be sitting on my couch right now on my first floor condo, you would be underwater. So just to put it into perspective for you here, a lot of eyes, a lot of interest here on the Leonardo Arms community. As for the conditions right now, oh, I'm sorry.
In a 12-foot surge would really be a lot of water for this building on the end down there where that's washing out. I mean, it takes a storm like that to make that happen.
Absolutely, and that's why all the eyes are on this building. There's 60 units here, so there's at least 60 eyes watching this building, hoping and praying that there is no worst case scenario here and that those sandbags can hold up. We'll send it back to you now from live on Fort Myers Beach.
Well, if you lose power, you can always stream our newscasts on the NBC2 News app or our website. And if you lose internet service, we still have you covered.
Yes, we will be broadcasting on 4 different radio stations throughout Southwest Florida. Sunny 106.3, 96K Rock, which is 96.1, B1039, the ESPN station in Southwest Florida, 98.1. and B1039. So 4 radio stations, and if you don't have a radio at your house, we understand it's,
most people have a weather radio. You're supposed to stock up on those.
If you don't, those stations also have websites where they can live stream their radio signal, and you'll be able to hear NBC2 throughout our storm coverage.
That, of course, is if you can't get NBC2 on air or online. We'll be right back.
If your pets have turned your floors into an eyesore, we got some tricks in our tool belt. 54 now has the newest hardwood, tile, laminate, luxury vinyl, and carpet. 54 brings hundreds of samples to your home to see in your own light. 54 will do all the heavy lifting for you, and they can get most jobs done in a day. They'll even clean up afterwards. Call today to get free installation. 54 is home improvement done right.
Oh, 754. The phone will be knocking at your door.
Everyone loves bundle deals, and the bundles are back at Kane's Furniture. Kane's. Bundle 3 or more items together. Get 20% off your entire purchase. Choose 3 of your favorite items from any department for 20% off store-wide. Over $30 million in inventory, in stock, and ready for you. Bundle up this weekend at Kane's and Cane'sFurniture.com.
Get more for less. A caring nurse who needed some care of his own.
I feel like I'm giving people their lives back again.
That's the upside to Robert's job. The downside?
I'm on my feet all the time.
Robert tried to deal with the pain on his own.
And I would roll tennis balls under my feet, frozen water bottles.
Nothing worked until he got fitted for Good Feet arch supports.
Now that I'm pain-free, I can make these people feel better.
See if they work for you with a free arch support fitting and test walk at the Good Feet store.
As Ian approaches Southwest Florida,
what will be a major storm surge event.
Count on the NBC2 First Alert Storm Team to keep you ahead of the storm.
The slower the hurricane moves, the greater the potential impacts in our community.
With live updates on air, online, and on the NBC2 Weather app. All powered by the NBC2 First Alert Live Radar.
We're going to be here tracking every single threat and every single tornado warning that we see for you.
When dangerous weather threatens, count on NBC2.
7:37 your current time. Touching base now with NBC2 First Alert Live Doppler radar. A big concern over the next few hours is the opportunity for spin-up tornadoes, as we are still well to the northeast of the center of this eye of the center of the eye of Hurricane Ian. And I wanted to point out that we still have 2 active tornado warnings right now in South Florida. One here across rural sections of Hendry County that runs until 7:45 tonight. Current time again is 7:37. And more concerning for areas of Broward County is this one here. There has been some substantial spin with this one. A confirmed tornado touchdown in Cooper City, with this tornado moving to the west and northwest, very close to like where the IKEA is at Sawgrass Mills as you get over into Broward County. So if you know someone out there, make sure that they are taking cover, because there's a confirmed tornado on the ground right now in Broward County that again is fairly close to where the Sawgrass Mills Mall is there in that part of the area. Let me pull the map back here just a moment. For the tornado warning here in the rural sections of Hendry County, there continues to be significant spin, but there's not a tremendous population out here in this part of Hendry County. Based on the radar returns, any tornado on the ground will be located right there. And again, movement is to the west-northwest at 20 miles an hour. So I'm going to pull out a storm track here because I do want to point out that for folks who are watching in Montura Ranch Estates, this tornado or possible tornado is moving in your general direction. Montura Ranch Estates is located right here. The possible tornado is located right here. The cell itself is moving to the west-northwest. So if you're watching in Montura Ranch Estates in Hendry County, you'll want to make sure you're watching this one very closely. If this rotation continues to be this evident, it's possible that the tornado warning will be extended to the west-northwest, and that would include the Montura Ranch Estates community in Hendry County to the west-southwest of Clewiston and right to the south of Moorhaven. Now, outside of those two tornado warnings right now, everything else, at least for the moment here, is not showing signs of rotation. But this can easily change over the next few hours because we continue to find ourselves in the outer rain bands of this hurricane, bringing some pretty heavy rain at times to parts of Charlotte County, Lee County, and Collier County. Again, based on the radar returns, like what you're seeing right now for Lehigh Acres and Gateway, just heavy rain with some gusty winds, not showing signs of spin. If you pull this down here along US 41, Interstate 75 through Bellaterra and Bonita Springs, Vineyards and Golden Gate, yes, we have some heavy rain on the move here that could be producing some gusty winds, but based on the radar returns at the moment, none of these showers or downpours are producing enough spin that would warrant a tornado warning as to be issued by the National Weather Service. What I'm going to do here is switch our sources, so control room, just bear with me for one moment. Let me switch things on my end because I wanted to talk about something that's going to be a big topic of discussion over the next 24 hours, and that is the fact that Hurricane Ian is forecast to slow down in the next day. That is one of the reasons why the storm surge potential is so high in southwest Florida. Right now, if you look at the current stats, as of 7 o'clock, so 40 minutes ago, we still have maximum sustained winds of 120 miles per hour right there around the eye of this very strong hurricane, with wind gusts, as you'll notice, based on the latest estimates, up to 150 miles an hour. Right now, it's moving to the north at 10 miles an hour. That's the same speed it was moving earlier today, but it's 5 miles per hour slower than yesterday. So as the hurricane continues to move toward the north, eventually getting to the northwest and the lower Keys, it'll find itself here in this swath of the Gulf of Mexico, where eventually it may slow down further. Now, the reason why this is important is because slower storms bring more storm surge and heavier rain than faster storms do. And this is concerning for us because hurricanes are steered by upper level winds. If there's less of an upper level steering current, hurricanes tend to slow down. And unfortunately, that's what looks possible here in the next 24 hours when you analyze what the atmosphere is doing out and around the state of Florida. Right now, our hurricane again is approaching here to the west of the Florida Keys. If you look at what the upper air currents are doing right now, the biggest point for you to watch is this trough right here. It's where you see that big U-shaped feature in the atmosphere across the eastern half of the United States. So if you filter out the lighter upper level winds and just focus on the fast winds that can steer storm systems around, you'll notice this trough that's evident here tomorrow morning, helping to pull the hurricane toward the north. But in time, this upper level trough starts to weaken and pull away, and look what pops up here in the western side of the Gulf of Mexico. Evidence of some stronger upper level winds, but are out of the west. That will slow down the forward speed of the hurricane, and because those upper level steering winds are from the west, that's what's giving it that little nudge in the general direction of Florida. And that's why the Hurricane Center has had to revise the forecast cones in the last 24 hours to include more of southwest Florida. Notice the timestamps. This is 2 o'clock in the morning on Wednesday as a Category 4 hurricane. This is 2 o'clock in the afternoon on Wednesday as a Category 4 hurricane. That's 2 o'clock in the morning on Thursday as a Category 1 hurricane. That's a very long time for a very strong hurricane to move to the north-northeast. And unfortunately, as I mentioned, it's very, very possible that sometime tomorrow afternoon, a Category 4 hurricane will be making landfall in southwest Florida. Right now, if you were just to look at the center of the forecast cone, that puts it right across western Charlotte, southern Sarasota, or potentially even northwest Lee County. If this happens, you need to treat this as if it was a tornado. If in fact this tornado, or if in fact this hurricane makes landfall in our communities, you'll want to come to the point tomorrow, and we'll let you know when to do it, when you need to seek shelter in the lowest part of your home away from windows, and treat this as if there was a tornado impacting your home. Unfortunately, it's not going to move as fast as a tornado, but if in fact we do receive a landfall from Ian tomorrow, if you happen to be in the path of the eye, you'll simply need to treat this as a tornado and go to the most interior section of your home, away from windows, and hunker down until the threat passes. Again, because it's moving so slowly, it may be a rough ride for you, but if you find yourself in the eye of the hurricane tomorrow, treat it as if it was a tornado and go to the safest part of your home. I believe I'm going to pass it back now over to Kelly and Peter. Oh, my apologies. We're going to break just for a moment. We'll be back with more team coverage after this.
There's a reason Comcast Business powers more businesses than any other provider. Actually, there's a few. Comcast Business offers the fastest, reliable network, the protection of Security Edge, and the most reliable 5G network. Whether your business is starting or growing, you need Comcast Business.
Simplicity and savings, all from one provider. Get internet, advanced security, and voice for $40 a month for 12 months when you add Comcast Business Mobile. Plus, enjoy free installation. And ask how to get a $500 prepaid card with a qualifying gig bundle. Call today.
Ready? It's happening right now at Rooms to Go. Pick from 100 beautiful rooms, each under $1,500. Picture it, your home, fully furnished in your style, with living rooms under $1,500, dining rooms under $1,500, bedrooms under $1,500. So many stylish options, each under $1,500. And it gets better. Finance for $30 or less per month, interest-free for 50 months. Furnish your home to perfection, now at Rooms to Go.
I get a call from my wife saying my son's been in an accident. There was a lot of unanswered questions, and I needed somebody to get to the bottom of it. I don't know what we would have done if it hadn't been for Morgan & Morgan. You're going up against insurance companies with multiple attorneys and lots of money. It takes a firm like Morgan & Morgan to reach a favorable outcome. We got a large enough settlement that it'll provide for Dakota for the rest of his life.
Thank you, Morgan and Morgan.
There are storms, and then there are storms. And you can tell the difference by the colors on our NBC2 First Alert Live Doppler radar. When you see green, you're good to go. Maybe grab an umbrella. But when you see red, stay put for a while. It's a lot like a traffic light, making your plans weatherproof.
Sponsored by New South Window Solutions. Made in Florida for Florida homes by Florida workers. Visit newsouthwindow.com.
Keeping you updated here, a few moments ago, the National Weather Service has extended that tornado warning that I was talking about in Hendry County, and it now includes areas on the southern tier of Montura Ranch Estates, the neighborhoods of the west-southwest of Clewiston here in the inland sections of Collier County. Montura Ranch Estates is right here, so you're on the northern periphery of this tornado warning, as the part that's been showing the most significant amount of spin is just to the south of the estates. So what I want to do here, or excuse me, to the south of the ranches. This here is where the most significant amount of spin is. The cell is moving in this direction to the west-northwest. So if you're in Montura Ranch Estates, come to the safest part of your home, interior location, away from windows, lowest floor, and wait until this tornado warning has been permitted to expire as it moves to the west-southwest, hopefully staying just enough to the south that it won't bring an impact again to Montura Ranch Estates. If this rotation tightens up further, if it goes farther to the north, I'll jump in over top of the newscast. Otherwise, I'll pass things back over to the desk. Kelly and Peter? Or rather, the Alert Center. I'm sorry.
Thanks, Rob. That's okay. We're all keeping with, we're going as fast as we can here, bringing you new information. And I've got some new video from the NBC2 Alert Center. Let's take a look here. I'm going to press play. This is from Key West at the Naval Air Station. Take a look. You can see winds really blowing. Of course, you can tell this is happening before sunset. So, probably about an hour ago this was taken, but just posted to Twitter. So we're getting a look at what things are looking like in Key West as Hurricane Ian makes its way through. I was just reading an email from our reporter, Alex Howard, who is on the ground there. They are moving inside to get away from any of the danger. And we actually have a live look at Key West right now so we can get you a better idea of what's going on. Of course, it's dark out now, but you can see in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen those palm trees swaying in the wind. And as you can tell, rain is falling there as the lights are showing us just a little glimpse of what Hurricane Ian is bringing to Key West.
We'll be right back.
The City Mattress Fall Clearance Event is on now. with savings up to 40% on mattresses, adjustable beds, and bedroom furniture throughout our stores and online. Purchase any in-stock Serta iComfort mattress and get a free sleep bundle. Or take advantage of Sealy Hybrid mattress closeouts with the largest selection of in-stock mattresses in every comfort and for every budget. City Mattress is your best source for sleeping better.
I'm Sheriff Carmine Marcino. It's hurricane season, Lee County, so make sure you prepare. My team stands ready for any storm that threatens our area. From utilizing state-of-the-art technology to rescuing you and your loved ones in the aftermath with the very best emergency rescue equipment. The Lee County Sheriff's Office is dedicated to your safety.
At Farah & Farah, we want you to know that if you suffered property damage from Hurricane Ian, we're ready to get to work on what you need right now. Insurance adjusters will tell you that they're there to help you. But make no mistake, their job is to help the insurance company save money. They have zero incentive to find hidden damage like a ruined roof. Let us review your claim for free. Farah & Farah, we're ready to take action. Call us.
When storms hit, you don't want to be out on the roads unless you're the NBC2 First Alert Storm Tracker. With external mounted cameras and mobile storm tracking technology, it's made to drive into the heart of the storm, giving you a first-hand look of dangerous weather from the comfort of your home, making your plans weatherproof.
Sponsored by New South Window Solutions. Made in Florida for Florida homes by Florida workers. Visit newsouthwindow.com.
Well, this isn't a good sign. The Punta Gorda Waffle House is boarded up. FEMA actually uses the Waffle House, kind of tongue-in-cheek, to gauge the severity of a storm.
Yeah, it's not the most scientific way, but if a Waffle House boards up, it usually means it's going to be a bad one. The chain has a reputation for staying open in severe weather.
NBC2's Christy Soto is live for us right now at Ponce de Leon Park in Punta Gorda, where it's already raining.
Yeah, Kelly and Peter, it's definitely raining. We've seen a constant drizzle here in Punta Gorda, and you were talking about the Waffle House and it being boarded up. I mean, people here are really taking this storm seriously. This area is under the mandatory evacuation, and we haven't seen a lot of people out here, so that is a good sign. And we are in Ponce de Leon Park, which is a park that we've seen flooding in the past. As of right now, we aren't seeing that. What really does surprise me is just how calm the water is here. You know, I was expecting, big waves right now, but we're not seeing that. I want to point over here and you can just see the water's very calm, just definitely something I was not expecting. The wind has started to pick up here, and of course we have been seeing rain throughout the afternoon. And if we walk over here, I mean, this is it, just these puddles around this area. So again, this will be a different site in the next couple of hours. Tomorrow, it will probably look a lot different. But here in Ponce de Leon Park, everything is pretty calm for right now. Again, we were in downtown just about an hour ago. We didn't see a lot of people there. The businesses there were boarded up. There was a group of guys doing last-minute work, putting on flood barriers, which he says were better than sandbags, and he hopes that will keep the water out of that building. But again, it seems like everyone here is taking it seriously. We're going to continue driving around Punta Gorda and talking to people in this area. For now, reporting live in Charlotte County, Christy Soto, NBC2.
Okay, thanks, Christy. We are keeping our eyes on Hurricane Ian. Now, the National Hurricane Center is giving us hourly updates because the storm is so dangerous and so close to landfall. Now, I say close to landfall, relatively speaking, because it may be 20 to 24 hours before this actually makes landfall. And we have a high possibility of this making landfall in one of our counties, Charlotte County and Lee County including. I'm going to show you some of the latest computer models. Now, the exact landfall is only going to be really figuring out who has the highest winds. We're all going to have some big impacts here across our region. You can already feel some of those impacts with the tornado warnings farther south, the rain already continuing, the winds will pick up for tomorrow. Here's kind of the timeline because the storm surge does occur at a different time than the rain, and you'll see that on the Futurecast. Heavy rain comes today, tonight, and into tomorrow. Also tonight, we're going to be tracking those tornadoes. That could even occur into tomorrow morning. That storm surge threat is going to start to increase once the eye of the storm is either parallel to our area or off to the north. So once it stops raining in your area, we're not in the clear. The water then starts to rise, and that's when we'll have the highest winds for tomorrow. The winds will slowly pick up. The storm's getting closer, but the highest winds will come at landfall. Storm surge could continue. Water can continue to rise for Thursday. Because we have such a prolonged period time of those onshore winds, we will go through a high tide cycle no matter where you are. People are asking, are we going to have, when does this hit? Is it going to hit at high tide? It is roughly about to be high tide tomorrow afternoon into the evening, but because those prolonged winds last so long, we will reach that high tide cycle regardless during the storm surge threat. By Friday, we're kind of getting back to more of a typical day, but that's when we're going to be assessing our damage. Let's take a look at the computer models, and a lot of them, well to the south of Tampa, more toward the Cape Hayes Peninsula, Port Charlotte, Punta Gorda. Yes, it looks somewhat like Charlie, but you have to keep in mind this is a much stronger, larger storm that we have to track in just a bit. I am starting to lose my voice a little bit, so I'm going to save it a bit and talk about this coming up a little bit later. I'm going to toss it back. We're going to toss a break, and we'll be right back after this.
If your pets have turned your floors into an eyesore, we got some tricks in our tool belt. 54 now has the newest hardwood, tile, laminate, luxury vinyl, and carpet. 54 brings hundreds of samples to your home to see in your own light. 54 will do all the heavy lifting for you, and they can get most jobs done in a day. They'll even clean up afterwards. Call today to get free installation. 54 is home improvement done right.
Call 777-54. Pick up the phone, we'll be knocking at your door.
There's a reason Comcast Business powers more businesses than any other provider. Actually, there's a few. Comcast Business offers the fastest, reliable network, the protection of Security Edge, and the most reliable 5G network. Whether your business is starting or growing, you need Comcast Business.
Simplicity and savings, all from one provider. Get internet, advanced security, and voice for $40 a month for 12 months when you add Comcast Business Mobile. Plus, enjoy free installation and ask how to get a $500 prepaid card with a qualifying gig bundle. Call today.
It's a tragedy. A family forced into bankruptcy because of medical bills caused by another driver's carelessness.
A child who will need constant care for the rest of her life because of a medical mistake.
An injured worker denied workers' comp because the system isn't working for him.
Mistakes happen. Negligence happens, and the system doesn't always play fair, but you shouldn't have to pay for it.
Protecting you and your family is what we say, because it's what we do.
As Ian approaches Southwest Florida,
What will be a major storm surge event.
Count on the NBC2 First Alert Storm Team to keep you ahead of the storm.
The slower the hurricane moves, the greater the potential impacts in our community.
With live updates on air, online, and on the NBC2 weather app. All powered by the NBC2 First Alert Live Radar.
We're going to be here tracking every single threat and every single tornado warning that we see for you.
When dangerous weather threatens, count on NBC2. Count on Southwest Florida's most experienced storm team.
We just got word that Charlotte County is opening an additional storm shelter location if you need to evacuate. It's at Babcock Ranch in the school there in Punta Gorda. More shelters are open right now at Kingsway Elementary School, Liberty Elementary, Neil Armstrong Elementary, and Harold Avenue Regional Park Rec Center. If you plan to head to one of these shelters, you need to bring your own supplies.
And just moments ago, NBC2's Alexia Teropoulos was outside a Winn-Dixie shopping plaza in Inglewood as people frantically tried to leave the store.
After driving around Englewood, this is pretty much what it looks like, a ghost town. And I will show you here, Winn-Dixie has completely put hurricane shutters on their front entrances here, as well as other stores. I'm going to take you to this thrift store here. They have started to put sandbags outside of their stores. Now, this is quite crazy to see. Stores, none of them are really open anymore here, but sandbags are outside their front entrances. This store here as well. Now, residents in the area tell me Englewood is not really used to seeing hurricanes just like this, so people are starting to freak out. Reporting in Englewood, Alexia Chiropoulos, NBC2.
In nature, form doesn't follow function. Form is function. Introducing the next generation of Prana Sleep mattresses, about the closest thing to nature you can find in a mattress. Made by hand, here in the USA, of the best and purest natural components we can find anywhere in the world. Let us make you one today. Prana Sleep. Amazing sleep.
The story of a country line dancer who gave her pain the boot. This is Shelley.
Once I start dancing, I forget where I am.
So what was tripping her up?
Foot pain, knee pain, and back pain.
Then she got fitted for Good Feet arch supports.
It was magical. I knew, oh my gosh, this is what I need to stay on the dance floor.
And stay there, Shelley does.
That's my happy place. I'm not going to stop.
See for yourself with a free arch support fitting at the Good Feet store.
I was rear-ended, and I'd heard nightmares about how insurance companies take care of things, and I didn't want to be one of the statistics. Calling Morgan & Morgan was like I was talking to a friend. They treated me like a human being. They treated me as Rob. For those that feel that law firms are expensive, not Morgan & Morgan. Nothing out of pocket up front. It's like the sign says, size matters. Morgan & Morgan was the best decision I think I ever made in my life.
NBC2's First Alert Live Doppler radar not only sees where the bad weather is, but where it's going. So you know exactly when storms will hit your neighborhood and when they'll pass. It's the kind of personalized protection you need to stay a step ahead of Mother Nature, making your plans weatherproof.
Sponsored by New South Window Solutions. Made in Florida for Florida homes by Florida workers. Visit newsouthwindow.com.
Okay, welcome back. We are tracking another tornado warning, and this one for Golden Gate, and this one is moving off to the northwest. So this is going to head into parts of Naples as well. So if you are in Golden Gate, specifically around Collier Boulevard, you need to take cover now. So here we are. Let's zoom in. Who is impacted? This is Golden Gate Parkway. This is Golden Gate. This is where the tornado potentially could be. We have this high red reflectivity here on the velocity scan. Very strong winds are going to be possible, and this is pushing on to the northwest. This is Keene Avenue. It's right on top of you. This is going to be pushing near Vanderbilt Beach Road or Collier Boulevard, and Immokalee Road is up here. Here's Collier, Vanderbilt Beach Road. All of these regions, if you are south of Vanderbilt Beach Road and east of Collier Boulevard, you need to take cover immediately. Head to the center of your home, away from windows. A hallway would suffice. This will be a fast-moving thing. This is moving at about 25 miles per hour off to the northwest, but this is going to continue to move across 75. So this is going to be moving into parts of Naples. Who needs to heads up for this? So here we are on 75. This is the Immokalee Road exit. This is Livingston Boulevard, Vanderbilt Beach, west of 75, near Livingston. All of these areas, light rain now, not for long. This thunderstorm and tornado warning is pushing into your region. Long term, who else could be impacted? This is 41 as we head through Naples Park, where it meets Piper Boulevard and near Vanderbilt Beach Road. So this is going to be a tornado warning for the next 30 minutes as it pushes off to the northwest. On top of Golden Gate right now, I'll show you back where it is. It's back off here. This is Collier Boulevard. It's near Keene Avenue, pushing back off to the northwest along Collier Boulevard. Between Vanderbilt Beach Road and Golden Gate Parkway along Collier, that's going to be an area you don't want to be on the roads, be outside. You need to take cover along Pine Ridge Road, where it reaches Collier Boulevard as well. This is going to stretch off to the north, Naples Park at 823, Bonita Springs at 828. So it's a pretty fast-moving system. 30 miles per hour off to the northwest as it continues to move through parts of Naples. So winds will be extremely strong as it moves through even Airport Pooling Road down through Vanderbilt, even including Goodlet Road as well. So kind of a wide view of here. We have these tornado warnings continuing, and farther to the north, we also have signs of rotation continuing as well. Let me kind of zoom out so you can see what we're dealing with for the rest of the night. The tornado warnings, as we said, are going to start to move into some more populated areas. We also have some just into Henry County. This will eventually maybe move into parts of LaBelle. So LaBelle, be on alert, stay with us, and as we head through in the next few hours, that might continue to push closer to your region. One thing that I did for today is bump up our tornado threat. Storm surge still remains our largest threat, but that's not going to come until tomorrow. We have the heavy rain, we have the flooding, the high wind will be there tomorrow, but for tonight, I had this at 2. We're going to bump that up to 3 with that tornado threat as we head through the overnight hours, and more of that northeasterly part of the storm continues. When do the strongest winds start to arrive? That's going to arrive for tomorrow. Tonight, we have 30 to 50 mile per hour gusts possible by 6 o'clock in the morning. Tomorrow, it's going to be a long time for this storm to actually make landfall, and that could be problematic. The more time it stays offshore, the worse for the storm surge. We're going to have high winds regardless. We need this to make its way onshore to Charlotte County. 105 mile per hour gusts possible through Cape Coral by 3 o'clock. Look how late that is, 8 to 10 o'clock at night. It was supposed to come on through between 3 and 6 o'clock, lingering out into the Gulf for several hours. That's on top of the bad angle that we're getting with this storm, on top of how slow it's moving, a Category 4. All of that creates really high storm surge. And then in addition, kind of the wild card here is that we're having it linger off our coastlines. It's just going to be a recipe for that storm surge to possibly reach that max potential, and then the winds stay on shore to keep the water in throughout the rest of the day on Thursday. We still have a gusty day on Thursday through 11 o'clock at night. We still have winds up to 30 miles per hour. So that's what we're going to be tracking for tomorrow. Again, that threat tracker is going to be something to watch into the overnight hours. I am going to go back to that radar scan. Rob, are you looking at that radar and going to get...
Take a Doppler 2 as the source. I just wanted to point out that it's after sunset now, and the camera that you're watching here from the Bayview Dental Arts Center, again for the control room, is the Doppler 2 source. You're looking in the direction here of where that tornado-warned thunderstorm is at. You're not going to be able to see it, so don't even bother trying to take a look for it, because the rain's coming down too heavy. Allison's right. You'll hear it before you see it, given the way things are looking. The ding that you heard there, Allison, on our connection from the National Weather Service is that there's another additional warning over for the East Coast, where they've had some confirmed touchdowns with a tornado near Cooper City, which is over by like where the western area is at. But for like what Allison was just pointing out here, the strongest amount of rotation with this possible tornado in Collier County is right there, so very close to Golden Gate Boulevard West, up where the intersection runs in with Collier Boulevard. This is just east of Vineyards, east of Interstate 75. The movement of this possible tornado is to the northwest at 25
miles per hour. Yeah, so everyone, Vanderbilt Beach, Naples, anywhere between Bonita Springs and Naples Park along 41, that's where you really need to, anywhere within this box. I mean, 75, we're talking the Immokalee Road exit all the way up to the Bonita Beach Road exit. That's 5 miles worth of real estate there, all the way down to Naples Park, even including Barefoot Beach.
This is a radar-indicated tornado based on what we've seen so far. We have not had confirmation of it touching down, but based on the radar returns, based on the radar returns, there certainly is a significant amount of spin there. Again, worst of it here just to the east of Collier Boulevard. We're awaiting a fresh radar scan here. The radar takes a moment or two, of course, to update here as the scans, as the radar beam shoots across the horizon and takes a look at the atmosphere. But based on what we know right now, And this scan is a bit old, so there's where the rotation is indicated by radar. Because of the time lag, it's probably closer to about there based on the radar return. So this yellow line right there is Immokalee Road. That will be the intersection right here of Immokalee Road and I-75, where the strongest amount of rotation is at. And again, as Allison mentioned, west-northwest at 25 miles an hour, which is a pretty fast-moving system. You know, when you think about sometimes here, our sea breeze downpours and thunderstorms can completely stall out and be stationary. These are on the move very fast. It's after dark. You're not going to be able to see this. Based on the arrival times here, we're looking for neighborhoods including Palm River Estates, 8:16. It's 8:07 right now. Gulf Harbor by 8:21. Bonita Springs, which would be on the northern side of this, by 8:22. And Barefoot Beach closer to 8:29 here this evening.
So one thing to note is that because we're in Golden Gate and this velocity scan is very far away from the radar, so you're seeing that purple color. So that's going to be on the very edge of our radar scan. It's not a distinct reflectivity. It's not going to be, oh, what does the purple mean? Does that mean even worse than the high red? That purple is a little bit of a, hey, you're getting on the edge of the radar capabilities right now. So also think about that the radar beam is going to go out in height as the Earth curves. You're going to see that scan go a little bit higher into the sky. So if you were to take any bit of maybe some silver lining here, is that if you see the rotation is being picked up higher in the atmosphere than at the surface, so hopefully it's not touching the ground. And if you are in the Vineyards or in Naples Park or around that Immokalee Road exit on 75, and you hear what sounds like a train, don't go outside, but let us know. Send us a note. Say, yeah, we heard it. That would give us better indication that, hey, this is on the ground versus this is a detection based on radar, nothing confirmed on the ground yet, like we had earlier during the daylight hours. This is high in the sky with that rotation detection. Hopefully it is not touching the ground. But Rob, I have to say, what's interesting about these tornado warnings that we've seen, based on past tropical systems that I've seen, they seem to be much stronger and much more long-lasting than what is typical or average of a tropical system. Typically, they're very fast, very short-lived, and kind of weak, and that's not what we're seeing.
Yeah, Allison's also referring to the fact that being on the ground for very long. The ones we've seen so far tonight are the confirmed tornadoes that have touched down in South Florida have been on the ground for a long period of time. Now, if you're astute to watching the radar, something you don't really see here is any kind of significant hook echo or something you might see in the plains or the Midwest if you're familiar with the weather there. So if we do, in fact, have a tornado inside this severe thunderstorm cell, it's probably going to be a very small one. It looks like we've got a fresh radar scan, and that has the rotation. I would peg it right there.
Right.
Let me cross that out there so it doesn't cover the street names.
Just east of Collier Boulevard near Macy Street. So Macy Street, the corner of Immokalee, Collier Boulevard, this is all heading off to, and it's going to go right on top of Plateau Road, Burnham Road, off to the northeast. If it holds together, this could head into Quail West, 8:20. This could head into Bonita Springs. It could head into Barefoot Beach at 8:35, Bonita Isles at 8:33. This is going to be pretty impactful. But again, it is on the edge of this radar scan, so I just hope that it's higher in the sky and not so much more at the surface.
Just got a text from somebody in Saturnia Lakes. They heard it whiz right by their house.
All right, so I wouldn't suggest going outside, but in the morning, potentially, we'll see what kind of damage those wind speeds were. They could be, we could even do a pixel query on some of those wind speeds to see how strong some of them could be. And again, it's higher in the sky, so it will be a lot more elevated than what's actually at the ground. That's not going to give us a good estimate based on that. So, all right, we'll send it back over to break, and we'll be right back with a little bit more of that radar analysis.
If your pets have turned your floors into an eyesore, we got some tricks in our tool belt. 54 now has the newest hardwood, tile, laminate, luxury vinyl, and carpet. 50 Floor brings hundreds of samples to your home to see in your own light. 50 Floor will do all the heavy lifting for you, and they can get most jobs done in a day. They'll even clean up afterwards. Call today to get free installation. 50 Floor is home improvement done right.
Call 774. Pick up the phone, we'll be knocking at your door.
There's a reason Comcast Business powers more businesses than any other provider. Actually, there's a few. Comcast Business offers the fastest, reliable network, the protection of Security Edge, and the most reliable 5G network. Whether your business is starting or growing, you need Comcast Business.
Simplicity and savings, all from one provider. Get internet, advanced security, and voice for $40 a month for 12 months when you add Comcast Business Mobile. Plus, enjoy free installation and ask how to get a $500 prepaid card with a qualifying gig bundle. Call today.
X-rays reveal a lot, but sometimes even an X-ray can't see the truth. Because injuries to muscles and ligaments don't show up on an X-ray, the insurance companies will say your pain isn't real. But soft tissue injuries are very real, and they can affect your ability to work and lead to permanent damage. We work with doctors who specialize in these injuries and can see what X-rays can't, giving you a case the insurance companies can't ignore. Farah and Farah, here for you, here for good.
Tornadoes cause incredible devastation, and they're almost unpredictable. NBC2 First Alert Live Doppler radar can detect shifts in wind velocity, indicating when a tornado is likely to form, meaning we can alert you even before the National Weather Service issues a warning, making your plans weatherproof.
Sponsored by New South Window Solutions. Made in Florida for Florida homes by Florida workers. Visit newsouthwindow.com.
Showing you some video here in your NBC2 Alert Center of a tornado. A viewer just sent me this video so we can take a look here. This was taken around 4 p.m. today in the Everglades. Of course, Rob and Allison are working hard to let you know where you can expect some of those tornadoes. They're analyzing the data that they have in their computer models, and we're seeing the real-time effects of that from our viewers. So obviously stay inside and stay safe. If you happen to have gotten one of these videos earlier in the day, or if you can shoot outside your window, but you should really be getting to a safe spot, just let us know what you're seeing and make sure that you are taking every precaution you can and listening to Allison and Rob when they give us these warnings.
Yeah, and we are seeing this warning continue. Let's go to the Doppler 2 computer so I can use this interaction on our touch screen here. We are seeing this radar scan continue through the vineyards. Area of most concern right now is going to be right along 75 and Immokalee Road. So let me, and again, we have this purple color because we're on the edge of that, but let's take into account that this tornado warning continues moving off to the northwest at about 25 miles per hour. It's going to go very fast. Palm River Estates at 8:22, Gulf Harbor at 8:26, Barefoot Beach at 8:33, Pelican Landing at 8:36, and Estero Bay Shores at 8:37. This is a pretty populated area, of course, as we know, right along 75. And this is an area that, especially east of 75, is not under evacuation order, I don't believe. So a lot of people are probably at home and staying home. Livingston Road, let me kind of clear this out for you so we can see how this is going to go over. So when Immokalee turns into Piper Boulevard, right through parts of 41 and all the way down here through parts of Naples Park, along Gulf Shore Drive, these are all areas that are in the tornado warning that you want to take cover. North of Vanderbilt Beach Road, who's in the clear, even though you're hearing it? If you're south of Vanderbilt Beach Road, you're in the clear. This storm is moving away from you. It's moving off to the north and west, and this will continue. So if you're along Immokalee, you run into Airport Pooling Road, you have Goodlet Road. These are all areas under the warning. Mercado, this is just near Mercado. It might skim, based on the trajectory of this, it should stay well to the north of Mercado, but it will continue to move up. All right, so here's Old 41, where it reaches 41. This is going to go until 8:30, so we have another 14 minutes, but I do think that it's going to start to weaken just a bit. We still have high reflectivity or high scans here on the parts of the velocity scan. So what we're seeing, I know we're not showing you the actual rain. This gives us a little bit more information about the wind speed and the intensity of that wind. Rain, we know it's raining. That's not going to be the dangerous part of the storm. The dangerous part of the storm is going to be how strong those winds are. That's why we change it to this velocity scan. So when the radar beam goes out, it's hitting that raindrop, but it's also telling us at what speed is it moving to and from the radar, and when it's going in opposite directions of other things, we know that we have that scan of tornado. So we have a little bit of that high numbers here through Brynwood Drive up through Burnham Road as well along 75. So hopefully no one's on 75 as the storm pushes on through. Peter said his friends heard that loud noise come on through. That's never a good sign, Rob.
That's for sure. And if I could ask the control room to switch the source behind me to the Doppler 2 computer. I just got word from Kelly. She's also been talking with her friends over text, and that neighbors in the Vineyards neighborhood are also receiving alerts on their phone about this potential tornado here in this part of Collier County. So to reset the deck, if this wants to move along here, there we go. All right, now again, all right, let's just reset the deck here. Turn back on the live radar. Again, tornado warning runs until 8:30 tonight for this part of Collier County, but based on what we're hearing from people in the neighborhood, it's in this community here just to the north of Immokalee Road at the intersection of Interstate 75, where a lot of folks have been hearing a very loud noise, which based on what we've been seeing based on the radar returns could potentially be a tornado or at least a funnel cloud on the move here. Now, the storm itself is moving rapidly toward the west-northwest at 25 miles an hour. So based on where we're seeing the rotation, and we'll switch things over to the velocity product here just for a moment to see where that is. I recognize these colors are very difficult to follow along with, but based on what we're seeing from the radar reflectivity, the signature of rotation is probably right about there. So if we zoom in here, and then put that back on the regular reflectivity, that would have it very close to Livingston Road and just to the south here of the Lee County line. So this is Bonita Springs. This here would be Imperial Parkway. Based on the radar returns right now, what indications we have of spin is very close to these neighborhoods with, again, movement to the west-northwest at 25 miles an hour. So what I want to do here is to pull this back, and I'm going to set the storm track box from the place in the storm where we're seeing the most significant amount of spin, and I'm going to pull it out there at 25 miles an hour. A little bit longer than what my arms can reach there. So based on the movement of this possible tornado from this tornado warned cell, we're looking for it to move very close to Bonita Springs by 8:27 based on the latest radar scan. It's 8:19 right now. Bonita Bay, you're closer to 8:33. Barefoot Beach, which is right there, closer now to 8:34. Remember, if this is the part of the cell with the most significant amount of spin, it's likely to move like in that direction. So perhaps splitting the difference between Barefoot Beach and like where the Colony is at, or where Pelican Landing is in the southern parts of Lee County, just to the west of where the Bonita Springs area is at, in points now west of Interstate 75. If you live east of Interstate 75, Kelly was just mentioning her friends in the Vineyards neighborhood. Based on the radar returns, the threat for a tornado in the Vineyards is now over as that cell continues again to move to the west-northwest. So let me clear this out. And since it's been a minute or two here, and Allison, jump in if you have something fresh there, but I just want to turn this velocity product on one more time, see if it's able to offer us any more clarity. And again, this is a tough part for the radar to see over across this part of northwest Collier. So perhaps it's easier if we just continue to run with the radar return reflectivity there. Again, movement is off to the west-northwest. So to zoom in here a bit closer for street names, again, based on what we're seeing, the most likely area of spin is close to this area. West of Livingston Road now. This here is up where Old 41 is at, so where the dog track used to be. If you're in this area, make sure you're in the lowest part of your home, in the most interior section of your home, ideally on the first floor, and ride this one out. The warning itself is set to go until 8:30, so we still have 10 more minutes before the warning is set to expire, as whatever possible tornado we have on our hands here continues to move in that west-northwest direction, in the direction there of, what does that say, Barefoot Beach, and spots just to the west of Bonita Springs.
Yeah,
Allison?
so the warning goes until 8:20, and like we've been mentioning, it's a little hard to see exactly in this area because it's kind of the cross point of both radars that can give us this information. But what we could happen is this extend into parts of Lee County. So areas along Old 41, when we stretch back into Lee County along 41, near West Terry Street, even East Terry Street. These are areas that want to be on the lookout for this storm or tornado warning to continue past 8:30. So right here, so we're just kind of north here of the Imperial Golf Course. This will continue to move along Old 41. That's an area of concern as it reaches on the southern end where it reaches 41 there, and that will cross over 41 near Audubon Boulevard as well. So this will start to flirt with Bonita Beach Road. I would say Bonita Beach Road, based on the trajectory where Bonita Beach Road reaches 41, there's that intersection, there's the Iguanamia right there. This this will kind of cross right through there. I think there's the skillets back here on your way from 75 over to 41. That whole plaza right there, you're going to be on just on the fringe there as it passes through parts of 41 and makes its way closer to Barefoot Beach. So the good news is that these have been lasting about 10 minutes and then starting to weaken, but we are seeing these be pretty powerful. And based on the video that we showed you earlier, that was a different tornado, but this is all kind of the same system that we're seeing move in here. So I think we're gonna let's zoom in. Actually, I have my pen right here. Let me zoom in and see what we're seeing right now with the latest on this velocity scan. So it's a little hard to see here. Let me go if we extend it into the Tampa region, or excuse me, into Lee County. Actually, I think we'll see the rotation a little bit right here. I know it's really hard to see at this point. So it's just crossing over 75. It's along Livingston Road. Rob, are they saying anything more if they are going to extend it? I know we're getting...
The last message that the Weather Service relayed was just an extension of it until 8:30.
Okay, so they're going to continue. So it looks a little bit right here along Immokalee and 75, just to the north, approaching Bonita Beach Road for sure. And I zoomed in way too far, but that would be an area to watch as well. So let's keep an eye on this. Let's zoom out and see if we see any other areas of concern that could have some rotation with it, because this is going to be the night that we start to see some of these push on in. Not a ton of the heavy rain now moving into Golden Gate. Man, Golden Gate's seen a lot of rain already, Rob, and this has been kind of early on in the day. We still have a lot more heavy rain to go. You'll get a little bit of a break momentarily, but then those heavier bands will continue to push on in. North Fort Myers also getting a lot of that heavy rain.
I have just about lost track of the number of tornado warnings the National Weather Service has had to already issue tonight. There's been at least 8 between Collier County, Broward County, and Miami-Dade County as we continue to find ourselves in the forward right quadrant of the hurricane. And the reason this is prime territory for tornadic thunderstorms to pop up is because when you consider the winds around the hurricane, that's a pretty beast of a rain band on itself. But when you are up in the upper right-hand quadrant of a hurricane like we are, you take into account the forward motion of the hurricane moving across the ocean. That adds in a whole additional amount of spin into the atmosphere, and why we have seen so many of these little spin-up tornadoes in areas of South Florida over the past several hours. Wanted to zoom in here a bit further. Again, based on the radar returns, you might think, well, that sure doesn't look like very much. There is 0 lightning strikes in the past 15 minutes. The last time I had a tornado in Florida, there was a lot of lightning, right? These are completely different features. The downpours and thunderstorms that we see on the sea breeze from time to time in the summertime, which generate tornadoes, have cold pockets aloft, which indicates a lot of lightning strikes when these tornadoes form. Tropical features are built completely differently. They're considered to be warm cored, so there's no cold air aloft that helps to trigger the lightning. So you don't get the heads up sometimes when a tornado is being produced like you do in the summertime when you see the lightning in hurricanes rather. There really isn't very much in the way of warning. So the best you can do is unfortunately just rely on visual sight, which we can't do right now because the sun is down, and the use of live radar. And then as Allison was pointing out, it's unfortunate we just happen to be in a real tough spot here for the radar to pick things out. Again, these colors are real confusing, I understand, but we're trying to find some pretty fine details here in trying to peg where the most significant amount of spin is, and it's not super clear, I recognize, by those colors. So what we simply have to keep watch here is, based on the last time we were able to get a good indication of the rotation, it was moving in this general direction. So what I'll do here is I'll just kind of circle this broad area. If you're in this area, it's, in the lower level of your home now until we're able to get this tornado warning to expire, or more importantly, see the evidence of rotation based on the live radar to weaken further. So that would include areas across all of Bonita Springs, up and down Tamiami Trail, and then close to where the Bonita Bay area is. Allison?
They have a little bit more levels that they can see within the scan, and they're saying, hey, it's flattening out. They're probably not going to extend it. But let's go over to the Doppler 1 computer. I do want to point out another area that I won't be surprised if another warning is issued. It's not there just yet, but we're heading back to the Golden Gate region. Here we are. This is 75. This is an area with high velocity scans of potentially maybe some rotation tightening up. No warning on it just yet, so we'll keep our eye on it as it potentially heads to Golden Gate. at 8:46, and then that would carry on in the same path up to the North Naples area. All right, we are, I believe, going to send it to break. We're going to keep an eye on this since that rotation through parts of northern Collier County and Lee County is starting to flatten out. We'll continue our Hurricane Ian coverage right after this.
Everyone loves bundle deals, and the bundles are back at Kane's Furniture. Kane's. Bundle 3 or more items together. Get 20% off your entire purchase. Choose 3 of your favorite items from any department for 20% off store-wide. Over $30 million in inventory, in stock, and ready for you. Bundle up this weekend at Kane's and Cane'sFurniture.com. Get more for less.
Just outside of a town called Basic is Basic Lake, where families gather together for some basic fun. And if you have the 2022 Nissan Rogue with a VC turbo engine and 5 drive modes, you can climb above Basic and find a trail where no one else goes. The 2022 Nissan Rogue, anything but basic.
Get 1.9% financing for 36 months on 10 models, like Rogue, with best-in-class fuel economy.
No one's ever prepared to be hurt in a car accident.
So we got prepared for you. Our team of attorneys, paralegals, specialists, and a team of investigators are ready to help.
Your free consultation, access to the right doctors, and our experienced legal team. We're here waiting for your call.
No one's ever ready for an accident, but if you're hurt, our safety net is here to catch you.
Farah and Farah, this is what we built.
As Ian approaches Southwest Florida,
What will be a major storm surge event.
Count on the NBC2 First Alert Storm Team to keep you ahead of the storm.
The slower the hurricane moves, the greater the potential impacts in our community.
With live updates on air, online, and on the NBC2 weather app. All powered by the NBC2 First Alert Live Radar.
We're going to be here tracking every single threat and every single tornado warning that we see for you.
When dangerous weather threatens, count on NBC2.
Okay, unfortunately, my suspicion was correct. They've issued another tornado warning for that exact area that I was pointing out to you, south and east of Golden Gate. So we have another tornado warning. This is headed up to, it's moving at what again, 25 miles per hour. 20 miles per hour, so a little bit slower, but still pretty fast paced. So it's about here. It's going to head off to Golden Gate at that 20-mile-per-hour pace. And I might be a little ahead of schedule here, but it's better to be prepared than behind schedule. Golden Gate at 8:41 and the Vineyards at 8:48. The thing is we just went over this area. This is the same area. We just talked to you. We said, hey, be in your safe place. Again, don't leave. Stay in the hallway. Stay away from windows. This is going to be the same area with these powerful winds. But guess what? We're going to run into that same issue that we see a signature here along 75 near the exit 101. Then once it travels up, we're going to start to lose visibility of this signature. So same areas are going to be impacted with this as it gets closer. So rounding the corner here along 75 as this pushes up closer to Golden Gate into the Vineyards within the next 20 minutes. Now you notice how this box extends into Naples Park and North Naples. That means, guess what? You're under the warning as well. So those powerful winds will be pushing into your region. So come within the next 10 minutes. Golden Gate, you need to take cover anywhere on Collier Boulevard, south of Immokalee Road near Golden Gate. You guys need to take cover as this extends parts of 75 and moves over to Naples Park and North Naples. You need to take cover too. What we're going to do is monitor this, make sure it doesn't intensify. We just went over the areas that need to take cover. You have another warning. Continue to take cover. Once this crosses over 75, if we're able to see more intense rotation, which I don't suspect it will, we'll be back on to tell you who needs to take cover closer to 41 in the Naples region. That's coming up. I'm going to send it back over to Peter and Kelly.
Let's tell you about some of the mandatory evacuations in place right now. First, we'll start in Collier County. We know the hour is getting late, but if you're still looking for a nudge and thinking, okay, maybe I should go, the area in the red right here, Everglades City, Marco Island, pretty much the entire coast, those are mandatory evacuations, as well as Zone B. If you live south and west of US 41 especially, you are urged to leave now. Multiple evacuation shelters are open in Collier County, including Oak Ridge Middle School, Corkscrew Middle, Golden Gate Middle, Immokalee Middle Schools. These will be open to all residents. These shelters are also pet friendly.
St. Matthew's House is opening 2 emergency shelters tonight in Collier County at the Campbell Lodge and Airport Road in Naples, and the Immokalee Friendship House. These will open at 8 o'clock. They opened about a half hour ago and will stay open throughout the storm. And then after the storm passes, St. Matthew's House is ready to give relief and supplies to families in need. Well, we're going to take a quick break, and then we're going to come back here with more coverage of Hurricane Ian.
If your pets have turned your floors into an eyesore, we got some tricks in our tool belt. 54 now has the newest hardwood, tile, laminate, luxury vinyl, and carpet. 50 Floor brings hundreds of samples to your home to see in your own light. 50 Floor will do all the heavy lifting for you, and they can get most jobs done in a day. They'll even clean up afterwards. Call today to get free installation. 50 Floor is home improvement done right.
Call 877-54. Pick up the phone, we'll be knocking at your door.
Now is the perfect time to shop City Mattress during the fall clearance event, with savings up to 40% on mattresses, adjustable beds, and bedroom furniture. Choose from the best brand names at the best prices and get free delivery, free setup, and a sleep guarantee that assures you have the right mattress at the guaranteed lowest price. The fall clearance event, on now, only at City Mattress.
Commitment isn't just a word we throw around. It's baked into everything we do.
If you've been hurt in a car accident, our commitment gets real fast. We interview witnesses and gather evidence.
We let the other side know that you're not alone and that your words have power.
You were injured by no fault of your own, but together we can hit back with the full force of the law.
Real commitment starts when you walk through our door. Farah and Farah.
Want to see what a storm looks like before it hits your neighborhood? With the 2View network at NBC-2.com, you can check out live weather conditions anywhere in Southwest Florida anytime. It's your first look at what's headed your way, making your plans weatherproof.
Sponsored by New South Window Solutions. Made in Florida for Florida homes by Florida workers. Visit newsouthwindow.com.
All right, we continue tracking the tornado warning for areas of southwest Collier County. I wanted to show you a few live cameras that we have connected to in the Naples area. This one here from the Bayview Dental Arts Center is looking off on the horizon in the general direction of where this tornado-warned thunderstorm is at. And this one here, as we move along from the top of the Naples Grand Beach Resort, is north of where the tornado-warned cell is and trying to look off to the west-southwest. I'm trying to see if best I can if I can identify a funnel cloud or anything like that. But based on the cameras that are available right now, we're not able to see any kind of visual ground truth or confirmation of something touching the ground in Collier County. However, the National Weather Service does see enough evidence based on radar returns to issue this tornado warning, which again incorporates a large portion of southwest Collier County, including areas like Naples, North Naples, the Vineyards area, which was just recently under a different tornado warning, and of course a large section here of Golden Gate. Now, even though this tornado warning is very large right now, the whole box isn't part of the tornado. It's based only where we're seeing the most significant amount of rotation. So let me get rid of this box, and if I didn't mention that, I apologize. The tornado warning runs until the top of the hour here at 9 o'clock tonight. So the area that we have to be most prepared for, hunker down, lowest level of your home, interior section of your home away from windows, includes this large swath here of southwest Collier County. Get rid of that. So here's if you were to jump inside of the radar, we're trying again to pick out where the most amount of spin is. And based on what we can see here, and I recognize the colors are a little crazy, it's this area here where based on the radar returns, there is the most significant amount of spin or rotation. So I'm going to circle that there and then switch back over to the radar product you're more familiar with. If you live here near 16th Avenue Southwest to the east of Collier Boulevard and here where it picks up with Golden Gate Parkway, based on the radar returns right now, now, this is the area where we're most likely to see a funnel cloud or tornado based on the radar return. So if I was able to zoom in a bit further there, this is very close to 13th Avenue Southwest, 17th Avenue Southwest, up and along into the east of Collier Boulevard. Now, the tornado or possible tornado is moving here to the west-northwest. So it's moving into these neighborhoods close to Pine Ridge Road, Green Boulevard, and the northeastern section of Golden Gate here to the east of Interstate 75. So based on where the most amount of spin is, like I identified for you just a moment ago, I'm going to circle that again for you. It's basically right about in that area. The cell itself, the tornado warned cell that has the potential of producing a funnel cloud or tornado, is moving really quite fast, 25 miles an hour. So if we were to drag out our storm track, that's a little too slow there. Hang on. Let me just reset that. Pull out the storm track from there. Again, that's the point where we're seeing the most significant amount of spin or rotation. Pull it out 25 miles per hour. That's a little bit better. So for the neighborhoods that are looking for this here, we're looking at Vineyards by 8:45. Current time is 8:37. So inside the next 10 minutes, based on where we're seeing the most significant amount of spin, that's where you're most likely to see this possible funnel cloud or tornado. Down the road there, we're looking for Pine Ridge by 8:59, North Naples by 8:59, Pelican Bay shortly thereafter. And that also goes for areas like Vanderbilt Beach and the Mercado Shopping Center, real close to where Vanderbilt Beach meets up with US 41. Again, we don't have any ground truth or any visual confirmation of a tornado touching down. And I showed you those tower cameras in the greater Naples area. It's too dark and it's raining too much for anybody to see anything. And again, if you look at the radar at face value, this really doesn't look all too threatening. But remember, this is not your typical sea breeze, downpour, and thunderstorm activity. We're looking at spin inside rain bands around a hurricane. So sometimes these brief spin-up tornadoes can be embedded inside what looks like a fairly benign downpour or thunderstorm. Ellison, should I toss it back to you, or are we going to go back to the desk here?
I just want to point out the area of concern. If we could kind of tilt camera 4 over to the Weather Center, and then I actually will stay on Doppler 2 because we have a pretty good view of that. So where we want to be focused for this tornado warning, and like Rob was mentioning, the area is a little tricky to see here, but we're getting good visualization of where this could be. So areas west of Collier Boulevard, before 75, east of 75. And if we could pop up maybe next to me, Doppler 2, so we get a good idea of what we're looking at. If we could do that next to me. I do want to illustrate exactly where we're talking about. This area, so Golden Gate Boulevard, south, so Pine Ridge Road, Green Boulevard, Golden Gate Parkway. This is the area that this storm could be in, and it's all pushing off to the north at about 20 miles per hour. Pine Ridge 902, Pelican Bay at 904, Mercado. Remember before with the earlier tornado warning, I said Mercado, this is going to go well to the north view. Different story here. Palm River Estates at 906, Vanderbilt Beach at 907, and Naples Park at 908. An area that I was really kind of highlighting. I was looking at a few things off screen that I know kind of gave me a little bit more information here. Right on top of Green Boulevard, Sunset Road. This is all in your region, and this is now pushing off to this way. So Napa Woods Way, Dogwood Way, Lancewood Way, all of those areas. You could have this storm push your way and go over 75. So if you know anyone that you said, hey, I'm on the way to your home, and you know they're on 75, they need to get off immediately and take cover, because this is not where you want to be. And you don't want to be in a car when there's a tornado warning. You want to find actual shelter. I have noticed in some of my, this is actually going to be right near Physicians Regional Medical Center on Pine Ridge. That's where this could be headed next, just south of the Vineyards Country Club along 75 as it pushes off. I will say the radar scans, we're going to start to lose a little bit more visibility in this, and we're going to keep our eye on it. Another area of concern that I do want to go back to the reflectivity. Let me zoom out. We could be looking at a few more areas farther inland with some more areas that could start to rotate as well. Look at Ave Maria. We're starting to see a couple. It's not there yet, but there could be some very strong winds that, of course, would be problematic as well. So anywhere Immokalee Road. And like we mentioned, we're still kind of hanging out in Collier County right now with all these tornado warnings and the strong winds. Lee County is coming. It will be here overnight. We're going to be tracking some of these tornado warnings into your region as well. Is there anything else you wanted to touch on, Rob, before we kind of send it back over to the news desk?
Yeah, Allison and I will continue watching this behind the scenes, and if that rotation tightens up or if we see something that you need to know about as soon as possible, we will jump back in over top of things. But in the meantime, then, why don't we momentarily pass things back over to Kelly and Peter.
All right. Of course, Collier County is getting the brunt of the rain right now and these tornado threats as the storm gets closer. But we're already seeing some flooding there as well.
Yeah, let's go to NBC2's Amanda Lajewski live in Immokalee, where it is pouring.
Hey, Peter and Kelly, I was actually going to come on here and say that it wasn't raining as much, but it's changed just that quickly. And that's what we've been seeing all throughout Ian so far as it continues to make its path through southwest Florida. Now, we're in Immokalee right now, and there has been that flooding like you both just mentioned, and like we've been talking about with this storm all over the newscast in general. This is a parking lot that I'm standing in right now, right off of one of the roads here in Immokalee. And just to give you a reference point so you can tell just how deep just this parking lot is, if you can't really tell, it's up to my ankles. I have this cone here that I want to show you just how deep it is right here, but if I literally walk just a little bit over here, I'm now up to water up to my calves about. So if I put this cone down here, you can see just how high the water has come up even just a few steps away. So while there is flooding in parking lots and other areas like this here in Collier County and other areas in southwest Florida, there could be pooling also on our roadways. And when you're driving, if you are out on the roadways right now, do not drive through those poolings that you may see. Go around, try to find a different route if possible, or stay home. Go home, stay safe, and stay with us right here on air and online as we're bringing you the latest out here in the field and right there in the studio as well with our meteorologists Rob and Allison. We will keep you covered on things as they continue to change through Collier County, Lee County, everywhere here in southwest Florida. Live in Immokalee, Amanda Lajewski, NBC2.
Bad sign when we're already seeing flooding in parking lots already.
We're going to take a break. We'll be right back.
There's a reason Comcast Business powers more businesses than any other provider. Actually, there's a few. Comcast Business offers the fastest, reliable network, the protection of Security Edge, and the most reliable 5G network. Whether your business is starting or growing, you need Comcast Business.
Simplicity and savings, all from one provider. Get internet, advanced security, and voice for $40 a month for 12 months when you add Comcast Business Mobile. Plus, enjoy free installation and ask how to get a $500 prepaid card with a qualifying gig bundle. Call today.
When your back pain is your foot's fault. This is Dean's story.
I had back pain, and I honestly didn't know where to go.
Until a friend suggested the Good Feet store.
She had to explain to me the feet are connected to the back.
And get this.
As soon as I put on those Good Feet arch supports, the pressure lifted off my back. It's like finding that missing puzzle piece. Like, yes, this is it.
Try them for yourself with a free fitting at the Good Feet store.
Everyone loves bundle deals, and the bundles are back at Kane's Furniture. Kane's. Bundle 3 or more items together. Get 20% off your entire purchase. Choose 3 of your favorite items from any department for 20% off store-wide. Over $30 million in inventory, in stock, and ready for you. Bundle up this weekend at Kane's and Cane'sFurniture.com. Get more for less.
When storms hit, lightning strikes, and you don't want to be anywhere near that. NBC2's First Alert Live Doppler radar tracks every single lightning strike, so we know where it's hitting hardest and where it's headed, so you can steer clear, making your plans weatherproof.
Sponsored by New South Window Solutions. Made in Florida for Florida homes by Florida workers. Visit newsouthwindow.com.
Right now at 8:45. I am monitoring social media in your NBC2 Alert Center. I want to show you this tweet from the National Weather Service in Miami. They put out a sort of all call asking for people in the Broward County area to show them any damage they've seen from these tornado-warned storms. So I want to show you some of the videos that we're seeing from this thread. Look at this neighborhood. You can see there's some pooling here. We've got some downed trees as they drive through. You can see it's not an easy place to drive through. It looks like there is some damage. There you go. You can see that tree down in front of someone's house, it looks like. I'm going to show you a couple other pictures from the thread. This is from the North Perry Airport. A plane looks like it's on its side. And then here you go. You can see some trees that came up in people's yards. It looks like some fence damage as well. So this is happening on the other side of the state, but something, Rob, we are dealing with in our neck of the woods as well.
Yeah, so if you're late on the evacuation route here, you're going to be driving across some rough weather here if you're still trying to make it over to Broward or Miami-Dade over the next few hours. There was evidence of debris in the air from that tornado that was confirmed on the ground in Cooper City, which is on the other side of the alley, right as you get into Broward County, pretty close to Weston. But here in our community, we continue to track a tornado-warned thunderstorm that runs until 9 o'clock tonight. Current time is 8:47, so still 15 minutes is active for this actual tornado-warned cell to be in place here. The area we're most concerned about, even though the warning covers everything from Naples Park to North Naples, down all the way to downtown Naples and Golden Gate and Vineyards, is now basically right here along Livingston Road. The cell is continuing to move here at about 20 miles an hour to the west-northwest. We've been trying our very best to give you a good sight as to what to look at for in the terms of the rotation, and it looks like if we were to utilize this radar source, we're able to get at least a little bit of a clearer picture here. And based on this radar spin, I'll pick out this telestrate tool. Based on this here, the most likely area of spin is just to the south of Immokalee Road, up and along Airport Pulling. So, you know, northbound on Airport Pulling, just about to the Immokalee Road area where Airport Pulling dead ends and you have to go left or right. That about is where we're seeing the most significant amount of spin. About 10 minutes ago, Allison Ray pointed out that it was very close to Physicians Regional, which is right here. Physicians Regional is real close to where Pine Ridge is at, just to the east of Interstate 75. So we've seen this move here to the west-northwest at a good 20 miles per hour. And based on the radar reflectivity that we're still tracking here, there still is evidence of spin for this possible tornado to be moving here to the west-northwest. I apologize, this screen is acting so finicky there for you. But again, as you look to here, the warned part of the cell here, at least what's showing the most amount of spin, is actually just about outside of where the warning polygon actually goes for. So it's possible here in the next few minutes, if the National Weather Service agrees with the radar analysis, they may either issue a new tornado warning that would incorporate areas of Collier and potentially areas of southern Lee County, or they would extend the box out here a bit further, because based on the radar returns right now, the most concerning area of this whole storm is just outside of where the polygon is at. Again, this is just to the south of Immokalee Road. That yellow line right there is Immokalee. This yellow line here is US 41. So like where Naples Park's at, Mercado, just to the north now of Vanderbilt Beach Road. Based on the radar returns, this is where the most significant amount of spin is. Even though the radar reflectivity returns might not look too ominous, it's what's happening inside this here where we're seeing the signs of spin and rotation of it moving in this west to northwest direction. Let me try to zoom in here a bit more to give some better street names here. So between Goodlet Frank and Airport Pulling right now along Nottingham Drive, I'm not familiar with what exactly neighborhood that happens to go through, but based on the radar returns here, if you live in that spot just to the south of Immokalee over to the Tiburon area, that's where, based on the radar returns, we're seeing the most amount of spin. Again, movement is fast toward the west-northwest at 20 miles an hour. So I'll try to pull out a storm track here. Again, based on the radar analysis, right there is where the worst spin is, moving to this west-northwest direction at 20 miles per hour. That's going to be cutting it a little short.
Stonebridge Country Club and North Naples. I will say, Rob, though, this does look, it is outside of the polygon.
Yeah, right there for sure.
But I will say, I think that it's starting, there could be some very high winds associated with this storm. I think the tornadic feature is starting to look a little bit weaker, but that doesn't mean you're not going to have a powerful wind. They're just maybe updating this storm report right here. No, they're not. Okay, so I do think that it's approaching Naples Hospital, Stonebridge Country Club. Those are areas of concern right now. North Naples Hospital, excuse me. And then eventually into Collier's Reserve Country Club. That will continue to push even near La Playa Golf Club, just to kind of the south and west of that. This will head up to 41. So we're 41 in Immokalee Reach again. I mean, we were just through this area, and they're going to have another powerful storm. I would be not surprised if they issue another tornado warning, but it does look like it's starting to flatten out just a little bit with very strong winds. I mean, the winds are going to be remarkable. And sometimes we have those real strong, powerful, severe thunderstorms here in Florida just during the afternoon, and they can be just as powerful as a tornado. We're kind of getting the worst of these two today, where we're getting the potential for tornadic activity, but then at the same time, it can kind of start to not be as tornadic, but you still have those strong winds associated with that thunderstorm. So let me just check one thing. If we could take Doppler 2 full, I'm going to check on one thing to see if we're going to extend this one. It doesn't look like they're going to extend it any more than what it already is as of now.
Remember, even if you live outside of where this tornado warning is at, this is an issue that we're going to be dealing with for the next several hours tonight, as the risk of tornadoes remains elevated for the entire region for the next several hours. So though this particular tornado warning might not be impacting your neighborhood, this is something we have to be watching very closely, especially over the next several hours, as the eye of Hurricane Ian continues to move to the north-northeast at 10 miles per hour. We are in the dirty side of this hurricane in the forward right quadrant. That is the area where you typically see the most amount of spin, the most amount of tornadoes touch down when tropical systems approach land. So though this particular tornado warning may not include your backyard, you'll want to make sure you're in tune with the radar here for the next several hours in case additional warnings are issued.
Well, I'm going to disconnect this real fast. Keep Doppler tool they just issued another one, I believe. There it is. This is the one I was watching. So this could be heading up to parts of Alva. So right now we are in Hendry County. We're we're just south of LaBelle, so we're near Felda. This is going to be moving in to even just east of Lehigh Acres. So this is well east of Joel Boulevard for now, but this will push off. Let me see how fast that was actually moving. The warning goes until 9:15. So this is a pretty short warning. This is only going to be about 20 minutes or so. Let's see what this looks like under the hood, if you will. Let me see how we're kind of seeing. So this one does not have as significant of rotation together, but we are seeing it east of Felda and Key-Rye. So the area that we're talking about is going to be right here. Did you see how fast they put this storm?
They have forward motion at 20 miles per hour to the northwest, Allison.
Okay, so that makes sense. So you see how when I put 20 miles per hour just from that storm and it gets to the edge of the polygon, that's what happens when they are doing those polygons. They put it exactly to about 30 minutes out, and that's what we're at 9:15. So let me extend this. If it were to continue, Alva 9:38. River Hall at 9:49 and Portico at 9:53. This would continue. And I have to say, Rob, I don't think that this one as is impressive on radar that we've seen, but this is still pretty powerful. This is right along 29. So if you're on LaBelle traveling south on 29, this is going to be impactful to you, and if it holds together, could head to Alva and also into River Hall at 9:49, moving off to the northwest.
I would imagine that tonight, because of the evacuation orders, areas like Alva and LaBelle have a few more folks than normal there tonight. So if you're not familiar with these communities, if you're staying with someone else, you just have to stay hunkered down now, because the weather is not going to improve over the next several hours. The prime concern overnight tonight is these spin-up tornadoes, as we now have 2 tornado warnings that are active in southwest Florida. The one that you see on your screen right now in Hendry County that incorporates areas near Key-Rye, Felda, and Sears, moving to the west and northwest, and if the rotation holds up, could impact areas of East Lee County toward Lehigh Acres or Alva. And then, of course, the tornado warning cell that we were showing you earlier, about 5 minutes ago, in areas of southwest Collier. If you would, Allison, would you pull back down to that one over Collier County?
Yeah,
We'll check the radar activity there, see if anything looks different.
It looks like it's really starting to, let me clear all this out for you so you can kind of get a better idea. So right on top of Mercado, remember I mentioned, hey, Mercado, we could start to see some of that, those high winds head your way. We're not seeing as much right now, but I would say north of Naples Park near Vanderbilt Drive, where Old 41 reaches 41, but to the west of 41. So there's that, actually that's on the farther north end. So where Old 41 reaches 41, on the southern side of Old 41 near Vanderbilt Drive. That's where the strongest winds are, but I don't see a crazy amount of rotation with that, Rob.
And look where, if it's moving, in fact, to the northwest at 20 miles an hour in the next less than 10 minutes, this is going to find itself over the Gulf of Mexico and transform into a waterspout as it would then be moving away from shore. And obviously there's nobody on the boat here tonight, so the risk of any additional possible damage from that possible tornado will be moving away here as we turn our attention more to the activity in Hendry County that, again, as Allison mentioned, if the rotation holds together, could potentially move toward the east side of Lee County. And then we'll be watching for the additional development here of more possible tornado warning cells over the next several hours here with you overnight tonight. Looks like there's 2 additional ones there over in parts of Palm Beach and Broward County, so an ongoing concern the next few hours.
And one thing that they have done over on the east side is they've had a couple of considerations of flash flood warnings. So that's going to be something we'll probably have to deal with in the coming days, because the rain is going to start to leave parts of eastern Florida, but not for us. We're going to be stuck with this rain. And we're going to continue our coverage of these tornado warnings and Hurricane Ian. We're going to be right back after this.
If your pets have turned your floors into an eyesore, we got some tricks in our tool belt. 54 now has the newest hardwood, tile, laminate, luxury vinyl, and carpet. 54 brings hundreds of samples to your home to see in your own light. 54 will do all the heavy lifting for you, and they can get most jobs done in a day. They'll even clean up afterwards. Call today to get free installation. 54 is home improvement done right.
Call 877-54. Pick up the phone, we'll be knocking at your door.
The City Mattress Fall Clearance Event is on now, with savings up to 40% on mattresses, adjustable beds, and bedroom furniture throughout our stores and online. Purchase any in-stock Serta iComfort mattress and get a free sleep bundle. Or take advantage of Sealy Hybrid Mattress closeouts. With the largest selection of in-stock mattresses in every comfort and for every budget, City Mattress is your best source for sleeping better.
4 decades ago, we started on a journey. We planted seeds, we made promises, and we kept them.
Focusing entirely on protecting our clients, it became a way of life. We stand between the injured and those who would harm them again.
Over 40 years ago, we set out to build a law firm. What we ended up with
was so much more.
Farah and Farah. This is what we built.
As Ian approaches southwest Florida,
What will be a major storm surge event.
count on the NBC2 First Alert Storm Team to keep you ahead of the storm.
The slower the hurricane moves, the greater the potential impacts in our community.
With live updates on air, online, and on the NBC2 weather app. All powered by the NBC2 First Alert Live Radar.
We're going to be here tracking every single threat and every single tornado warning that we see for you.
When dangerous weather threatens, count on NBC2. Count on the experience of NBC2's Allison Ray.
Welcome back to NBC2's continuing coverage tracking Hurricane Ian. We're about 24 hours away from landfall. We're already seeing tornadoes all over the place, just giving us a glimpse of how dangerous this storm is.
Yeah, this storm is going to be very strong and very powerful. So this is the new update. We get an update every single hour. So one thing to know, the hurricane may be going through an eye wall replacement cycle. That outer wall is kind of replacing the inner wall, and it's still very strong. We still have 120-mile-per-hour winds. So sometimes you see it weaken just a bit, but that second wall is just as strong as the original wall. This storm is so organized, and it has so much moisture and so much fuel. You know, this storm is so powerful, and then you give it that warm water and the low wind shear. It has everything it needs to continue to strengthen. So the 11 o'clock advisory will be really interesting to see if they continue. Because it goes through that eye wall replacement cycle, sometimes it can weaken a bit. I'm interested to see the new track, if how long they think this replacement cycle will take. It's typically really hard to forecast when that happens, how long it can occur. Sometimes hurricanes can do that eye wall replacement cycle really fast. Sometimes it can take them a long time. So the 11 o'clock advisory will be really telling of how this storm is going to progress over the next 24 hours before it makes landfall in our region.
What about these tornadoes? They're mostly centered right now in Collier County. That's where they've been. Are they going to, do you see this progressing farther north into Lee and southern?
Yes, the tornadoes and the tornado warn cells have been moving to the west-northwest. But if I point to your attention at the top of the screen, notice the forward movement of the hurricane now is to the north north-northeast at 10 miles per hour. Earlier today, it was due to the north. Now we're seeing indications of a turn to the north-northeast. The more of a northeast turn it takes, the closer it's going to come to southwest Florida, which increases the opportunity for a landfall in our community tomorrow. So it's very important that as we monitor the present threat right now of spin-up tornadoes over the next few hours, don't forget that these tornadoes are coming out ahead of a much bigger threat with a potential hurricane landfall tomorrow in southwest Florida. We have to be aware of the
we're not sure yet.
We're juggling.
So yesterday,
11 o'clock, do you think you'll know?
So yesterday we were thinking, hey, this could be near Sarasota or something. It's really, and we were still in the cone, we're saying, hey, a landfall in Charlotte County is possible. Charlotte County, Lee County, it's looking more likely like we're getting the landfall here in southwest Florida. And because it stays, if it goes right through Charlotte County, that will increase the storm surge potential for Cape Coral and for
because it's on the right side.
Yeah, because it's going to keep those winds onshore for a really long time. So kind of like what Irma did, if it were to go if it were to just pull a real hard east turn, that could limit our storm potential, but that means more people are getting that strong wind. So there's no way of winning here. We just have to see who's going to see the worst of the impact. So this is
It's not going to hook to the west, northwest, and just
it's not heading west. No, it's headed here.
Without sounding alarmist, this is possibly worst case scenario.
Yeah.
Yes. Something else, since we're talking about these tornado warnings, if it comes to the point tomorrow where this hurricane is making landfall, you need to be finding a place to assume that you would have as a tornado. So if the hurricane does in fact make a landfall tomorrow, you would treat that, if you're in an evacuation shelter or if you're in your home, you would treat that period of time as if you were in a tornado warning. You would go to the lowest level of your home, in the most interior section of your home, away from windows and all that kind of thing, as if it was a tornado. It's going to last substantially longer than a tornado would, but if we come to the point tomorrow where the hurricane makes landfall within our viewing area, if you're in the path of the eye, you would need to treat that as if it was a tornado right over top of your home.
And you did mention worst case scenario, and the reason why this is more impactful, as impactful and devastating as Irma was, is because the approach angle. So this is really coming at us at an angle that is going to impact the entire coastline.
What do you mean by that?
So if I'm coming at you, that's going to be more impactful to you than if I kind of slide and go parallel to you. I'm not kind of, imagine
a nudge, it's a full-on tackle.
Imagine basketball, okay? It's like a screen. I'm really kind of screening you, and it's impactful instead of coming up side and trying to swipe the ball up the side from you.
You said go to the first floor if this hurricane and like it was a tornado, but then we think about the storm surge and the rising water. And if you're on the first floor, what if you have a second floor? Shouldn't you go upstairs and get away from that?
As I recall Robert Van Winkle saying back in Irma, that gave me chills. He said you need to think about the point of vertical evacuation if you are in an area where storm surge is also a concern. The mandatory evacuations were issued because of the risk of storm surge. If you're opting to ride it out in the areas that are possible major inundation of storm surge, you need to think about what you could do vertically if, God forbid, the worst happens and you're stuck in your house. You have to go up, not out. Don't try to run out while this hurricane is happening. If you find yourself in an area where the waters start to rise abruptly, you think about going up.
Is that usually after the peak winds? Because you've been talking about the storm surge sort of as the trailing effect. So maybe first you start on the bottom floor and then once...
Work your way up. Yeah, we are going to see the storm surge be much later. So we're going to get the winds, we're going to get the rain. The rain will start to wind down. In some places it will continue, but for the most part, the rain will be starting to let up a bit, and then the storm surge will start to pile on in.
And you're not going to have a lot of time to get out of your house in that time. You need to make a plan right now. If you haven't already evacuated and you're in one of those areas and you chose not to, you need to come up with the timeline of exactly what you're going to do.
Yep, absolutely.
Thanks.
It's just important to communicate the threat here to the community. No one is trying to scare you, but it's our job to communicate the threat. And the threat right now is high. Tonight, from the risk of tornadoes, and tomorrow, the possibility of a landfall. And depending on where the eye goes, the possibility of substantial storm surge. So it's our job to communicate to you the threat, and that's what we're doing tonight.
Trust me, folks, we live here too. We have homes here, we have property, we have families who are sheltered in place right now. The last thing we want is for this to be worst case scenario. But, you know, we're running out of time for this thing to
change, right? There was
turn
maybe,
in a different direction.
Yeah, 2 days ago there was maybe some. We were saying, okay, it's going to be a bad storm for somewhere across the Gulf. Someone's going to get this really bad, and unfortunately, it's narrowing in. It's just zeroing in on our area, and there's little time left. That even if it goes a little bit west, a little bit north or south, there's no way of escaping it for us. You know, we're going to get it somehow. Even if it does make landfall in Sarasota, we're still going to get a lot. If it makes landfall farther south, hey, that's us. So we have to really hope that everyone is prepared for the next 24 to 48 hours of a little bit of deteriorating conditions.
So it says 120. That's Category 3,
That's
correct?
Category 3. If it gets up to 130, which is not that much different, that'd be Category 4. Where the difference comes in from a Category 3 to a Category 4, it's not so much the 120-mile-per-hour winds. It would be if that storm is able to strengthen, that means there's going to be more area. Those wind fields of the hurricane-force winds will expand, so more areas could see those hurricane-force winds.
Does that eye wall, you were talking about eye wall replacement, does that ever alter the path, or not really?
Not in enough of a way that it would do it now. Sometimes earlier on in its development, sometimes it will have multiple vortices before it's an organized storm, and it say, you know, you'll be tracking 3 different ones, and all of a sudden it will pick one to kind of formulate around, while meanwhile you were tracking the one farther south. And that's why sometimes you see the computer models do a huge shift, because earlier on we're like, it's really hard to predict because it's so disorganized. We don't have an area of low pressure because it's seeing multiple ones, and then finally it picks ones to center on, and it wasn't the one you thought it was going to be. This center is the center. It's going to keep the same relative center. It might move a couple miles, but nothing drastic enough to change the course of this.
What about areas? A lot of people in our area live along the McGregor corridor and live along Cape Coral, where there's all those canals. What's the scenario for the next 24 hours?
So Cape Coral, specifically if this does make landfall in, say, Port Charlotte, that will maximize your storm surge potential.
For Cape Coral?
Yeah.
Interesting. And then, of course, you have Charlotte Harbor.
Because if it's making landfall
So even though the core winds, the strongest winds would be in Charlotte Harbor, a little bit to the south of that on the right side is actually the worst storm surge.
Yep.
So everybody's in trouble. I mean, by this scenario, because you're either going to get 130-mile-per-hour winds, perhaps, or devastating storm surge.
The only thing we could hope for, and this would be dreaming, is that the eye wall replacement starts to weaken this more. But I don't see that. And that's why I'm interested to see the 11 o'clock advisory. Again, that eye wall replacement is very specific. There's a couple of things when they do these hurricane forecasts. You know, they're so good at what they do, and the track forecasts have been so great, and they keep narrowing the cone every single year. And they've admittedly said the one thing we have really hard time with is, one, rapid intensification. That's when that storm gets really quick soon, and they forecast that one really well this time. They said, we think it's going to rapidly intensify between point A and point B, and it did. But the other part is that eye wall replacement. That's really something that they're trying to get new information on as well. When does that exactly happen? Why does it exactly happen? We generally know the idea of why it happens because, you know, if you I gave the scenario of the figure skater. Now think about, you know, maybe a dreidel. You spin that dreidel, spinning, it's eventually going to fall over. It can't keep going forever. And then that second wave can kind of fill it back in. But now they're going to continue to fly in and out of this hurricane, continue to gather more information. We talked about those drones that they're using this year that will get continuous information instead of just the drop zones. That will give us more information so that as we progress in technology and get more data, hopefully we can just forecast these a little bit better. But so far, this forecast has been shifty, of course, but it's been really
not dramatically shifty.
Yeah, not dramatic. Yeah. It's been, you know, we've just kind of kept narrowing the scenario.
It seems like it's come full circle. I think about 4 or 5 days ago was right at Cape Coral or right at Charlotte County.
Yeah.
And it
Then it went to
Tampa. Went to the west, and now it's basically back where it started.
There was that big trough.
You guys keep talking. I'm going to check the radar real quick just in case
let's
it's
see.
loud. You guys keep talking, though, okay?
So,
What about the barrier islands?
So the barrier islands, hopefully you are evacuated from the barrier. And I said that before those evacuation orders went into place for Lee County, I said, hey, if I'm living on Sanibel, I'm getting off that island. There is one way off that island, and I would like to be off of it. Okay. It's just the water will rise there. I mean, I just think back to Hurricane Elsa when the water rose there, it rose there, and that was a Category 1. And the angle of that storm with Elsa was not optimal for storm surge. It was that parallel look at the island. Because we're going right at the storm surge maximizes.
If I'm not mistaken, though, and the guys and the women at National Hurricane Center are brilliant people, but they have been pretty far off on a lot of storm surge predictions in recent hurricanes. Possible that that's the case here?
So, example with Irma. Yeah, they were off by a lot because it was off by 25 miles, which was under their margin of error for that time period. And because the way Florida is shaped, that 25 miles, so imagine you're off 25 miles in the northern Gulf Coast. That doesn't change the impacts that much. You know, there's some parts of the Panhandle that have pretty high dunes near 30A, so they're not going to have as much storm surge. But there's still going to be storm surge and impacts depending on where it hits in that part of the country. For us, because we're a peninsula, the onshore winds, based on the shape of our coastline, completely change. The shape of the coastline means a lot when it comes to storm surge. And if that wind doesn't hit it in the right way, like it didn't with Irma, your storm surge prediction isn't going to come to fruition. So luckily it didn't. But we were saved by that 25 miles to the east. So to say, oh, well, it wasn't that much in Irma, this is totally different because the path, it's going to be hard to move. And
we'll have to see what happens at 11, right?
Yep.
And we're still tracking. Rob's back there looking at tornadoes. We need to take a quick break.
Yeah.
We'll be back with more weather coverage.
If your pets have turned your floors into an eyesore, we got some tricks in our tool belt. 54 now has the newest hardwood, tile, laminate, luxury vinyl, and carpet. 50 Floor brings hundreds of samples to your home to see in your own light. 50 Floor will do all the heavy lifting for you, and they can get most jobs done in a day. They'll even clean up afterwards. Call today to get free installation. 50 Floor is home improvement done right.
Call 877-54. Pick up the phone, we'll be knocking at your door.
There's a reason Comcast Business powers more businesses than any other provider. Actually, there's a few. Comcast Business offers the fastest, reliable network, the protection of Security Edge, and the most reliable 5G network. Whether your business is starting or growing, you need Comcast Business.
Simplicity and savings, all from one provider. Get internet, advanced security, and voice for $40 a month for 12 months when you add Comcast Business Mobile. Plus, enjoy free installation and ask how to get a $500 prepaid card with a qualifying gig bundle. Call today.
It's a tragedy. A family forced into bankruptcy because of medical bills caused by another driver's carelessness.
A child who will need constant care for the rest of her life because of a medical mistake.
An injured worker denied workers' comp because the system isn't working for him.
Mistakes happen. Negligence happens, and the system doesn't always play fair. But you shouldn't have to pay for it.
Protecting you and your family is what we say, because it's what we do.
When severe weather hits, you might lose power. But that doesn't mean you have to sit in the dark. With the NBC2 weather app, you can live stream coverage until the storm passes and your power returns, making your plans weatherproof.
Sponsored by New South Window Solutions. Made in Florida for Florida homes by Florida workers. Visit newsouthwindow.com.
All right, well, about 6 seconds ago, the National Weather Service has issued another new tornado warning. So that means we now have 2 active tornado warnings in southwest Florida. One that's over western Hendry County, set to expire in the next few moments. And based on the radar reflectivity, it's possible this one will be allowed to expire and not set off a new one, as even though there may still be some broad upper level spin with this storm here in the western side of Hendry County, moving to the west-northwest, the spin is not nearly as significant as it was about 15 minutes ago. And it looks like as I speak there, the National Weather Service has permitted that tornado warning that was active for western Hendry County to expire. But as I mentioned, as I was walking over to the wall about 25 seconds ago now, the National Weather Service has issued a new tornado warning. This one here incorporates southwest Collier County, so along US 41. Now, this does include the community of Port of the Islands. Otherwise, this is very, very rural territory in the southern tier of Collier County along the US 41 corridor. Why don't we see if we can see some velocity in the spin product? Yeah, so right here, based on the spin, the most likely location of this funnel cloud or tornado would be right there, which is to the north of Port of the Islands. So if you did not evacuate Port of the Islands, if you're going to try and hunker down and ride this one out, this possible tornado is to the north of you, and it is moving to the west-northwest. So this is moving up and away from Port of the Islands. I know there's street names on here, but remember, this is not developed area in this part of Collier County. There's just real rugged territory there across pretty rural sections of the county. So this possible funnel cloud or tornado continues to move up and along parallel to US 41, pushing away from Port of the Islands and also pushing away from Everglades City. We'll have to continue watching it, though, because if it continues to move to the west-northwest, eventually it may start pushing toward areas like Lely Resort and Lely. I will continue watching the radar behind the scenes. If that rotation tightens up, if something else starts to show signs of spin or rotation, I will keep you ahead of it. Otherwise, what we're watching here across the eastern side of Lee County is just some real heavy rain. Possibility, of course, for some strong wind gusts in here as everything moves to the west-northwest, but right now not showing signs of rotation. Again, if something changes, and it very well could, I'll jump in over top of the newscast. Otherwise, at least momentarily, then I'll send things back over to Kelly and Peter.
We have some new video right now. Let's take a look at a tornado on the ground in the Everglades. This was taken about 4 o'clock this afternoon. And again, Allison and Rob were telling us about this tornado, and there was some along Alligator Alley. The First Alert Hurricane Tracking Team, of course, has been telling us about multiple tornado warnings all night, many over some pretty rural areas. But heed it when a warning is issued in your neighborhood.
If you are still on Sanibel, just stay home. The is now under a curfew. It started a few minutes ago, goes until 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. The Island Water Association is also issuing a boil water advisory starting 1 o'clock in the morning.
Southwest Florida International Airport also shut down operations just a few minutes ago at 9 o'clock. All flights are canceled tomorrow, and the airport also sent out a note that it will not serve as a public shelter. We will monitor the situation at RSW and let you know when it reopens.
The Naples airport also closing down at 10 o'clock tonight. The airport authority expects the closure to last until Thursday, but that could change depending on if there's damage at the airport. Punta Gorda Airport also closed until at least Friday. Allegiant has canceled all flights tomorrow and Thursday. Look at this, FP&L setting up for a rapid response after Ian. This is at the Punta Gorda Airport. Thousands of trucks and crew are hunkering down until after the storm. In fact, FP&L has 16,000 people across the state, mostly in our area, ready to respond to power outages as soon as the hurricane passes.
And some of those workers are also staging at the Lee Civic Center in Fort Myers. All these trucks are ready to move on a moment's notice to start restoring power. LCEC is also staging trucks throughout the area to be ready.
Right now, only a couple hundred people in Southwest Florida have lost power, but that's certainly going to change as Ian moves closer to our coastline.
NBC2's Evan Dean is walking you through how to prepare if the power goes out and what power companies are doing to get your lights back on.
And tonight, we're going to be talking power outage preps, what you need to know now in case your power does go off later. We're at LCEC headquarters here in North Fort Myers, and one of the questions that they've seen on social media, they've seen circling, they get it every year ahead of a storm, is Will they manually shut the power off ahead of the hurricane? The quick answer is they will not. Take a listen.
I think maybe some people may think that, you know, you would turn it off so that it wouldn't damage equipment or damage facilities, but the system is built to withstand a storm, so we will let it run its course. There are some hurricanes with Irma. We had many parts of our territory that never lost power. So we would not want to turn it off and then have to go back and turn it back on.
If you do lose power, of course, the big question is going to be, when will it come back on? FPL and LCEC both have very specific ways in which they attack restoration. Here's how they explain that to us.
Once the damage is assessed, we will restore the main circuits. That gets the hospitals, law enforcement agencies, fire stations, grocery stores, all of the essential services that people need to get back to normal life. That will get them restored. Then we go to the areas where the most customers are out and we can get them back on. We just ask customers to be patient. On our website, there will be updates at 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. that will advise how many customers are still without power, and customers will know that we have crews working in those areas to restore power.
So tonight we're going to be talking everything power outage preps, everything from your plumbing to your refrigerator to the use of generators. We've got all this coming up throughout the night. For now, we'll send it back to you.
As we speak, I'm building some new graphics showing what the water levels are doing right now in Naples Bay. We'll take a look at how things have been evolving over the past few hours as our complete and team coverage continues right after this.
Now is the perfect time to shop City Mattress during the fall clearance event with savings up to 40% on mattresses, adjustable beds, and bedroom furniture. Choose from the best brand names at the best prices and get free delivery, free setup, and a sleep guarantee that assures you have the right mattress at the guaranteed lowest price. The fall clearance event, on now, only at City Mattress.
America, home of the free. Free is our favorite word, like free refills and free samples.
Yum! Joy. Thank you. Free samples.
We get it. That's why at Morgan & Morgan, our fee is free. That means you don't pay anything unless we win your case. Injured? Call Morgan & Morgan. ForThePeople.com.
It's free!
Just outside of a town called Basic is Basic Lake, where families gather together for some basic fun. And if you have the 2022 Nissan Rogue with a VC turbo engine and 5 drive modes, you can climb above Basic and find a trail where no one else goes. The 2022 Nissan Rogue, anything but basic.
Get 1.9% financing for 36 months on 10 models, like Rogue, with best-in-class fuel economy.
There are storms, and then there are storms. And you can tell the difference by the colors on our NBC2 First Alert Live Doppler radar. When you see green, you're good to go. Maybe grab an umbrella. But when you see red, stay put for a while. It's a lot like a traffic light, making your plans weatherproof.
Sponsored by New South Window Solutions. Made in Florida for Florida homes by Florida workers. Visit newsouthwindow.com.
Uh-oh. Waffle House is boarding up in Punta Gorda. This is along US 41 and Mackenzie Street. If you haven't heard, the Waffle House Index is an informal way to measure Florida's response to impending disasters. If the restaurant's boarded up and closed, the index says, well, it's likely going to be a bad storm.
This is another sign it's going to be a bad storm. The Weather Channel's Jim Cantori is in southwest Florida ahead of Ian's landfall. He was spotted on Marion Avenue in Punta Gorda. You might recognize that nice lady on the left. That is NBC2's Stacy Deffenbaugh. Her husband owns a restaurant in Punta Gorda, and they fed Jim and his crew so that they are fueled up as ready to go for tomorrow.
Ian could make landfall, of course, in Charlotte County, bringing hurricane force winds, storm surge, and, of course, a lot of flooding.
Let's go to NBC2's Christy Soto, live in Punta Gorda right now, where it's okay right now, but, geez, tomorrow at this time, it's going to be a whole different story.
Yeah, definitely. Tomorrow at this time, it will be definitely a different story. But within the last hour, Peter and Kelly, the weather has changed significantly. I mean, I wasn't feeling these strong gusts of winds, and we're starting to feel that now. The rain has persisted here. And just to give you an idea as to how strong these gusts of winds are, when I try to open this umbrella, I'm getting pushed back completely. And of course, now we're you can see it there, it's bending. I mean, these strong gusts even flip the umbrella on its side, but it's definitely, there you go. There you have it. That's how strong these wind gusts are right now. It's a different scene than it was just an hour ago. And this area is under a mandatory evacuation zone, and we were in downtown Punta Gorda earlier today, and they were boarding up, they were putting those flood barriers on. So it seems like people in this area are really taking it seriously. We're right off the bridge. I did see some FPL trucks cross over the bridge too, but overall, within the last hour, we're seeing a significant difference as Hurricane Ian gets closer to Southwest Florida. I mean, just an hour ago, we weren't talking about these gusts of winds. We were not feeling that. That has certainly changed. As far as flooding goes, we aren't seeing a lot of flooding in this area. This umbrella is giving me some trouble now, as you can see. But we aren't seeing flooding in this area yet. But we were just in Ponce de Leon Park. That area is prone to flooding. It's on the water. We're just seeing puddles there. But again, in the next couple of hours, we're expecting this to change. We know this area is expecting a lot of storm surge, so we will continue to monitor this. NBC2 has you covered, and we'll be here on air and online. For now, reporting live in Charlotte County, Christy Soto, NBC2.
Again, Charlotte County Emergency Management has issued evacuation orders for residents in all of Zone A, which you'll see on the map here is red, and Zone B, which is in the orange.
Here's that map. Includes those living on the barrier islands, Don Pedro, Knight, Gasparilla, Little Gasparilla, Minnesota Key, and of course, residents in any mobile homes and trailer parks in the county. In fact, they have issued an evacuation order to 2/3 of the population.
We'll be right back.
There's a reason Comcast Business powers more businesses than any other provider. Actually, there's a few. Comcast Business offers the fastest, reliable network, the protection of Security Edge, and the most reliable 5G network. Whether your business is starting or growing, you need Comcast Business.
Simplicity and savings, all from one provider. Get internet, advanced security, and voice for $40 a month for 12 months when you add Comcast Business Mobile. Plus, enjoy free installation. And ask how to get a $500 prepaid card with a qualifying gig bundle. Call today.
Everyone loves bundle deals, and the bundles are back at Kane's Furniture. Kane's. Bundle 3 or more items together. Get 20% off your entire purchase. Choose 3 of your favorite items from any department for 20% off store-wide. Over $30 million in inventory, in stock, and ready for you. Bundle up this weekend at Kane's and Cane'sFurniture.com. Get more for less.
I'm Sheriff Carmine Marcino. It's hurricane season in Lee County, so make sure you prepare. My team stands ready for any storm that threatens our area. From utilizing state-of-the-art technology to rescuing you and your loved ones in the aftermath with the very best emergency rescue equipment. The Lee County Sheriff's Office is dedicated to your safety.
As Ian approaches Southwest Florida,
What will be a major storm surge event.
Count on the NBC2 First Alert Storm Team to keep you ahead of the storm.
The slower the hurricane moves, the greater the potential impacts in our community.
With live updates on air, online, and on the NBC2 weather app. All powered by the NBC2 First Alert Live Radar.
We're going to be here tracking every single threat and every single tornado warning that we see for you.
When dangerous weather threatens, count on NBC2.
All right, so here at the bottom of the hour, let's reset the deck and bring you up to speed with the latest information. We still have a tornado warning that is active in Collier County, but the tornado warning itself that runs until 9:45 tonight is for inland and rural sections of Collier County to the east of Collier Boulevard. Now, right now, based on the reflectivity, the area with the most likely indication enough of a funnel cloud or a tornado is to the north of US 41, right here where you see this coloration right there. Now, the tornado or funnel cloud itself is sitting just outside of the warning polygon, but the thing is here is that it's moving to the west-northwest fast enough that it's going to stay to the north of US 41 over the next 20 to 25 minutes. So based on where the spin is right there, forward motion is out in that direction at 20 miles per hour. If the rotation holds together, eventually that could approach areas along Collier Boulevard once we get to the top of the hour. But right now, this tornado-warned cell continues to be in inland and unpopulated sections of Collier County to the south of Alligator Alley. We have had numerous tornado warnings tonight in parts of South Florida. Several, in fact, confirmed tornadoes over on the East Coast in Broward and Miami-Dade County. But for right now, what we're seeing across our local area is just steady and consistent rain that runs up along US 41 and Interstate 75 through Bonita Springs, Estero, and then entering into areas of Greater Fort Myers. Now, across Lee County, the heaviest rain right now is in areas that have actually had a lot of rain over the past month. I'm talking specifically about communities like Lehigh Acres here, as you notice the color reflectivity really filling in here in areas east of Veterans Park in Lehigh Acres, and they're across the western side of the community toward Westminster, and then approaching the Greater Fort Myers region, neighborhoods like the Forum and Tice and Buckingham and North Fort Myers. Everything you see on First Alert Live Doppler radar tonight is moving at a pretty good pace off to the northwest because it's a rain band that's out and ahead into the northeast of the eye of Hurricane Ian, which continues to move to the north-northeast tonight at 10 miles per hour. Throughout the remainder of the night tonight, we'll have to continue watching for the potential of some isolated spin-up tornadoes, as we've done several times for you tonight. But right now, based on a continual scan of the radar, the only part of southwest Florida where we're seeing signs of spin would be across that unpopulated corner of Collier County that I showed you at the top of the weathercast. I'm going to zoom things out here, though, to show you that over on the other side of the state, in areas of Palm Beach, north of Broward, there's right now 2 active tornado warnings that are to the west of Lake Worth and to the west of West Palm Beach. Now, what I want to do here is, control room, just work with me and keep things up as the way they are. I wanted to switch gears and talk about a different threat that increases for our community tomorrow. This is a look at what the water levels are doing right now at Naples Bay, as according to the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. I recognize this graph is not exactly TV pretty, but here's the thing. The blue line represents the expected high and low tide cycles for Naples Bay. The red line indicates the actual water level. So you'll notice a few hours ago, the water levels were running below the predicted tides. And a more current image shows that they've dropped even further. The reason the water levels are starting to drop, albeit modestly in Naples Bay, is because all day today we have had a persistent offshore wind because of the way the air is moving around the hurricane. So by 11 o'clock tonight, notice that it will be windy outside, but the wind direction is very important to focus on because the air right now is moving offshore from Florida and toward the Gulf of Mexico. That's what's helping to push the water levels out of Naples Bay, and again, over the last few hours, has lowered them very modestly. Nothing substantial right now, just a modest drop in the water levels as compared to the normal predicted tides for this time of day. Tonight, the risk of storm surge is not a concern for you. If you were asked to evacuate because of storm surge and you're watching the live stream in your evacuation shelter or in your safe spot tonight, the areas that were most prone to storm surge, that risk is not coming for us tonight. That risk evolves and escalates throughout the day tomorrow because, again, when the winds start to change around and when they start to move onshore, that's when the risk of storm surge really begins to spike in southwest Florida's coastal communities. So notice tomorrow, this is 8 o'clock in the morning, our winds are already starting to turn out of the south. So the storm surge risk begins early tomorrow before 9 o'clock in the morning in areas of southwest Collier. Notice where this forecast model suggests the center, the eye of Hurricane Ian would be in proximity to southwest Florida by 8 o'clock in the morning tomorrow. Throughout the day tomorrow, as I've mentioned to you, and Chief Meteorologist Allison Ray has explained to you in depth as well, the forward speed of this hurricane is forecast to slow down. And whether or not it makes a landfall in southwest Florida, the fact that we will have a prolonged period of onshore winds throughout all of Wednesday and Wednesday night is why the storm surge risk is so high in our community throughout the day tomorrow. This is a look at the anticipated winds based on this forecast model by 11 o'clock at night on Wednesday, so just more than 24 hours from right now. This forecast model indicates landfall in Sarasota County with substantial onshore winds trailing it because we would be to the south of the eye of this hurricane by Wednesday night at 11, so 24 hours from right now. That's why storm surge is so concerning. Remember that storm surge doesn't come in like a big tidal wave like you sometimes see in cartoons. Storm surge is more of a continual wave action that can turn around very, very quickly. And as the high tide cycles, which could very well be at peaking levels as we get to the afternoon tomorrow, that adds to the risk of storm surge when the winds continue to push on shore like they will throughout the day on Wednesday. So again, the risk of storm surge spikes significantly after lunchtime tomorrow as we look for the potential of significant and potentially historic surge on the Gulf Coast of South Florida. If you live in the areas that were asked to evacuate, something you should have in mind if you're going to try and ride this out in those zones is when the high tide cycles are nearest you. If you're in Collier County, the high tide cycles in the afternoon tomorrow arrive at 2:45 in the afternoon for Naples and 3:21 in the afternoon for Marco Island. That's when the water levels will just naturally be higher because of the high tide cycle. If the onshore winds happen to align at the same time we have high tide, that would exacerbate the storm surge risk in these sections of coastal Collier County. For Charlotte County, if you're in the evacuation zone and you're going to ride things out and take a chance here, these are the times you should have in mind. For Englewood, Lemon Bay, the afternoon high tide cycle arrives at 4:01 in the afternoon. For Punta Gorda, the afternoon high tide cycle arrives at 6. Again, if these overlay with onshore winds, that would spike the storm surge risk in our community. Let me send things over then to Chief Meteorologist Allison Ray.
So we're getting a few more tornado warnings for this evening. Let's go over to our Doppler 1 computer so we can see where those are going on. Again, farther south into Collier County and once again into some of our rural areas. But as we've seen, some of these storms have been pushing in to areas like Royal Palm Hammock and also into parts of Lele. So where we need to be watchful of right now is along 41 approaching Collier Boulevard north of Marco Island. Be concerned there. Also, we have an area of a tornado possible. This is well south of 75. This is well east of Everglades City. This is not going to impact Everglades City, but this is a very significant signature on radar that could be pushing up to closer to 75 and 29. So I want to make you aware of those tornado warnings. They will continue. It is moving at about 35 miles per hour. So within 1 hour from now, it will be approaching 29 and 75. Hopefully, it will start to weaken as it approaches Golden Gate Estates. But Golden Gate Estates, if you are in the path of this would be within the next 90 minutes. So you guys have had one after another tornado warnings. We'll have to wait until the storm lifts a little bit farther to the north to kind of get out of this part of the storm, but it will continue. I do want to touch on rainfall totals, and flooding could be a concern. I think our rainfall models have completely underdone how much rain we could see across the region. We've already had 2 to 3 inches of rain. Oh, we have another tornado warning. Actually, let me go back here a little bit. If we could take this full, I want to zoom back up to, let's take this full. I want to zoom up to parts of, this could be near Alva or LaBelle. Let me go farther up here. Actually, oops, I'm on the wrong side of the, this is going to be north of Lehigh Acres. This is right on Palm Beach Boulevard, on Joel Boulevard. This will be pushing off to the north of North River Road. Babcock Ranch, we're going to keep our eye on this for you because this could be pushing up to your region if it stays together. So who needs to take cover right now? Palm Beach Boulevard on Joel Boulevard. So this is just east of near Roosters. This will continue north of River Road. Let me put a storm track on this for you as I zoom out, moving pretty quickly. So within a half hour, this could be headed near Babcock Ranch along 31. So be aware of that. Yes, you are in the polygon for parts of Lehigh Acres, but if you are south of Palm Beach Boulevard, you're fine. This is to the north of you into parts of North River Road. So area of most concern right now, let me zoom in, North River Road and 78 and what does that say? Parkinson Road. That's going to be the area of most concern. Again, Lehigh Acres, you are in this polygon, but it is really north of Palm Beach Boulevard, headed over to Argo Drive, North River Road, 31. This will not include the Lee County Civic Center. This will include 31 up to Babcock Ranch. We're going to keep an eye on this. We will do more radar analysis just after this commercial break.
Or not.
No commercials. No commercials for you.
No, we're going to take a live look. We want to take you down to the Keys right now. The island, of course, is getting battered. The island, of course, by the hurricane. Strong winds, rain. This is the look right now.
It is so bad, our Alex Howard had to take cover back at his hotel. Alex, you've taken off the goggles. That's a good thing, but, I mean, that's a sign of what's to come here in Southwest Florida.
It really is, and Ian making himself well known here in the Keys. Over just the past couple hours, we've seen some incredibly strong gusts of wind, 45 miles per hour plus, and even the power at this hotel has been cutting in and out, lights flickering. You can even see the light flickering here as, you know, we'll get some really strong gusts of wind. It'll calm down for a minute, and then it'll just pick right back up. Now, right now, we're not seeing a ton of rain, but again, as we get these bands that pass by us, we'll get doses of really heavy rain, and we've already seen trees down in the streets of Key West. We've seen flooding on roadways, pretty significant storm surge, as we showed you earlier today. And this hotel, we've talked to a lot of people staying here who say they're local. They live in the Keys or here in Key West, and they left their homes because they want to get to a more secure ground, more higher ground, because there's a full expectation that this is going to be a pretty bad situation by tomorrow. Now, again, our storm surge here in Key West isn't supposed to be nearly as bad as how it's going to be once the storm reaches the coasts of Lee County and Charlotte County tomorrow, and that's what we're going to be keeping a close eye on. But for right now, we're just seeing some intense gusts of wind, and here you can see one right now just really picking up, blowing things around. I mean, there's even some concern for vehicles parked in this parking lot here that you know, we could see some trees down, we could see some damage as a result. So definitely feeling the force of winds from Ian right now, and it's likely only going to get worse through the evening. For now, reporting live in Key West, Alex Howard, NBC2.
Stay safe, Alex. Thank you very much. When we come back, we're going to take a break right now. When we come back, we're going to take you to Collier County, where parts of inland communities are already seeing some flooding.
If your pets have turned your floors into an eyesore, we got some tricks in our tool belt. 54 now has the newest hardwood, tile, laminate, luxury vinyl, and carpet. 54 brings hundreds of samples to your home to see in your own light. 54 will do all the heavy lifting for you, and they can get most jobs done in a day. They'll even clean up afterwards. Call today to get free installation. 54 is home improvement done right.
Call 877-54. The phone will be knocking at your door.
X-rays reveal a lot, but sometimes even an X-ray can't see the truth. Because injuries to muscles and ligaments don't show up on an X-ray, the insurance companies will say your pain isn't real. But soft tissue injuries are very real, and they can affect your ability to work and lead to permanent damage. We work with doctors who specialize in these injuries and can see what X-rays can't, giving you a case the insurance companies can't ignore. Farah and Farah, here for you, here for good.
Meet a doctor who connects all the dots. Oftentimes, people with low back pain, knee pain, or hip pain don't even recognize that it's actually coming from their feet. Their feet? For real? Absolutely, 100%. It can have a domino effect because their foot and their ankle aren't supported properly. Their whole body is out of whack. Getting back into whack? Good feet arch supports could help. Keeping your body in good alignment, that can go a long way.
See what we can do for you with a free arch support fitting at the Good Feet store.
Here in Florida, storms can come in a hurry, but if you have the NBC2 weather app, you'll never get caught off guard. Just choose which alerts you want to receive. Then we'll give you the heads up before bad weather heads your way, making your plans weatherproof.
Sponsored by New South Window Solutions. Made in Florida for Florida homes by Florida workers. Visit newsouthwindow.com.
All right, I want to get you up to date on this tornado warning once again. We are in Lee County. We are along Palm Beach Boulevard. We're in parts of Lehigh Acres. Let me give Lehigh Acres a little peace of mind here, though. This storm is not going to head your way. Here's a brand new scan. It's along North River Road. Right here is the area of interest. So here's Palm Beach Boulevard. Joel Boulevard is way over here. So we're already west of here. This is moving to North River Road, Old Olga Road, Argo Drive, and eventually up to 31 near Babcock Ranch. So timing it out, it's moving at about 10 miles per hour, which is much slower than a lot of the other tornado warnings were. And hopefully it starts to fall apart a bit. I will say on the velocity scan, I know they're different color schemes, but oh, they just expired the warning. See, I said it didn't look as impressive, and there you go. They expired it. So strong winds, though, headed to Babcock Ranch. So there we go through that part of the area. Farther to the south, this tornado warning continues. It's approaching 29, still in a rural part of Collier County here. But if it holds together or maybe pulses down and pulses up, and what I mean by that is sometimes that structure won't hold together, but then it could regenerate itself in a few minutes. So Golden Gate Estates, I need you guys to be on high alert once again as the storm gets a little bit closer to your region within the next 90 minutes for Golden Gate Estates. Let me show you what we're dealing with here for the rest of tonight. That tornadic possibility is going to remain even a little bit higher than a typical tropical storm, but I think that goes into showing how powerful this storm actually is. We have bands of heavy rain. Embedded in those bands of rain, we do have some of those quick spin up tornadoes and sometimes a little bit more long lasting than that. What will happen overnight is this heavy rain will continue, and I am going to be concerned about localized flooding because we've seen already a lot more rain than a lot of the computer models suggested. I think we'll see at least 6 inches of rain for some isolated spots. Charlotte County, you're just kind of in the nice spot right now, but this is potentially where we could have landfall. So we're not going to be trading, you could just trade out that nice light rain into some very strong winds in the next 24 hours. We've already seen almost 4 inches of rain in Everglades City, so we could be running into some flooding concerns over the past 30 days. Areas in purple have seen 200% the amount of rain that they would typically see in a 30-day period. That's highlighting the purple areas. On top of that, almost everywhere, excluding Marco Island, has seen over 100% of the typical rain that they would typically see. We're saturated. We have nowhere for this rain to go. That's why I think the rainfall totals are underdoing it a little bit. So we're going to add on those. Do you remember when I said those rainfall totals might nudge down a little bit and we need to be watchful of? They just did. So that white color is going to indicate double-digit rainfall totals. It's starting to push down. So Cape Hayes Peninsula, Port Charlotte, Punta Gorda, Arcadia, Fort Ogden, Deep Creek. These are areas that could see a lot more rain and potentially that landfall. We're going to continue this. I'm going to pass it back over to Kelly and Peter, and more analysis coming up.
So another area, obviously, of concern for our local community is people who live on boats.
NBC2's Jan May checked in on those liveaboards, trying to figure out where they can ride out the storm.
As Hurricane Ian approaches, there are basically 3 main thought processes here at the Fort Myers Yacht Basin. One group has already boarded up their boats and left town. Another is watching the radar and making a decision later. And the last group is staying on their boats, riding out the storm right here.
We've been watching the storm.
Keith and Mary Beth are a part of the second group. They have their boat, It's a Wonderful Life, well stocked and prepared for Ian. But they have a limit.
We're ready to go. We've got our bags packed if we see that winds are going to pick up over 80 or 85 miles an hour.
They say they'll head to a friend's house if those winds hit their limit, but not everyone will jump ship.
There's at least 20 or 25 people I know that are staying on their boats here to ride out the storm.
One of those people is Martha Cesar.
Why not? It's an adventure, but we're being very cautious. We took every precaution. and we want to make sure that our home is safe.
Cesar is a Florida native, but this will be her first hurricane on a boat. She says the yacht basin has come together during this trying time.
This is a community, okay, and we all look out after each other, and everybody from the experienced to the novice have been very helpful. Everybody's come and checked on everybody's boat to make sure that everything's tied up correctly.
Whether they're staying or going, that community is going to be tested in the coming hours. Reporting in Fort Myers, Jaron May, NBC2.
Next on NBC2, we're going to check out one of the mobile home communities that was hit hard by those tornadoes back in January.
Yeah, mobile homes, most of the areas in Charlotte County, Lee County, and Collier County under mandatory evacuations. We want to see how people are preparing for that. We'll be right back.
The City Mattress Fall Clearance Event is on now, with savings up to 40% on mattresses, adjustable beds, and bedroom furniture throughout our stores and online. Purchase any in-stock Serta iComfort mattress and get a free sleep bundle. Or take advantage of Sealy Hybrid Mattress closeouts, with the largest selection of in-stock mattresses in every comfort and for every budget. City Mattress is your best source for sleeping better.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. 40% of Americans don't have $400 saved in case of an emergency. People are working harder and harder, but falling further and further behind. That's why at our firm, our fee is free. You don't pay us anything unless we win your case. When you're injured in an accident or hurt on the job, choosing a lawyer will be the most important decision you'll have to make. For the people isn't just a slogan. It's what we do. It's who we are. Injured? Call Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
Just outside of a town called Basic is Basic Lake, where families gather together for some basic fun. And if you have the 2022 Nissan Rogue with a VC turbo engine and 5 drive modes, you can climb above Basic and find a trail where no one else goes. The 2022 Nissan Rogue. Anything but basic.
Get 1.9% financing for 36 months on 10 models. Like Rogue, with best-in-class fuel economy.
When storms hit, you don't want to be out on the roads unless you're the NBC2 First Alert Storm Tracker. With external mounted cameras and mobile storm tracking technology, it's made to drive into the heart of the storm, giving you a first-hand look of dangerous weather from the comfort of your home, making your plans weatherproof.
Sponsored by New South Window Solutions. Made in Florida for Florida homes by Florida workers. Visit newsouthwindow.com.
People who live in the Century 21 mobile home park in Iona McGregor say they are not taking a chance by staying for this storm.
You may remember in January, people who lived in the park, their homes were ravaged by a tornado. NBC2's Sept Bennett found only one resident who didn't leave this time.
Well, the key word there is yet, because a lot of these homes, as you can see behind me, are still damaged today. The resident that I spoke with says that because of what happened in January, that's why he's getting out right now.
You don't fight Mother Nature.
And if anyone knows the impacts Mother Nature can bring, Peter Pangiatoros is one of them.
Oh, my God.
The mobile home park he lives in was demolished back in January when a tornado ripped through it.
And I've been struggling trying to put it back together, and it's just cost me a fortune. And I finally got it all back together, and now I'm fearing that I may lose it again.
You can see from the empty driveways, the people of this mobile home park feel the same.
Heading back, going somewhere safer.
They surely aren't sticking around to find out how this storm pans out. This mobile home park is in Evacuation Zone A. Pangiatoros tells me that most of his neighbors heeded the warning and left early this morning. I'm in Iona. Trent Bennett, NBC2.
Okay, for my friends in Buckingham, Tice, Fort Myers Shores, we have a tornado warning for you, but I have to say, this looks like just a really gusty scenario. The tornadic features of this don't look as near as impressive as what we're seeing farther south. But let's talk about it. Let's see what we're looking at here through parts of Buckingham. So let's zoom into areas that are dealing with the heaviest rain right now. Here's Orange River Boulevard, and here is, where's Cemetery Road? I think it's down here a little bit. Oh, okay, so here's Skates Circle, here's Cemetery Road. This is where we're having some pretty gusty winds. Fort Myers Shores as well. Let me zoom out a little bit more. The radar signatures of this are not nearly as impressive, but that doesn't mean we can't have some wind gusts gusting up to 50, 60 miles per hour. Let me show you what I mean. When we look at the velocity scans of this, and again, that velocity scan gives us a good indication of where that rotation is. I don't see anything really pointing out to me that this could be rotating, but that doesn't mean we couldn't have some strong winds. Let me go back to the radar so we can get a better idea of where that heavy rain is. We're seeing pouring rain on parts of Lee Boulevard. So Lee Boulevard, here it is where it reaches 82. This heavy rain will continue. Lehigh, you're not under an evacuation order. You're going to be dealing with heavy rain. Your threats for the rest of the evening, this heavy rain and the potential for any other tornadoes to kind of spin into your region. And then tomorrow, some of that gusty winds, you're going to be well away from that storm surge. Where we're seeing some heavy rain pick up as well, Cape Coral, you're starting to get some heavy rain as well. Right along Veterans Parkway and just south Cape Coral Parkway, just some light rain. But this is the area that could be high on the storm surge category as well. We're starting to get a lot of buzzing here. I want to zoom down here farther south where we have some of those tornado warnings and make sure I'm not missing anything. So we have this one over here. This one is going to be pushing up through. And again, that looks like it's starting to weaken at a great rate. Here it is. Let me point it out to you. This is going to be moving off to 29 within the next 10 minutes. To the radar here, and we'll zoom out, and if we can keep going wider and wider, what also to track, and because of that northeasterly push, remember that update we had at 9 o'clock? That push for the center of Ian, we've been tracking the showers, the thunderstorms, the tornadoes pushing on in. We still have the hurricane, the core of the hurricane to move on through. We'll still have some of these outer bands move on in, and these could have some water spouts coming ashore as well. So when we talk about what your wind threat was, that was not including some of these tornado threats that are coming to be, turning out to be quite strong for the rest of the evening. Timeline goes, rain continues tonight. Heavy rain gets even stronger into the overnight hours. By tomorrow, we're going to be waiting for a possible landfall in our region for Southwest Florida. That could occur as early as the late afternoon and as late as this time tomorrow. The later it occurs, the higher our storm surge could be. If we could take this full, I am going to walk over to the computer and pull up an image, a satellite image of Hurricane Ian. If we could take Doppler 2 full for one moment, there is another tornado warning back off into inland Collier County. We're not going to concentrate on that one too much. I just want to see if they've issued the new advisory. In the meantime, let me show you this water vapor imagery on Doppler 1. Pulling up Doppler 1, I have on the map here, let's pull up Doppler 1 in the touch. You can see these westerly winds pushing the storm off to the east. That's going to keep it moving off to the northeast instead of off to the north. It's a little hard to see these faint white lines. That's pushing it east. This dry air is not getting into the storm like Irma did, so the storm will continue to increase. Keep it right here. NBC2 has you covered with more coverage on Hurricane Ian. I'll be right back after this.
If your pets have turned your floors into an eyesore, we got some tricks in our tool belt. 54 now has the newest hardwood, tile, laminate, luxury vinyl, and carpet. 54 brings hundreds of samples to your home to see in your own light. 54 will do all the heavy lifting for you, and they can get most jobs done in a day. They'll even clean up afterwards. Call today to get free installation. 54 is home improvement done right.
Call 770-54. The phone will be knocking at your door.
There's a reason Comcast Business powers more businesses than any other provider. Actually, there's a few. Comcast Business offers the fastest, reliable network, the protection of Security Edge, and the most reliable 5G network. Whether your business is starting or growing, you need Comcast Business.
Simplicity and savings, all from one provider. Get internet, advanced security, and voice for $40 a month for 12 months when you add Comcast Business Mobile. Plus, enjoy free installation and ask how to get a $500 prepaid card with a qualifying gig bundle. Call today.
No one's ever prepared to be hurt in a car accident. So we got prepared for you. Our team of attorneys, paralegals, specialists, and a team of investigators are ready to help.
Your free consultation, access to the right doctors, and our experienced legal team. We're here waiting for your call.
No one's ever ready for an accident, but if you're hurt, our safety net is here to catch you.
Farah and Farah, this is what we built.
As Ian approaches Southwest Florida,
What will be a major storm surge event.
count on the NBC2 First Alert Storm Team to keep you ahead of the storm.
The slower the hurricane moves, the greater the potential impacts in our community.
With live updates on air, online, and on the NBC2 weather app. All powered by the NBC2 First Alert Live Radar.
We're going to be here tracking every single threat and every single tornado warning that we see for you.
When dangerous weather threatens, count on NBC2. Count on Southwest Florida's most experienced storm team.
It's now 10 o'clock, and the next 24 hours will likely be a day our community will never forget. Hurricane Ian is moving in our direction and likely to make landfall somewhere in Southwest Florida, bringing storm surge, flooding, possible tornadoes, and extreme winds.
Because of that, we are taking Waterman Broadcasting's two news stations, ABC 7 and NBC 2, and combining them into one. We are pooling our resources to best serve you and provide you with the most important, newest, most crucial information that we can so you can keep yourself and your family safe.
So thank you for joining us. I'm Peter Bush alongside Kelly Burns, Jeff Butera, Megan Miller, and these two who will be guiding us through the next 24 hours. NBC2 Chief Meteorologist Allison Ray and ABC 7 Chief Meteorologist John Patrick. Guys, we are in for a doozy.
I'll tell you what, this storm has been really kind of a nightmare to track because the forecast models, even the ones tonight, they're a little bit more locked in on where it's going to make landfall. But even as late as this afternoon, there were some still bringing it to southern Lee County. There were some still taking it to Tampa. And now they're kind of coming together with this evening model run.
There is no escaping the storm. So it doesn't matter if it's a little bit to the west, a little bit to the east. We're running out of time for this to change course where we're saying, okay, we can breathe a little bit. We're watching this over the next 24 hours just slowly. It's going to be just so slow every hour, just getting a little bit closer to us.
I mean, it was, for me personally, Irma, the worst part of Irma was the waiting for that storm and the turn of Cuba, and it was only going about 5-6 miles an hour. This storm is going to take longer than that. I mean, it's going to be painfully slow once it starts making that turn and heading towards either the Charlotte-Sarasota County line or maybe a little bit north of there.
And while it's taking its time getting here and slowing down, it's going to be gaining strength.
Yeah, and we're going to have that storm surge event that we've all been talking about here that's going to happen Wednesday through Thursday. You know, this track was a possibility with Irma of it going up the Gulf of Mexico, and of course it didn't happen. It came right over land on Marco Island, so we didn't have that storm surge event for most areas. Everglades City saw 9 feet, but this time it's going to be all up and down Southwest Florida's coastline.
And with Irma, it would have been a little bit more parallel to our coastlines. This is going
This
right
is coming right at us. Yeah, it's worse than the Irma situation would have been, certainly.
Yeah, it really is much worse, especially with the speed and the size. It will be probably stronger than Irma was at landfall.
You want to take us through the latest track?
Yeah, we have the latest cone we're getting, or the latest, we're not going to have a cone right now. We'll get one in 1 hour. Let's take the latest advisory. This is the 10 o'clock advisory. We're getting advisories every hour because of how close this storm is. It's making its impacts through Key West. We've already had reports through parts of Cuba of some flooding and some wind damage there. We're getting those reports. If you're kind of scrolling through social media and you're starting to see that high wind and the damage and the flooding concerns through parts of Cuba, well, our storm's stronger. Ian is stronger as it gets closer to our region, moving through Key West right now, and also now getting closer to our coastlines. And we have our reporter down there that had to take cover because it was getting a little bit closer. Like JP said, or like John Patrick said, this model run is starting to all come to agreement. These are all the latest model runs that we have for the GFS and the Euro, and then the BAMS is our in-house model. They're right on top of each other. And notice that the time here is 3:30, and one thing that we were noticing with the latest model runs is it's not making landfall right away. It's going to stay here and spin. That would be, not only do we have a worst case scenario with this moving at the angle that it is right at our region, and you have to imagine, so Estero Bay is kind of like a cup here. Its water's just going to be funneling into this cup, and not only is the trajectory the wrong angle or the right angle for a storm to bring us that maximum potential. It's slow, it's powerful, and now we could have it sit there. That would just be, you know, that wild card that could continue to add to our peak potential. And that's why the National Hurricane Center bumped up the storm surge potential. And tonight at 11, going to be really interesting to see the latest cone to see how strong they think this storm could get, because it is going through a little bit of a eye wall replacement cycle at this time. Those outer wall is still just as strong, though, as that inner wall that's falling apart. So I think it's going to maintain its strength a little bit. So the latest cone as of the 5 o'clock advisory still has this as a Category 4 storm, and then just crawling up our coastlines, and then finally making landfall as late as tomorrow night about this time, and then pushing up the coastlines as a Category 1. If you were with us last night, maybe you were out doing all your preparations this morning, a lot of Lee County last night was not in the forecast cone. Well, we're in the forecast cone now, and we're smack dab in the middle here for Charlotte County and almost all of Lee County. So we have a high probability of this making landfall in our region, while at the same time bringing those high winds to part of our region, bringing substantial storm surge, that rise of salt water in our region for other parts of our community. On top of that, we're dealing with the heavy rain that's going to be pushing into already saturated soil and the potential for tornadoes. So timeline here is rain tonight, heavy rain overnight, tornadoes overnight possible. They're isolated, they're brief, but they're there. Then tomorrow, the winds will pick up. And then by Wednesday night into Thursday, we're going to start talking about that storm surge threat. I want to show you how this could sit off our coastlines and why that could be problematic. This is 4 o'clock in the morning tomorrow. We're looking at more heavy rain moving on through. It's starting to let up a little bit for areas inland. 7:30 in the morning. We're still not looking at storm surge yet tomorrow. We're in the morning by 7:30. Still just some heavy rain off the coastline. Then as we head to 12 o'clock, now things are changing, okay? Now our winds are very high. Parts of our viewing area, areas south of Fort Myers Beach, Sanibel in particular here, now getting that onshore wind with that storm surge starting to increase. Okay, here's where you really want to pay attention to. 3 o'clock, we have this storm just off our coastline, and we need this to come onshore to end the storm surge potential. I don't want it to come onshore, but if it's going to make landfall, we needed to make it sooner so that that storm surge potential stops. But watch what happens by 3 o'clock, and then heading into 6:30, it's still off the coastlines, and it's still providing that onshore wind. So it will be not as wet tomorrow rain-wise. And keep in mind, storm surge will continue to rise. Don't be heading out thinking that it's all over and the rain is over. That storm surge will continue to rise as the storm just sits off our coastline and maybe not even making landfall until after the sun sets, while the onshore wind continues and pushes on in. I'm starting to hear a lot of rain here at the station. If I could go over to meteorologist Rob Duns, what's the latest on First Alert Live Doppler?
We have had another tornado warning issued in Collier County. Now, this one right now is showing the worst amount of spin and potential touchdown of a tornado actually over Interstate 75. So if I could ask the control room to pop Doppler 2 to the chroma wall, I'll take over with the interactive hand tracker for a moment, because this is moving to the northwest. And though right now is across a very rural section of Collier County, is moving to the northwest. And if it holds together, could potentially run toward the Ave Maria community in Collier County. So this is is what we're looking at right now, a pair of tornado warnings. This one here to the south of Alligator Alley that runs until 10:30 tonight, and this one, the new tornado warning that runs until 10:30 as well. As I mentioned, at the moment, the most amount of spin is right over top of Alligator Alley, and looking at the traffic cameras, there's still people trying to go eastbound on this road, so let's hope it's not going to be any kind of event there, because we are continuing to see a lot of spin right there, and thankfully it looks like it's just to the north of the road. That's I-75 right there. But I want to point out there's indications of spin here inside these downpours as they move to the northwest. Now I point this one out, I realize it's in a very rural stretch of land right now, but it's moving to the northwest, and if it holds on its current path, it's going to come very close to Ave Maria by the bottom of the hour. It's 10:08 right now. This is on a path that's moving to the northwest, which could impact the community of Ave Maria. I would imagine a lot of folks have evacuated to Ave Maria because of the storm surge risk and the evacuation orders in parts of the area. So if you're in Ave Maria, stay huddled down here until this one passes, because right now it's showing a lot of spin and it is moving in the direction of that community there in that section of Collier County. It looks like it'll stay enough to the south of Immokalee. We won't have to be concerned about it there, but we will be watching the Ave Maria community very closely here as that possible tornado continues to move to the northwest. I don't know if you can hear it picking up over my microphone, but there's some really heavy rain falling over top of the city of Fort Myers right now. This was recently over the western side of Lehigh Acres. Neighborhoods like Westminster and the Forum neighborhood right along Interstate 75 in Fort Myers. It's right over top of the city right now, and boy is it raining here along US 41 up through the downtown Fort Myers area. Everything you see here is all moving fairly rapidly off to the west-northwest. So what I'm going to do here is just draw the storm track like that and pull it out in that direction. Don't worry about these times here, because the cell itself is moving faster than that, but it's moving to the northern side of Cape Coral and across the North Fort Myers region. At least inside this, we're not noticing any indication of spin over top of the Fort Myers area, but it is possible here as the radar continues to evolve. We could be looking at potentially a spin-up tornado threat over the next several hours as these downpours continue to move rapidly toward the northwest and move across areas of Charlotte County and Lee County. So before I send things back over to my colleagues, again, just to recap, tornado warning active in Collier County. Right now, the area with greatest amount of spin is just to the north of Interstate 75. The cell is moving to the northwest and could potentially impact Ave Maria as we get to the bottom of the hour here, closer to 10:37. And again, current time right now is 10:11. When I come back in just a few minutes, when my colleagues come back in just a few minutes, we'll touch base again on what's happening with these pair of tornado warnings in Collier County and keep you ahead of the storm. In the meantime, though, let me send things back over to the news desk.
Rob, thank you. There are a lot of places across our area that could be devastated by Hurricane Ian. The Leonardo Arms condo building on the south end of Fort Myers Beach has been dealing with a major erosion problem. One part of the building is literally about 15 feet from the Gulf, and people who live there worry that corner will collapse into the water.
NBC2's Gage Golding is live on Fort Myers Beach for us right now, monitoring the situation. And Gage, you've been talking to people all night.
Yeah, and we're talking to people because they're still here. They haven't evacuated yet. There are several people that say they're bunkering down inside their homes, but they have all the necessities that they need. They got the food, they got the water, they got the hurricane shutters, they got the hurricane glass, but they also have faith in this building, faith that it will withstand this storm.
If it gets up this high, you guys will be swimming out of here.
Don Prow has a lighthearted outlook to a rather gloomy situation. He and his wife are riding out the storm in their 6th-floor condo, and admittedly, it's not without concern.
I ain't too worried about the building having too much happening to this half, but it could happen to the other half if the sand come in and swirled around the footings and washed it out.
He's talking about the section of Leonardo Arms that's hanging on the edge of the Gulf, literally 15 feet from the water, with only these sandbags holding back the Gulf waters.
12 feet, my couch, living room couch, most likely will be underwater.
Now, these sandbags are just a temporary solution. They need to build a permanent seawall, however, they can't do so until after turtle season, and they're waiting on permits from the FWC and Florida Department of Environmental Protection. But these sandbags back here, they will do the job for now. Now, the current conditions we're dealing with out here on Fort Myers Beach, we're seeing some of the strongest wind gusts and sustained winds that we've seen throughout this entire storm as it's been coming towards us. We're seeing some of the heaviest rain that has been moving through this area, which is very, very bad news and the opposite of what the residents here at Leonardo wanted to see. We'll send it back to you guys in-house.
All right, Gage, try to get to dry area right now. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back tracking some new information about the hurricane.
If your pets have turned your floors into an eyesore, we got some tricks in our tool belt. 54 now has the newest hardwood, tile, laminate, luxury vinyl, and carpet. 54 brings hundreds of samples to your home to see in your own light. 54 will do all the heavy lifting for you, and they can get most jobs done in a day. They'll even clean up afterwards. Call today to get free installation. 54 is home improvement done right.
The phone will be knocking at your door.
There's a reason Comcast Business powers more businesses than any other provider. Actually, there's a few. Comcast Business offers the fastest, reliable network, the protection of Security Edge, and the most reliable 5G network. Whether your business is starting or growing, you need Comcast Business.
Simplicity and savings, all from one provider. Get internet, advanced security, and voice for $40 a month for 12 months when you add Comcast Business Mobile. Plus, enjoy free installation and ask how to get a $500 prepaid card with a qualifying gig bundle. Call today.
At Farah & Farah, we want you to know that if you suffered property damage from Hurricane Ian, we're ready to get to work on what you need right now. Insurance adjusters will tell you that they're there to help you. But make no mistake, their job is to help the insurance company save money. They have zero incentive to find hidden damage like a ruined roof. Let us review your claim for free. Farah & Farah, we're ready to take action. Call us.
NBC2's First Alert Live Doppler radar not only sees where the bad weather is, but where it's going. So you know exactly when storms will hit your neighborhood and when they'll pass. It's the kind of personalized protection you need to stay a step ahead of Mother Nature, making your plans weatherproof.
Sponsored by New South Window Solutions. Made in Florida for Florida homes by Florida workers. Visit newsouthwindow.com.
This isn't a good sign. Waffle House is boarded up in Punta Gorda. This is along US 41 and Mackenzie Street. You may know the Waffle House Index is an informal way to measure Florida's response to impending disasters. And if restaurants are boarded up and closed like this, well, the index, even FEMA pays attention to it, says it's probably going to be a bad storm.
ABC 7 Chief Meteorologist John Patrick is explaining how this index is actually used.
I actually dug this up from when Hurricane Irma hit back in 2017 because that's when I learned about this Waffle House Index, and it actually is a thing. So here's how it works. If the Waffle House is on, it's operating normally, that means everything is A-OK. If they're offering the full menu, the lights are on, the water's going, the gas is fine, no problems there. So they don't need to send people in to fix utilities and the likes. So if there's limited menu, so for example, if they're serving only cold foods only, or maybe they don't have beverages or something like that, if the menu is limited, that means that they have some issues and they may need to send crews in for that, but it's not an emergency. But if the Waffle House is totally closed, that means that the Waffle House either has no power, or the gas is out, or all the utilities are out, and they need to send crews into that area immediately. And this is actually a thing. Laura Kunkel, who is the president of Montclair Communications that owns ABC 7, she actually, at the Punta Gorda airport, she sent me these pictures earlier this evening in an email. There it is. It's the actual Waffle House response team. And there are three of the guys back in 2017 that she met and ran into, part of the Waffle House response team, sending resources into Southwest Florida based on that Waffle House Index. So it's actually a thing. And as we take a look at current power outages around the area, we have a tool that we can monitor this as we go through the storm. About 2,000 right now in Collier County and 500 in Lee County. Not terrible, but we have had some tornado warnings and some wind gusts, so the power is going to go off and on as we go through the storm. And of course, we'll keep tracking it all right here on ABC 7 and NBC 2.
JP, thank you. Another sign that you do not want to see with a hurricane approaching is the Weather Channel's Jim Cantori in your town. He was in Punta Gorda today, spotted on Marion Avenue, and that is NBC2's Stacey Deffenbaugh on the left with her husband, who owns a restaurant in Punta Gorda. They fed Cantori and his crew, so he knows where this storm is going to hit as well.
We've been talking about tornadoes throughout the night, and this is some video of one in the Everglades taken this afternoon. The First Alert Hurricane Tracking Team has been monitoring multiple tornado warnings all night. They've pretty much lost count, and more tornadoes could spawn from this storm throughout the evening.
Kelly, thankfully, none of these tornadoes that have popped up in our viewing area have hit the urban areas, but on the East Coast, there's been at least, I believe, 2 confirmed tornado touchdowns in the urban areas of Broward County, near the Cooper City area and near Weston. So, you know, they're not very long-lived, and they may not be the EF4s and EF5s that do tremendous amount of damage, but a tornado is a tornado, regardless of what strength it may be. And we still have 2 ongoing tornado warnings active right now in Collier County, one that runs to the south of Alligator Alley that is active until 10:30 tonight, and a second tornado warning here that includes areas of I-75 and points northwest, including Ave Maria, until 10:30. Now, if you were to analyze the velocity product, or when I say velocity, we're just saying spin in the atmosphere, right now the one that has the most amount of spin is the one that's over areas that we don't have to be concerned about because there's no people. But it's moving to the west and northwest, so again, it'll be crossing over top of Alligator Alley within the next 25 minutes, again, as it continues to move to the west-northwest. We will still be watching, though, what happens here with this one in the northern side of Collier County, north of I-75, because from where the rotation is, right now they're along Highway 29. It continues to move to the west-northwest like that, which means it's approaching Ave Maria. So just after the bottom of the hour here, if this thunderstorm continues to show rotation, it could come close to the Ave Maria community, where, as I mentioned before, I would imagine there's quite a few people there tonight, considering the safety of Ave Maria when it comes to the storm surge risk that our coastal communities will be facing tomorrow. Outside of those 2 tornado warnings in Collier County, by far the worst of the weather tonight is now moving out of Fort Myers and into the city of Cape Coral. If you're going to hunker down and ride this one out in the Cape, right now some real heavy rain, as you notice based on live Doppler radar returns from NBC2, is pushing across the area, and everything here is moving real rapidly off to the northwest. So let me just zoom things out real wide here for a moment, and I'll lapse the radar for the past 30 minutes. You'll notice that you can see for yourself how the spin goes around this rain band as it moves from the southeast toward the northwest. And notice again with the lapsing here, look at all these tornado warnings that have popped up just in the past half hour. So even though you may not live in Ave Maria, where this current tornado warning is in effect, over the next several hours, all of us will have to be aware of the threat of a spin-up tornado tonight as we continue to monitor these rain bands with our colleagues both here at NBC2 and with our neighbors next door over at ABC7. We have a great partnership for you tonight. We're going to keep you safe throughout this entire event here over the next several hours. Now, one more thing I wanted to mention here before I send it back over to the news desk. If we could pull the things out a bit wider here, the eye of this hurricane is now visible within shot of the NBC2 First Alert live Doppler radar. Remember that Doppler radar towers can see out fairly reliably for a good 250, 300 miles. Well, right now, based on the radar returns, what you see here, it may be faint right now because of how busy the activity is, but right there would be the eye of Hurricane Ian. That means, based on the distance tool here, where'd the distance tool go? Oh, there it is. Based on the distance here, that's now less than 60 miles to the west of Key West. But remember, the forward motion of the eye of the hurricane is moving to the north-northeast at 10 miles per hour. Over the next several days here, over the next several, I shouldn't say days anymore, over the next 24 hours, that north to northeast movement is what's going to put this so close here to southwest Florida, and why, though the risk of tornadoes is the biggest concern tonight, the risk of storm surge and a potential Category 3 or 4 hurricane landfall in our community arrives tomorrow. We will keep you ahead of the storm and make sure you're aware of what's going on tonight as we continue our coverage right after this.
In nature, form doesn't follow function. Form is function. Introducing the next generation of Prana Sleep mattresses, about the closest thing to nature you can find in a mattress. Made by hand, here in the USA, of the best and purest natural components we can find anywhere in the world. Let us make you one today. Prana Sleep. Amazing sleep.
The story of a kinesiotherapist who rehabbed his golf game.
I love golf. I have always played golf.
Until he started having some mulligan-level foot pain.
Well, the golf game starts down at the feet, and if you don't have good support, you probably won't have a good golf swing.
So he got fitted for Good Feet arch supports.
It made a world of difference.
Any advice for your fellow linksmen?
2 words, the Good Feet store. How many words is that?
Try them for yourself with a free fitting at the Good Feet store.
America, home of the free. Free is our favorite word. Like free shipping.
I got a package?
Free shipping.
We get it.
You can leave it right there.
That's why at Morgan & Morgan, our fee is free. That means you don't pay anything unless we win your case. Injured? Call Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Want to see what a storm looks like before it hits your neighborhood? With the 2View network at NBC-2.com, you can check out live weather conditions anywhere in Southwest Florida anytime. It's your first look at what's headed your way, making your plans weatherproof.
Sponsored by New South Window Solutions. Made in Florida for Florida homes by Florida workers. Visit newsouthwindow.com.
Check this out. This is both harrowing and reassuring. FP&L is set up for a rapid, massive response after Ian. This is video of all of their trucks stationed at the Punta Gorda airport. They have thousands of trucks and crews hunkered down, 16,000 people throughout the state, mostly in southern and southwestern Florida, ready to respond to power outages as soon as Ian passes.
Some of those workers are also staging, as you can see, at the Lee Civic Center in Fort Myers. All these trucks will be ready to move on moments after the storm passes so they can start restoring power. And LCEC is also staging their trucks in the area to get out to the Cape and to the islands.
If you do lose power during Ian, which is sadly likely, one of the biggest dangers could be sitting right outside your home.
NBC2's Evan Dean explains what to watch out for when the storm blows through.
Of course, if we do get strong winds, there is a strong possibility we could see power lines come down. If they do come down in your neighborhood, be very, very careful. Here's the warning tonight from LCEC.
Any down wire, assume that it's energized and steer clear of it. We will have crews out there patrolling, and if they see a down wire, then they will be able to take care of it. Call and report it, or report it on your smart hub if you can, but definitely always assume that they're energized.
So tonight we're going to be talking everything power outage preps, everything from your plumbing to your refrigerator to the use of generators. We've got all this coming up throughout the night. For now, we'll send it back to you.
South Cape Coral is under a mandatory evacuations. The fire department was driving up and down streets today, warning people to leave now because time is running out. Here's the map for the Lee County evacuations. All of zones A and B, the red and the orange, should have already left their homes. Those are mandatory evacuations. And parts of zone C in the yellow have also been ordered to evacuate. The parts of zone C that we're supposed to evacuate are in North Fort Myers and Cape Coral. That's areas south of Pine Island Boulevard and west of Nelson Road North.
And of course, there's a lot of mandatory evacuations in Charlotte County as well, especially the coastal areas and Port Charlotte and Punta Gorda.
And coastal areas of Collier as well. Many people are listening to the evacuation orders on Fort Myers Beach.
Storm surge is going to be a big deal here. The good news for our crews on the beach today, well, you can see they barely found anyone on the roads. A little bit of ponding earlier, nothing bad, no flooding yet. At last check, though, most people were heeding the warning to evacuate and heading off the island.
We're headed to Naples. We rented a room, and we're taking the dogs to higher ground. We're too low. If a 9-foot surge comes, and we'll be way underwater. And he's who I'm worried about.
It's been a long day, but everything's been emotional because I know how bad it's going to get here.
And so I've spent all day just doing the prep work, and then I'm going to have to leave it and just hope for the best.
We just got an emotional letter from the mayor of Sanibel, Holly Smith, saying she was driving off the island about a half hour ago, leaving Sanibel behind and saying how difficult it was. She hoped her neighbors had all evacuated as well, but she decided she was going to do it and hoping that she would return to her island community intact.
I think a lot of our viewers are feeling the same way right now. We'll be right back.
There's a reason Comcast Business powers more businesses than any other provider. Actually, there's a few. Comcast Business offers the fastest, reliable network, the protection of Security Edge, and the most reliable 5G network. Whether your business is starting or growing, you need Comcast Business.
Simplicity and savings, all from one provider. Get internet, advanced security, and voice for $40 a month for 12 months when you add Comcast Business Mobile. Plus, enjoy free installation. And ask how to get a $500 prepaid card with a qualifying gig bundle. Call today.
Everyone loves bundle deals, and the bundles are back at Kane's Furniture. Kane's. Bundle 3 or more items together. Get 20% off your entire purchase. Choose 3 of your favorite items from any department for 20% off store-wide. Over $30 million in inventory, in stock, and ready for you. Bundle up this weekend at Kane's and Cane'sFurniture.com. Get more for less.
I'm Sheriff Carmine Marcino. It's hurricane season in Lee County, so make sure you prepare. My team stands ready for any storm that threatens our area. From utilizing state-of-the-art technology to rescuing you and your loved ones in the aftermath with the very best emergency rescue equipment. The Lee County Sheriff's Office is dedicated to your safety.
When storms hit, lightning strikes, and you don't want to be anywhere near that. NBC2's First Alert Live Doppler radar tracks every single lightning strike, so we know where it's hitting hardest and where it's headed, so you can steer clear, making your plans weatherproof.
Sponsored by New South Window Solutions. Made in Florida for Florida homes by Florida workers. Visit newsouthwindow.com.
You're watching continuous coverage of Hurricane Ian here on ABC7 and NBC2. Here's the latest advisory that we have from 10 o'clock. Now we're getting hourly advisories where they update the coordinates, the position of the storm. Right now it's at 24.6 north and 82.9 west. It's 120 miles an hour moving to the north-northeast at 10. That's the little piece of new information with the 8 o'clock advisory that we got. It's now starting to turn a little bit more to the north-northeast and not so much due north anymore. We're going to get a new full advisory from the Hurricane Center at 11 o'clock. We'll update the winds, the gust, the forward movement, and we'll get a new forecast cone. But this one continues the idea of it strengthening to a Category 4 storm, at least for a time. And what's going to happen is as this approaches our coastline, there's a cold front sitting up in north central Florida right now. That cold front is moving south. Hurricane is moving north. They're going to bump into each other, and depending on how strongly the southerly push of the cold front is, that's going to determine, A, how quickly the storm turns to the east, how abruptly it turns to the east, and if it's able to start wrapping in some cooler and less humid air associated with that cool front, well, that's going to start to weaken the storm as it pushes off to the east. A lot of the evening forecast model guidance is suggesting the right-hand side of that forecast cone as a point of landfall. So it looks like right around the Charlotte-Sarasota County line as it looks right now. But again, this is all going to get updated at 11 o'clock. We continue the hurricane warning for DeSoto, Charlotte, Lee, and coastal Collier County. Tropical storm warning and a hurricane watch for the purple counties of Hendry and Glades and interior Collier. Now, tropical storm warning means that we are expecting winds 40 miles an hour to about 74. That's tropical storm force. And it is possible to see winds higher than that into the Category 1 hurricane area, right around 75 to 80 miles an hour. That's why we have a hurricane watch. Not likely at this point, but it is possible at this point. We are under a tornado watch for the entire area till 5 a.m. That likely will get extended, and we will keep tracking these little tornado warnings that we've had off and on all evening long. These happen in the right front quadrant. When you take a look at the forward motion of the hurricane, in this case, it's moving pretty much due northeast technically. So it's this area right in here. Notice Southwest Florida is in that. That's where we are seeing that possibility of tornadoes, and that's typically in the eye wall where you would see the strongest winds as well. And we are tracking a few of those tornadoes. Let's go over to NBC2 Chief Meteorologist Allison Ray. She's got the latest on that.
Thank you, John Patrick. We are tracking one tornado warning, and I got to say, this one does look pretty significant on First Alert Live Doppler. So let me zoom in and show you where it is. The problem with this one is that it's right on top of 75, so hopefully no one is driving across the alley right now. Now, when you look at the reflectivity, it doesn't look as significant as when I turn on the velocity scans, and that kind of gives us a little bit of kind of a look under the hood, if you will. Let me look under there and see what we're seeing. There it is. Let me illustrate it for you if you have a hard time kind of seeing that change in color. It's right on top of 75, and it's just moving off to the north right now. So moving through a pretty rural part of Collier County and headed up to parts of 29 near Harker within the next 30 minutes to 45 minutes, but it will start to weaken before that. One thing I want to show you on First Alert Live Doppler, and this is going to be pretty significant. We do have a lot of rain coming into our region, but let me keep zooming out. Guess what? We're now starting to see that eye of the storm begin to appear on First Alert Live Doppler. Now we're going to be tracking this getting closer and closer to our region. How close is it exactly to us? Well, too close. It's about 145 miles to the south and west of us, and it will continue to push off to the northeast. Remember that last advisory we had? They changed that the movement to northeast. That will create more of a wind threat for us as we see this storm get closer to our region. I'm going to keep my eye on that tornado warning to make sure it doesn't get closer to Immokalee and Ave Maria. In the meantime, heavy rain continues. We don't have too many breezy conditions outside of that thunderstorm or outside of that tornado warning, but we do have very heavy rain moving through parts of Cape Coral into Beach Parkway, Gleason Parkway, Veterans Parkway, and down through southern parts of Cape Coral, including El Dorado Parkway. Light rain right now. You want to hope for the least amount of rain possible in Cape Coral, because that's where that storm surge threat could really maximize during the day on Wednesday. And remember, this is a timeline. Wednesday in the morning is going to still be very wet and rainy, and probably still with some possible tornadoes. Once we head through the rest of the day on Wednesday, the winds pick up, especially along the coastal spots. Then through the afternoon and evening, our storm surge threat will start to increase. It will start in Collier County and then slowly work up the coastline into parts of Cape Coral and into Punta Gorda. One area that's doing okay, or they were dealing with just light rain for much of the day, was Charlotte County. They're starting to see some of those heavier bands work their way in. They're not seeing any of those tornado warnings just yet. We are seeing a little bit of a downward spiral on some of the tornado warnings. We were in a moment there where everything was really kicking up. It's starting to diminish a bit. Not on the other side of the state. They've been dealing with a lot of those isolated tornadoes moving on in. Naples and Marco Island getting a little break with that heavy rain. Let me show you some of these rainfall totals that we've seen as of late. It's been quite impressive, and it has been over what some of the computer models have suggested. That's why I'm going to be a little concerned about some of the potential flooding. Near 3 inches in parts of Marco Island, over 4 inches of rain in parts of Everglades City, San Carlos about 2 inches, Naples almost 3. But look what's to come. Look at all the rain down here. That's part of the storm that's going to move onshore to us, to Charlotte County, to Lee County. All of this rain is going to be possible. Let me see how much rain this Doppler estimates. So that's 10 inches of rain on top of what we've already seen, on top of the past rain we've seen over the past 30 days, on top of storm surge potential. The water is going to be such a big issue with this storm, and it's still a powerful storm at that. with that wind speeds as strong as they were. And we talked about this a little bit earlier, I think about 9 o'clock, and I want to reiterate it again. Even though there's not too much of a difference between 120 and 130 miles per hour from Category 3 to Category 4, the difference comes from that storm that could expand how the strongest wind fields go out. So right now you have the hurricane force winds at a certain spot from the eye. If that storm gets stronger, it's not so much, okay, we're getting 10 miles per hour more. It's going to cause pretty much the same amount of damage. But now those winds will expand and more people could experience the highest winds. And that's what we don't want to happen as the storm gets stronger and stronger to our region. All right, we're going to continue our radar analysis and our team coverage. I think I'm going to toss it over to Peter and Kelly.
Allison. Thanks, Allison. I'm actually going to tell you about a few of those tornado threats you were telling us all about. We haven't seen damage yet from our area, at least pictures or videos, but we have seen some from Broward County across the state. Take a look at these pictures. This is from a small airport in Broward County. Take a look. You can see planes flipped over. This is from a reported possible tornado. And we've also got some video that I want to show you. I'm going to take you through this Twitter feed from Total Traffic in Miami and let you know what they're seeing. Again, this is from North Perry Airport. More pictures, and look at this video. Two planes right on top of one another. So these tornadoes are serious business, and as Allison has mentioned, we are seeing the threat of tornadoes in our area. So make sure you heed these warnings, keep an eye out, and make sure you're in the interior room of your house if you do get one of those warnings.
If you're still on Sanibel, you need to stay home because the entire island is under a curfew from now until 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Here's a live look of what you can see through the very, very wet lens of this camera. Periwinkle and Tarpon Street East. Also, the Island Water Association has issued a boil water advisory. That starts at 1 o'clock this morning.
We were talking a little earlier about how the mayor sent out a letter of Sanibel saying that she felt like she had to leave too, and she was really almost emotional, saying in her letter she felt bad leaving the island, but she hoped that everyone else did too, because she just didn't feel safe.
Yep. People who are obviously concerned tonight, people who live on boats in our community.
Yeah. NBC2's Jaron May checked in with those liveaboards, trying to figure out where they can ride out the storm.
As Hurricane Ian approaches, there are basically three main thought processes here at the Fort Myers Yacht Basin. One group has already boarded up their boats and left town. Another is watching the radar and making a decision later. And the last group is staying on their boats, riding out the storm right here.
We've been watching the storm.
Keith and Mary Beth are a part of the second group. They have their boat, It's a Wonderful Life, well stocked and prepared for Ian. But they have a limit.
We're ready to go. We've got our bags packed if we see that winds are going to pick up over 80 or 85 miles an hour.
They say they'll head to a friend's house if those winds hit their limit, but not everyone will jump ship.
There's at least 20 or 25 people I know that are staying on their boats here to ride out the storm.
One of those people is Martha Cesar.
Why not? It's an adventure. But we're being very cautious. We took every precaution, and we want to make sure that our home is safe.
Cesar is a Florida native, but this will be her first hurricane on a boat. She says the yacht basin has come together during this trying time.
This is a community, okay, and we all look out after each other, and everybody from the experienced to the novice have been very helpful. Everybody's come and checked on everybody's boat to make sure that everything's tied up correctly.
Whether they're staying or going, that community is going to be tested in the coming hours. Reporting in Fort Myers, Jaron May, NBC2.
We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
If your pets have turned your floors into an eyesore, we got some tricks in our tool belt. 54 now has the newest hardwood, tile, laminate, luxury vinyl, and carpet. 50 Floor brings hundreds of samples to your home to see in your own light. 50 Floor will do all the heavy lifting for you, and they can get most jobs done in a day. They'll even clean up afterwards. Call today to get free installation. 50 Floor is home improvement done right.
We'll be knocking at your door.
Now is the perfect time to shop City Mattress during the fall clearance event with savings up to 40% on mattresses, adjustable beds, and bedroom furniture. Choose from the best brand names at the best prices and get free delivery, free setup, and a sleep guarantee that assures you have the right mattress at the guaranteed lowest price. The fall clearance event, on now, only at City Mattress.
Commitment isn't just a word we throw around. It's baked into everything we do.
If you've been hurt in a car accident, our commitment gets real fast. We interview witnesses and gather evidence.
We let the other side know that you're not alone and that your words have power.
You were injured by no fault of your own, but together we can hit back with the full force of the law.
Real commitment starts when you walk through our door. Farah and Farah.
As Ian approaches Southwest Florida,
what will be a major storm surge event.
Count on the NBC2 First Alert Storm Team to keep you ahead of the storm.
The slower the hurricane moves, the greater the potential impacts in our community.
With live updates on air, online, and on the NBC2 weather app. All powered by the NBC2 First Alert Live Radar.
We're going to be here tracking every single threat and every single tornado warning that we see for you.
When dangerous weather threatens, count on NBC2.
We showed you just a little bit ago on the radar, Hurricane Ian is only about 50 miles off the coast of Key West right now.
NBC2's Alex Howard is there.
Yes, and in just the past hour, the storm has reached a particularly dangerous phase as we're beginning to feel some pretty significant winds. We just checked, it was in the mid-40s to nearly 50 miles per hour in gusts. And you can just see what it's doing to the trees here. These palm trees just absolutely dancing in this wind. And one thing I particularly want to show while we're out here is this parking lot. When we first arrived, there were only just a handful of isolated puddles, but as time has gone on, it's rained and the wind has pushed this water around. We're beginning to see the entire parking lot flooded. And this is worse than it was, noticeably worse than it was just a few short hours ago when we saw entire streets in Key West flooded as well with storm surge over by the southernmost point buoy. Again, right now, Ian's only about 50 miles off of the coast of Key West, and we're really beginning to feel the power in that wind. And right now we don't have a lot of rain. It comes and goes in bands. It has at certain points been very, very strong, but now we're really just seeing this strong wind. So for right now, we're keeping a close eye on that. Right now, the hotel we're at still has power, although we have seen it flicker. The lights flicker on and off occasionally. But really a strong storm, and residents here, many taking shelter at this hotel instead of riding out the storm at home. And Ian making its power and force well known here in Key West. Reporting live from Key West, Alex Howard, NBC2.
All right, well, thank you for that perspective there live from the Florida Keys. Alex is a safe distance away from the hurricane force winds around Hurricane Ian, as that is moving to the north-northeast parallel to the lower Keys, and eventually will be pulling away from that area. Out ahead of it, though, we find ourselves in what you would call the dirty side of the hurricane, and especially in the forward right quadrant, and we have had a litany of tornado warnings across South Florida tonight. The most recent one right here across very rural sections of Collier County, north of Alligator Alley. The spin is right there. It's moving to the west-northwest. This will stay to the east of Ave Maria. We'll continue watching it. If the rotation moves toward Immokalee, we'll let you know. But right now, that's staying across very, very rural sections of Collier County here this evening. It's 10:46. If you're watching in Lee County, a real heavy rain's been pushing across the area, in and out of this rain band that's been over top of us now for quite some time. As you'll notice with First Alert Live Doppler radar, the worst of this little particular burst of rain is across the southern tier of Lehigh Acres. You can see that for yourself there from Veterans Park to Westminster, and then across the northwest section of Lee County. Some pretty heavy rain pushing away from Cape Coral and moving west of Matlacha, because everything, again, on this west to northwest movement as this rain band continues to spiral out and ahead of Hurricane Ian. Now, even though we haven't had any tornadoes touch down in parts of Lee County, the opportunities for some real heavy rain and some big bursts of wind are embedded inside this rain. rain. So if you're watching in Lehigh, at least in southeast Lehigh, the rain's coming down real heavy here. All this is moving to the west and northwest toward Gateway, toward Westminster, and toward the Forum community in Fort Myers. We'll be crossing over top of Interstate 75 as it moves to the west-northwest after the top of the 11 o'clock hour here tonight. Big picture, though, live Doppler radar from the city of Fort Myers here at Waterman Broadcasting, and we can already start to see the eye of Hurricane Ian. If you consider what the National Weather Service radar in Key West is able to pick up, boy, you can get a much better picture here of what this eye looks like. Now, again, the movement is toward the north-northeast at 10 miles per hour, and that northeast jaunt, of course, is important because the further it goes to the east, the closer it comes to the west coast of southwest Florida, the bigger the impacts here in our area. Our tropical futurecast hones in just about identically to where that eye is right now. So notice over the next several hours, we're going to pick this up at about 11 o'clock tonight, so 15 minutes from right now. Notice how the eye continues to drift toward the north-northeast, but notice all these rain bands over us throughout the night tonight, keeping that risk of tornadoes in play throughout the entire overnight hours. Early tomorrow morning, as we get toward 5, 6 o'clock in the morning, the eye of this hurricane will be just off of our coast. And this is 10 o'clock in the morning tomorrow. Notice how in some areas we're still dealing with rain bands, but we're going to be having to watch with laser focus where the eye of this hurricane moves, because it is still very possible that it could make a landfall in our community here. This forecast model by 1 o'clock in the afternoon on Wednesday brings this eye very, very close to the western coast of Lee County, the western coast of Charlotte County, and the southern coast of Sarasota County. So as this continues to move toward us, again, the possibility of this making landfall as a Category 3 hurricane stays in place. The hurricane force winds are one concern. The storm surge risk in areas like Naples is another concern. Let me send things over to my colleague at ABC7, Sammy Squires. Sammy, tell me about the storm surge threat. Why is it so important that we focus on it? And more importantly, when does the storm surge risk in our community begin?
Yeah, we are really focusing on the storm surge aspect with Hurricane Ian, as we are expecting significant storm surge in portions of southwest Florida, more specifically our islands, and especially towards Lee County, Charlotte County. So first, I really want to explain what storm surge is, right? Because sometimes there's misconception over whether storm surge is above ground level or just depending on what you're thinking. So abnormal rise of water over and above predicted tide levels. That's what storm surge is, okay? So we have different products that show us what that prediction is actually looking at. Right now, anywhere from 8 to 12 feet possible from the Estero area and further up north. So that's Punta Gorda, that's Port Charlotte, and then further south, so our Naples beaches, Marco Island, Everglades City, you guys are under a 6 to 9 feet storm surge threat here. And if we go into more detail, we do have a partner that does give us a little bit more of an inundation forecast, which means above ground level for the potential of storm surge. So what that would be, this is a product that combines with the National Hurricane Center to give us the latest updates every 6 hours with the National Hurricane Center. So portions of the 10,000 islands, 9 to 12 feet possible above ground level. Then, of course, as you go further inland, the threat is a little bit lower. We're talking in the blue there, it's about 1 to 2 feet versus the orange, which is 6 to 9 feet. That is portions of Marco Island that is under that. And then further up north towards the Naples area, 3 to 6 feet possible. And even extending into Bonita Springs. Now, this is just on the western coast of Bonita Springs, but 9 to 12 feet possible. Our biggest threat here is further up north. So this is Fort Myers Beach, 12 to 15 feet above ground level. That's pretty significant, and we are on the significant side of the storm, giving us the biggest threat of storm surge. Portions of Iona, we're looking at 6 to 9 feet, as well as southern Cape Coral area, Flamingo Bay, 9 to 12 feet, and even into central Cape Coral, still some flooding is definitely possible with storm surge, and then even extending into Fort Myers shore. So along the Peace River, we will be watching for more of this storm surge threat too. Plus, all along the Caloosahatchee here, so North Fort Myers, you guys definitely have the threat of getting this storm surge at a significant level, 9 to 12 feet in portions of Punta Gorda. So now we're over to the Peace River area, 12 to 15 feet towards the Charlotte Harbor here. That's at the most. The bare minimum would be 6 to 9 feet. So really just depends on where you're located. Of course, a lot of these people have already left their house or their home, but just something to keep an eye out for, because storm surge is one of our biggest threats at the current moment. So we'll be watching this over the next couple of days. I do think tomorrow our storm surge threat is the highest versus today. We're watching for a little bit of flooding. We're watching for the potential of tornadoes overnight. So we will have the latest updates coming up for you. Plus, we have our newest advisory, which will be issued in just about 10 minutes from now. So we'll get our latest path issued with that now too. I'm going to throw things back over to NBC2 with Peter. Actually, we're going to toss over to break now. See you in a bit.
This is a story of first downs and second chances.
I wanted to keep playing, but my feet hurt.
You'd think all those big league experts could have helped.
You have access to anything, but none of it worked.
His football career ended, but his plantar fasciitis pain didn't. Till he found the Good Feet store.
I got fitted for my arch supports. Let me tell you something. They work.
Now, he recommends Good Feet to
anybody. If you move, go to the Good Feet store.
See for yourself with a free arch support fitting at the Good Feet store.
Everyone loves bundle deals, and the bundles are back at Kane's Furniture. Kane's. Bundle 3 or more items together. Get 20% off your entire purchase. Choose 3 of your favorite items from any department for 20% off store-wide. Over $30 million in inventory, in stock, and ready for you. Bundle up this weekend at Kane's and Cane'sFurniture.com.
Get more for less.
America, home of the free.
Hi, welcome.
Kids eat free, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Free is our favorite word. Like kids eat free. We get it. That's why at Morgan & Morgan, our fee is free. That means you don't pay anything.
This place is fire.
Unless we win your case.
All right, cool.
Injured? Call Morgan & Morgan. ForThePeople.com.
When severe weather hits, you might lose power. But that doesn't mean you have to sit in the dark. With the NBC2 weather app, you can live stream coverage until the storm passes and your power returns, making your plans weatherproof.
Sponsored by New South Window Solutions. Made in Florida for Florida homes by Florida workers. Visit newsouthwindow.com.
Okay, we just got the 11 o'clock advisory. We're going to do a brief summary, and then when we come back from break, we're going to go really into detail about this. Hurricane Ian, here's the latest with the 11 o'clock advisory. Still at 120 miles per hour, still a Category 3, gusting up to 150. The key here, north-northeast, instead of that northeasterly motion. That's somewhat better, but it's still moving in our direction. The pressure has gone up just a little bit, 952, and we're tracking how this storm will continue to move farther to the north and east. A couple of things to note here. One, Ian is on our First Alert Live Doppler. That eye wall is coming into our region. It's still a very impressive storm. They've flown in and out of this all day, and they've seen incredible organization. It's right on top of the dry tortugas right now. It will continue to move into our region. One thing to note, over the next 24 hours, as it gets closer to our region, it might run into that little bit of wind shear farther to the north. Hopefully that keeps it from getting to Category 4, but it's still a powerful storm, whether it stays its current status or not. So this is going to continue off to the northeast. My colleague, Chief Meteorologist Don Patrick, is also going over the advisory. John, what do you see with the latest cone? It's changed a little bit.
Well, with the latest forecast cone, of course, we have seen this track continuing over towards our area in southwest Florida. And with this new advisory here at 11 o'clock, I'm going to have the control room, if you can, switch over to 1. Right now we've got 2 up here, so we can see our forecast cone of concern. Anybody in there can switch over to our links 2 in this monitor over here? All right, they say, give us 1 second. But there's the 11 o'clock advisory. Again, as Allison mentioned, it's 120-mile-an-hour winds moving to the north-northeast at 10 miles per hour. The eye is going to likely sit off of our coastline here for a little while before it actually makes a landfall. There's a cold front that's coming down from central Florida, and that's what's going to steer the storm as we go through time. You can see it right there. There's the cone of concern. Strengthening to a Category 4 as we get into tomorrow, likely by around 8 o'clock, and you see it will weaken as it makes a landfall. Again, our forecast guidance and even the newest forecast guidance that we are getting in this evening is suggesting right around that Charlotte-Sarasota County line. And if that happens, we are set up for a pretty big storm surge event. We're going to continue to talk about that as we go through the night and into tomorrow. As that storm gets closer, we're going to get more of an idea of exactly where it is going to make landfall. Again, the possibility is with anywhere within that cone. Our continuing coverage here continues. Hurricane Ian on ABC 7 and NBC 2.
The City Mattress Fall Clearance event is on now.
There's a reason Comcast Business powers more businesses than any other provider. Actually, there's a few. Comcast Business offers the fastest, reliable network, the protection of Security Edge, and the most reliable 5G network. Whether your business is starting or growing, you need Comcast Business.
Simplicity and savings, all from one provider. Get internet, advanced security, and voice for $40 a month for 12 months when you add Comcast Business Mobile. Plus, enjoy free installation and ask how to get a $500 prepaid card with a qualifying gig bundle. Call today.
4 decades ago, we started on a journey. We planted seeds, we made promises, and we kept them.
Focusing entirely on protecting our clients, it became a way of life. We stand between the injured and those who would harm them again.
Over 40 years ago, we set out to build a law firm. What we ended up with
was so much more.
Farah and Farah. This is what we built.
As Ian approaches southwest Florida,
What will be a major storm surge event.
count on the NBC2 First Alert Storm Team to keep you ahead of the storm.
The slower the hurricane moves, the greater the potential impacts in our community.
With live updates on air, online, and on the NBC2 weather app. All powered by the NBC2 First Alert Live Radar.
We're going to be here tracking every single threat and every single tornado warning that we see for you.
When dangerous weather threatens, count on NBC2.
The City Mattress Fall Clearance event is on now, with savings up to 40% on mattresses, adjustable beds, and bedroom furniture throughout our stores and online. Purchase any in-stock Serta iComfort mattress and get a free sleep bundle. Or take advantage of Sealy Hybrid mattress closeouts, with the largest selection of in-stock mattresses in every comfort and for every budget. City Mattress is your best source for sleeping better.
You are looking at the new cone of uncertainty from the new 11 o'clock advisory. What started this morning as a maybe has now become a likely. Southwest Florida is going to feel this storm, Hurricane Ian, in a big way. Thank you for staying up late with us. I'm ABC 7 News anchor Jeff Butera.
And I'm Kelly Burns. We are continuing our team coverage, combining forces between NBC2 and ABC 7 tonight. And we have a team of experienced meteorologists here to guide you through Hurricane Ian. First, NBC2 Chief Meteorologist Allison Ray is tracking the new information just in about this updated cone of concern, and everybody wants to hear where the track is now.
Right, so the track has changed not much, and JP is really going to kind of dive into, or John Patrick, excuse me, is going to dive into where that cone exactly is and how it has shifted from earlier today, really fine-tuning that, hey, Southwest Florida, we're going to feel the brunt of this for sure. What I have here is the Doppler radar that is showing you the past 4 hours of this storm spinning just off the coast of Key West. And we heard from our reporter, Alex Howard, that has been feeling the impacts. He had to take cover because it was getting a little bit stronger there. One thing to know, when we look at this starting to lapse, I want you to pay attention to the amount of red on the screen. And I mentioned earlier it was going through an eye wall replacement cycle. It's basically refreshing its center, staying pretty strong. Sometimes we can see it weaken a bit or the pressure go up, which we did see the pressure go up a bit. Don't let that pressure going up 5 millibars give you any comfort, it's still going to be pretty powerful. And what it's doing, if you can see these red bands, they were kind of narrow just a few hours ago. Now they're starting to converge and get a little bit more expansive. What does that mean? More heavy rain, more strong wind. It could expand that heavy rain. And I also want to point out that we always talk about that northeast side that's a little dirtier, that has all that tornadic possibilities. We also notice on the north here, that's where a ton of that really soaking heavy rain is, and that's why those rainfall totals north of where it could make landfall have been so high, double-digit high. So that's going to be watching as we go forward. Now, I was very interested to see what the hurricane experts were going to say in regards to this storm that's still moving through a really good environment for development for a couple more, another half a day or so before it makes landfall, with that eye-roll replacement cycle where they can continue to keep it possibly intensifying to Category 4, and they've kept that forecast in, and that wind field could expand like what we're seeing right now. So it's gusting up to 150. It's moving off to the north-northeast. The subtle changes are going to pinpoint where exactly this makes landfall. Who sees the strongest winds, who sees the strongest storm surge. It's going to be a couple miles different here or there. This storm is headed right to us. Here's what we're looking at water vapor imagery. So the green, man, you can't miss it. That's going to be Ian. This orange color is going to indicate drier air, and that's where all that shear is, but it's all the way up here. This storm is not going to get that shear until it moves higher into the coast. Then it will start to weaken in combination with that interaction with the land. So in the meantime, it's just pushing the storm closer to our coastlines. And John Patrick joins me, chief meteorologist from ABC7, kind of taking a closer look at that cone, John. And I'll tell you what, Charlotte and Lee, now almost all of Lee County is in that cone, making landfall likely in our region.
Yeah, all of Lee County, it's got shifted just subtly off to the south, and you can see here Category 3 storm still with 120-mile-an-hour maximum sustained winds. And we showed this to you briefly before the break going into the top of the hour, so we want to spend a little more time and kind of zoom in on our region a little bit. Strengthening to a 4 still as we get into tomorrow morning, up to 130 miles per hour, and then the weakening process as it makes the turn toward us should begin. And as Allison just showed you, that dry air is on the northern side of a front that's stalled right in north central Florida right now. And as that front tries to push south and the storm pushes north, the two are going to interact, and some of that dry air is going to start to wrap in to the system, and some cooler air associated with that front as well. Not much cooler, but certainly when you wrap in some drier air and slightly cooler air into a tropical system that prefers humidity and heat, that's going to start to weaken the storm. So you are going to see that, and of course after landfall it will quickly break apart and weaken as it moves off to the northeast. But that's what we're looking at right now. That track did shift just slightly from where it was earlier at the 5 o'clock advisory because of this. This is the evening 8 o'clock run of the computer forecast track models. So these initialized at 8 o'clock this evening, and you see how they're all bunched together now, pretty much for the most part, zeroing in right near either Charlotte Harbor, right on the Charlotte-Sarasota County line. That's where these forecast models are really honing in on right now. So it's with high confidence that we are going to see that storm surge event that we've been talking about here for the past few days here on ABC7 and NBC2. And as far as the warnings are concerned for the high winds and the storm surge, here's what we're looking at. All of Southwest Florida now is under this hurricane warning. So hurricane force winds are expected across all of Southwest Florida. And if you're watching us right now in Southwest Florida, you're in on that hurricane warning. So that really just kind of sums up the whole thing. Is we're expecting gusty winds across the entire area. And as that blows on shore from the southwest, keep in mind if we have the center of the hurricane right about in here, that's going to bring southwesterly wind and water up against our beaches. So we have that threat of some storm surge as we get through Wednesday and Thursday. Even as the storm makes landfall and pulls away from us, that wind direction is going to continue to be from the southwest. It'll start to weaken as the storm pulls away, but the direction of the wind is going to continue to push that water on shore. And we've been seeing this all evening long. We've been tracking the tornado warnings that have been popping up one after another on ABC7 and NBC2, and that's going to continue with our tornado watch through the overnight period. And as we go through the day tomorrow, we're going to continue to see the spiraling rain bands. There's the storm right now. This is the evening run of our forecast model here. 11 o'clock tonight, you can see the center of the storm down to our southwest. There's Naples, there's Cape Coral. And these rain bands will continue to spiral in all evening long. You'll see some pockets of heavy rain, and occasionally we'll have that tornado warning that'll last for anywhere from 15 minutes. Well, we had one last for 10 minutes earlier this evening. So usually they last for 15 to 30 minutes, not incredibly long. These are fast-moving, short-lived tornado warnings. And you see as we get into Wednesday morning, we may actually get a little bit of a break inland with some spotty rain. Some of the rain hugging the coastline, though, as we get into 8, 9 o'clock. And then as the center of circulation gets a little bit closer to us, we'll start to see the winds pick up, especially here at the beaches, and tropical storm force winds certainly as we get into midday tomorrow all the way over towards Lake Okeechobee. As we get into the afternoon, look at how that slows down and hangs off of our coastline. That's not good for the storm surge threat. And we'll talk more about that. We'll talk about some of the winds that we'll be getting as the storm approaches and makes its way towards southwest Florida, and some of the rain that we're going to get. Not only do we have the storm surge threat, but we're also going to see that threat for just some heavy rain from some of these rain bands, and of course the rain associated with the center coming on. Sure, we'll talk more about that as we go through the evening right here on NBC2 and ABC7.
If you're trying to ride out the storm but no longer feel like you're in a safe place, there are several shelters open across our community. We have a list of those along our coastal communities open right now. In Charlotte County, you can go to Babcock Ranch School, Liberty Elementary, Harold F. Rec Center, Neal, Armstrong, and Kingsway Elementary Schools. Then in Collier County, several middle schools are open, including Oak Ridge and Golden Gate and Immokalee Middle.
And if you are in Lee County, you do have options as well. Schools like Island Coast, Varsity Lakes, Oak Hammock Middle, they are all acting as storm shelters. There are also several recreational centers that are open to you as well, like Veterans Park and Estero. And Hertz Arena has opened as a shelter again. They were open as a shelter during Hurricane Irma 5 years ago, and they are again tonight. That's where ABC7 and NBC2 reporter Hope Salmon is, talking with people who felt safer at the arena than in their homes.
We just wanted to
Getting away from the water.
Air of caution.
Trying to get away from the water. That's what many people in Southwest Florida are doing tonight ahead of Ian. One popular shelter is the Hertz Arena in Estero. I stopped by on Thursday night, and this is what it looked like around 6:30. People inside of Hertz Arena right now say there are only about 300 people inside. I want to give you a look at what the parking lot looks like. Considering how many spaces there are outside of this building, I'd say it looks pretty empty right now. Louise Stonebauer drove down to Florida from Canada to help her seasonal friend bring her car down for the winter.
Unfortunately, this is what we found out when we got here.
She says she was supposed to fly home on Thursday and now has no idea when she can fly out.
It's not too bad on the inside. It's calm. There's a lot of people. You get to either choose in the auditorium or out around.
The Garretts say this is their first time sheltering during a hurricane, too.
We are in an area in our duplex that had a mandatory evacuation, and we are right on the red line. So we figured when our buddy DeSantis told us to leave, we left.
This is all scared. Yeah, I'm very...
A lot of water right there.
When Irma hit in 2017, part of the roof at the Hertz Arena was destroyed. Since then, the county has spent more than $3 million to make sure this shelter stays secure. In Estero, Hope Salmon.
On Fort Myers Beach, a 6-story condo building is literally teetering on the edge of the Gulf of Mexico.
The Leonardo Arms condo building could suffer extensive damage or even collapse because of Hurricane Ian. NBC2 and ABC7 reporter Gage Golding has actually been following this story for months now because they've been worried about it for this long. He's got the latest from Leonardo Arms tonight.
Yeah, there has been concern going months and months and months back. Whenever I first came here, back in the spring of this year, I was told about this, that the Gulf of Mexico is really close to this condo building. And I'll be honest with you, when I showed up, I didn't know really what to expect. There's no way. But whenever I showed up, it was amazing to see just this space of 15 feet. I mean, my living room, I could walk farther in my living room, but these people can't walk out their backyard and without falling into the Gulf of Mexico. It's honestly incredible. And, you know, one thing I want to illustrate right now is I lost the rain jacket because we're in a period kind of between those rain bands where just drizzling out here, and the wind is very calm. You would think it's just a regular night with a regular little drizzle. So kind of illustrating what they're dealing with. And if it could stay like this, the people here at Leonardo Arms, they would be thrilled. But unfortunately, we know that that's not going to be the case. And they've been trying to get this situation fixed. I mean, we're talking months and months and months of work. $1.2 million into this project. They have about 200 massive sandbags. You know, we've been talking about sandbags all week. This isn't little bags that you get at, you know, the fill station. We're talking big ones that had to be moved and placed with heavy pieces of machinery. That's the only thing separating them from the Gulf of Mexico and this condo building. You see, it's a 6-story building. There's 60 different units here, 60 different homes, people calling this place home. Right now, it's evacuated. And the plan was to get these sandbags up and placed until they could get the permit to build a permanent seawall. And that seawall would keep the Gulf out and be a little divider between the Gulf and the sand that's keeping this building upright. Well, turtle season came around, shorebird nesting season came around, and unfortunately, they couldn't build it until November 1st. But still, to this very day, they are still waiting for that permit to be signed. Leonardo Arms, they say they are ready to go. They have the money, they have the construction company, the contractor, they're ready to rock and roll. They're just waiting for the FWC and Florida Department of Environmental Protection to give it the A-OK. And let me tell you, residents here tonight, I just talked to them moments ago, they are just feeling like they're being left out. Take a listen.
It's almost like they want the building to fall in the water.
And I love turtles as much as anybody, but to have a turtle stand in front of a 60-unit condominium that are homes for 60 people, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me.
Yeah, and Gene Duffy, you hear there, he's the president of the Condo Association, and since this story started back in the spring, he's been saying we are one storm away from devastation. And that, think about that, that's pretty heavy. 60 different units here in this condo building, 60 different homes, 60 different families, one storm away from devastation. And I talked to him via Zoom today. We chatted about an hour to a couple hours ago, and I asked him, I said, Gene, do you think that Ian could be that storm? And he said, Gage, with the storm surge that's forecast, that 12 feet, if that's worst case scenario, if we get that worst case scenario, he lives on the first floor here. Let's walk over to the first floor. There's not much. I mean, I'm 6 foot and you're looking at, you know, maybe a couple foot gap here. That's underneath there. That's practically almost Gulf level, maybe a couple feet above. He says, if we get that 12 feet storm surge, that's going to be way above my head. He says, if you're sitting on the couch in my living room, you're going to be in the water, maybe even under the water. So it's just something to think about, you know, you sitting on your couch tonight, what this condo building could be facing. He is hoping, they're praying, everybody here trying to have faith that this building will withstand the forces of Hurricane Ian. And of course, we're going to be here watching and monitoring this very closely as the residents that live here, and I'm sure the town of Fort Myers Beach also keeping an eye on this as well. We'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
It could be a very rough day in our community tomorrow as we brace for the possible landfall of a Category 3 or Category 4 hurricane. What you need to know to be prepared so you are safe with this event is potentially historic event coming up after these messages.
El Dorado Furniture is expanding, and we're celebrating with exclusive offers coast to coast. Enjoy a unique showroom experience and save on endless styles. Don't miss our grand opening celebration online and at all El Dorado Furniture showrooms.
Genesis G90, built with intensity, powered by passion. Coming soon to the all-new Fort Myers Genesis.
Charlie Crist is increasing costs, hurting Florida families. He voted for inflationary spending that exploded the cost of gas, groceries, and housing, costing Florida families $500 per month. Crist voted to increase taxes on gas and opposes affordable American energy. Charlie approved the largest increase in taxes and fees in Florida history. Charlie Crist, he wants to raise your taxes.
I don't like to raise taxes. I did it as governor.
Would you do it again?
If necessary, I would.
Finding the Honda you really want
just got easier. With a longer limited warranty, so long. And complimentary oil changes within the first year. You've never been more at peace than with Honda Certified Pre-Owned.
As Ian approaches southwest Florida, count on NBC2.
The slower the hurricane moves, the greater the potential impacts in our community.
Alerting you first.
Tracking every single threat and every single tornado warning that we see for you.
And keeping you ahead of the storm. Count on the experience of NBC2's Allison Ray.
All right, it's 11:17 tonight, so we are tracking heavy rain as it pushes across the southwest Florida as our community braces for what could be a historic event tomorrow with the landfall of a major hurricane on our southwest Florida coast. As you'll notice right now, based on live Doppler radar across Lee County, the heaviest rain in the area right now is moving from southeast to northwest and is particularly heavy here across areas of Cape Coral, mostly as you'll notice to the west of the Caloosahatchee River. Now, if you were to analyze the radar inside these radar returns, we're not seeing evidence of any kind of spin or rotation right now inside them, but we have seen several instances tonight of tornado spin-ups across South Florida, so it will remain a possibility tonight, even though we're not seeing that right now across Cape Coral and Fort Myers, for this spin-up tornado threat to be with us all night tonight into the very early hours of tomorrow. Now, this downpour and heavy rain mix all moving to the west-northwest very rapidly, pushing away from North Fort Myers and pushing away from the city of Fort Myers. In the eastern side of Lee County, some heavy rain here, as you'll notice across the center of Lehigh Acres, pulling away from Veterans Park, moving along Lee Boulevard and rapidly pushing to the west-northwest toward Buckingham and River Hall. Again, an analysis of the radar shows, at least right now, not showing any signs of spin or rotation. But when you see how these rain bands continue to spiral around our community here tonight, it will be possible overnight tonight for these isolated spin-up tornadoes. So make sure that you have your phone near you. If a tornado warning happens to be issued while you're sleeping tonight, make sure you have the volume up so you're able to get those alerts while you're sleeping here tonight. Now, this is all, of course, coming out ahead of the main event, which arrives tomorrow. And as you'll notice, the eye of this very strong hurricane is clearly spotted on First Alert live Doppler radar from NBC2. But when you use our partner radars with the National Weather Service in Key West, you can get a much better picture of what this strong hurricane looks like. Our Futurecast model picks up exactly where this is at right now. So I want to point out a few things to you here. Movement is to the north-northeast at 10 miles an hour. This right here is where the worst of the winds are, the sustained of 120 miles per hour with wind gusts to 150 miles an hour. And this northeast trend is what's been concerning for us over the past several hours because it's no longer moving due to the north. It is instead veering to the northeast. The farther to the east it moves, the closer to our community it comes, the bigger the impacts will be here locally tomorrow as we see the arrival of hurricane force winds in the morning, rain bands throughout the day, and then again, the potential of a historic landfall in our community. This could very well be one of the strongest hurricanes to hit our area for the past several decades, the way things are looking right now. So this is a very, very serious situation for our neighborhoods here up and down the southwest Florida coast. This is a look at Futurecast tomorrow. Notice again, picks up right where that eye is, moving to the north-northeast at probably 10 miles per hour or less. And notice what happens tomorrow. That forward speed slows down. We've been talking to you extensively today about these steering currents weakening and allowing the storm not only to slow down, but also drift more to the northeast. And again, the farther to the east it goes, the bigger and more substantial the impacts could be here locally in our community. That's a look at 10 o'clock in the morning on Wednesday. And again, major hurricane just a few miles off of our coast. It continues to lift to the north-northeast. And again, the potential of a Category 3 or 4 hurricane making landfall in either Charlotte, Lee, or Sarasota counties per this model. And then again, slowing and stalling perhaps, which increases the risk of storm surge for points south of wherever the eye makes landfall and the risk of significant flooding inland from freshwater rain. The most recent cone advisory that Chief Meteorologist Allison Ray went through at the top of the hour, again, has shown that tilt to the east as the forecast cone has been refined, which means right now Charlotte and Lee County are in the dead center of this forecast cone with the potential of this being either a Category 4 or Category 3 hurricane. Again, the onset of hurricane force winds arrives tomorrow. And then throughout the entire day here, that's 8 o'clock in the morning on Wednesday. That's 8 o'clock at night on Wednesday. This very slow motion of the storm here means that the storm surge risk will be exceptionally high for points south of wherever the eye happens to make landfall. And then on top of that, the potential of significant rain flooding, freshwater flooding in areas both on the coast and inland to the east of Interstate 75. For some further analysis and potential on how much rain could fall in our community tomorrow, let me pass the ball over to my colleague with our neighbors at ABC7, Sammy Squire. Sammy, what does the rain potential look like tomorrow as we brace for the arrival of this hurricane?
You know, Rob, we're talking about a whole lot of rain heading our way, and because of that, all of Southwest Florida is under a flood watch from now until 9 a.m. on Thursday. So that's what we're really concerned about in terms of Hurricane Ian passing through. Of course, it's going to be storm surge, but also the potential for flooding. Now, we have already seen a significant amount of rainfall in portions of our area. Most of that, of course, is off into the Gulf currently, but looking at Southwest Florida, more specifically here, a little bit over maybe even up to 5 inches in portions of Collier County. But most of us still in that 1 to 2, even up to 3 inches, just depending on where you're at. Immokalee, even into Hendry County, about 3.5 inches. This is so far. So if we look at the forecast of the rain totals of what's to come after what we've already had. So we're looking at a few different scenarios here, okay? We've been talking about the European model, the American model, and then as well as the Barron model, which is our in-house model. So looking at the total rainfall from what we've had, on top of that, this is the European model, about 3 inches in portions of eastern Collier County, eastern Glades County, and eastern Hendry County. Actually, most of Hendry County is actually in that 3-inch rain versus further towards the west by the coastline here, about 4.5 inches for portions of Charlotte County, as well as DeSoto County, up to 4 inches possible, 5+ Sanibel, and further towards the south. So our European model has actually been spitting out a little bit more rainfall for Collier County, about 5.5 inches towards Marco Island, even towards Everglades City, about 5.5. Now, of course, we do have more rainfall off in the Gulf, as that is expected to keep turning and accelerating, bringing more and more rain within the next couple of hours and into tomorrow. And pretty much into about Thursday morning, we can expect to see widespread rain or even spotty showers. Other models are still indicating, though, we could have over 5 inches possible in portions of our area, even up to 6.5 inches towards Charlotte County. Now, we will have more coming up after the break.
New plans are a touch away. Handwriting recognition in the Audi Q3.
Chief Val Demings.
An impressive history of public service.
Protect and serve Florida, that's what I've done as a police officer and as chief.
Under her leadership,
crime is down 40%.
Most dramatic decrease in violent crime.
In the Senate, I'll protect Florida from bad ideas, like defunding the police. That's just crazy. I am Val Demings, and I approve this message because Florida, it's time to send a cop on the beat to the Senate.
When it comes to beating cancer, your first choice is your best chance. At Moffitt Cancer Center, we bring the highest level of urgency to provide the right diagnosis right away. We're fast-tracking therapies and pioneering vaccines that enable the life-saving power of prevention, while providing individualized treatment plans from the start that lead to the best outcomes. Choose Moffitt first, a cancer center like no other.
Yeah, buddy.
Own the elements. Quattro in the Audi Q5.
Let's go, buddy.
Alice loves the scent of Gain so much, she wished there was a way to make it last longer. Say hello to your fairy godmother, Alice, and long-lasting Gain scent beads. Try Spring Daydream, part of our irresistible scent collection.
Follow the bugs. Gotcha. not your family. Zevo is made with essential oils, which attack bugs' biological systems. It gets rid of the bugs, plus is safe for use around people and pets. Zevo, people-friendly, bug-deadly.
Collier County has been under countless tornado warnings tonight, and heavy rains are already flooding some communities.
ABC 7 and NBC 2 reporter Amanda Lejeski is on Collier Boulevard tonight, and she's going to add some perspective right now on what's happening outside. Amanda.
Hey guys, I'm in Naples right now, specifically along Collier Boulevard, the area we were just telling you about that has tornado warnings in place. Now, driving around, I haven't seen any damage, but there actually is some powerful winds as I've been standing here along the boulevard. Now, if we take a look at the boulevard, you can see there is a car actually coming our way right now, one car specifically, but there has been a little bit more traffic up and down this road. Not too much because many people have either evacuated the area or are at home staying safe with their things and their belongings and their families. Now, I was just telling you about the wind. There is wind picking up, as you can see, along with the trees here. It is blowing the leaves and everything, and we will continue to see these changes as we continue throughout the night as Ian continues to make its path through Southwest Florida. We will continue keeping you updated on those changes as they happen in the field and in the studio. In Naples, Amanda Lejeski, NBC2.
And another live look at Fort Myers Beach. The camera here, clouded up and rainy. It is dark, rainy, and dangerous. Our team of meteorologists tracking Hurricane Ian right now. We're back with more analysis of where this monster storm is going next.
Charlie Crist imposed major increases in college tuition on Florida families, but voted for free college tuition for illegal immigrants. Charlie Crist, putting himself first, putting Floridians last.
It's your journey. Own every mile in the Hyundai Santa Fe. Get a Hyundai Santa Fe with 3.29% APR for 48 months, plus 3 years complimentary maintenance. Visit buyhyundai.com today.
Does your collagen need a wake-up call? Thermage FLX helps smooth wrinkles and tighten sagging skin without surgery, using stimulating waves of energy to remodel your body's own collagen. It helps address the visible signs of aging in minutes. The most common immediate side effect is mild to moderate pain during treatment. For more product information and to find a provider near you, visit Thermage.com. Thermage FLX. Give your collagen a wake-up call.
When a storm comes through, I talk to my son and my daughter, and I say, listen, Dad's going to be away. And they understand that. They understand Dad's going to help other people.
What are we trying to do for the people is give them a lot of hope. They're seeing their neighborhoods coming on.
We're not done until everybody's power is restored. For my younger daughter, it's tough. I hope that she goes back one day and says, you know what, Dad did what he could for the community, and this has made a difference.
When people need our help,
we answer the call.
Count on Southwest Florida's most experienced storm team.
Take a look at the damage Hurricane Ian has already caused, and it hasn't even hit land yet. These pictures are from the North Perry Airport in Miami. More than 15 planes are damaged. Now officials are investigating whether the damage was caused by a tornado. Thank you for staying up with us. I'm ABC 7 anchor Megan Miller.
And I'm NBC 2's Peter Bush. NBC 2 and ABC 7 have joined forces to bring you nonstop coverage and keep you informed every step of the way as Hurricane Ian approaches our coastline. Our meteorologists have been all over this storm for a week now, and let's start with NBC 2 Chief Meteorologist Allison Ray looking At the latest on Ian, it looks ominous on the radar.
Yeah, here it is. You can see it on our radar clearly. What we're going to see happen over the next few hours is this will continue to move off to the northeast. But notice how we have a very big amount of rain here. That wind field is continuing to expand. We're still expecting the storm to increase in size and intensity. But the key here, and it's going to slow down a bit, and that slow movement will increase the storm potential, storm surge potential as we head into tomorrow. So we're dealing with the heavy rain now. We've been dealing with those isolated tornadoes, but here's the good news for the next couple of hours. We're starting to see some parts of our region wind down with the rain, but this will be headed our way into the overnight hours through tomorrow morning. So the heavy rain will come right back at us. So we will see those flooding numbers continue to increase. If you already have areas in your neighborhood that have a lot of water standing, or you know that it is about to, if you get maybe an inch of rain, you know how your neighborhood works. This is going to be one of those cases as the rainfall totals continue to pick up. No warnings right now for parts of Lee County, Cape Coral, just some light to moderate rain. Heavy rain through parts of Pine Island, pushing off to the north through the Cape Hayes Peninsula. Also a lot of heavy rain right now through parts of Lehigh. Gusty winds, but we're not seeing any tornado warnings for that part of the area right now. One area that's been very active with tornado warnings has been Collier County, specifically into Golden Gate Estates, even farther south of that, pushing into areas of North Naples. You get a little bit of a breather in the coming hours of that tornado possibility. We're just dealing with light rain for now. That will not last all evening by any means. Here we are through Lehigh along 80 where Joe Boulevard reaches 80. We are seeing that heavy rain as well. Gusty winds here. Those rainfall totals will pick up. Along 80, we know that area can flood pretty easily around Gunnery Row. We are going to see some flooding concerns there if that rain continues to push up. Notice DeSoto County, Charlotte County, light to moderate rain. The less rain we get in these areas we need, because we're going to have that storm surge start to increase, and that will add just the total water, freshwater rain added with saltwater storm surge. That total inundation could increase if we continue to see those numbers head our way. The computer models, I think, have underdone our rain potential in a big way. Here's why. We've already seen about 3 to almost 4 inches of rain in Everglades City. Some areas have seen some of those bands. So if you get under another one of those bands, you're easily going to have at least 5-6 inches of rain. And the wettest part of the storm isn't even here yet. Notice over the past 30 days, we've seen well over 100%, almost 200% the normal rainfall in the past 30 days for areas in that blue specifically, or I guess that's what a periwinkle color, in Golden Gate and Golden Gate Estates. Those are areas that will continue to see that heavy rain. One thing I want to talk about is that storm surge potential and why it could be so much higher than even what we thought last night, because of how long this is going to stay offshore. Notice by 12 o'clock tomorrow, we have the center of the storm just off our coastlines. Watch how many hours it just sits there. It sits there for hours. 3 o'clock, still not making landfall, still bringing that heavy rain in. The rain will stop, but the water, will continue to push on in with those onshore winds through Wednesday night, through Thursday. The rain levels, the water levels could continue to increase on Thursday as those onshore winds continue. They won't be too strong, but they'll be enough to keep the water in place, and therefore, notice on that top edge. Remember when I showed you that radar imagery with the real heavy rain up top? That's going to be where that white color sets up. Double-digit rainfall totals on top of what we've already seen. That's why I'm concerned about flooding. I'm also concerned about storm surge, also the wind and where it makes landfall. There will be some areas even up to the Tampa region. They may escape that center making landfall in them, but they're going to see that heaviest rain. Chief meteorologist of ABC7, John Patrick, joins me. Going to break down a little bit more of that storm surge threat. And hold on, we are a long way to go through this because our storm surge threat continues to increase as maybe our rain starts to wind down. And you have new numbers. It's picked up a little bit for areas farther to the south, John.
It has picked up just a little bit, Allison. And as we go through time, these numbers will be adjusted as we get more of an exact track of exactly where this is going to make landfall. But here's how it's looking right now. This has been updated to 6 to 10 feet. It was 6 to 9 earlier for Collier County and across through the 10,000 Islands in Everglades City. So that's the little bit of new information that we have for you tonight. Still looking at 8 to 12 foot possibilities for storm surge in Lee County and up through Charlotte County, Charlotte Harbor, up the Myakka River and the Peace River and the Caloosahatchee River as well. Now, if you're new to the area, you might not know exactly what storm surge is. So let's go ahead and talk about what that is. As the hurricane either A, grows in size and in intensity, or B, if it sits, like it's forecast to, just off of our coastline for a long period of time, the pressure from that hurricane on the Gulf of Mexico gradually builds up these waves, and this is above the normal high tide. We call that the storm surge. It's not one big like tidal wave. This is a gradual building of the waves, and after time you're going to see spilling over the beaches and over the rivers, and that's what we're forecasting, that 8 to 12 feet and the 6 to 10 feet for Collier County. It's that storm surge threat that we're most worried about with this system. And as we've been showing you all evening long, we have also been tracking the possibility of tornadoes. We've already seen quite a few little tornadoes spin up. Now, the warnings themselves and the tornadoes and the rotations don't last incredibly long, but it is important to have a safe place in your home where you can go if one of these spins up and tracks over your area. Now, in this example, I've got this little interior room highlighted in red, and this is the best scenario in your house. Personally, I don't have this in my house, but I've got the next best thing after we show you about this one. An interior room with no windows. You want it to be small, not a big living room or a great room or anything like that, because you want the support of those walls being close together in case your roof were to be compromised. Something like the little bathroom, a little powder room, or a little closet. Now, I said I don't have that in my house, but I do have this in my house, a small room with no windows, but it's up against an outer wall. Just make sure that it has no windows, even if it's like a walk-in closet or a laundry room. The most important thing is you don't want windows, and you want it to be a small room so you have that support from the walls being close together. We, of course, will keep tracking the tornado threat, the storm surge threat, and all the rest through the night right here on ABC 7 and NBC 2.
John, thank you. I'm tracking what you need to know here in your NBC2 Alert Center. You mentioned the threat of tornadoes, and we are seeing a little bit of an impact in Collier County from those tornadoes that have popped up. As you can see, they are experiencing some power outages. I'm bringing up this map here on the FPL website so you can get a look at what we're dealing with right now at this hour. Last check, Collier County has 1,800 customers without power, so 1,800 homes right now are in the dark. They're working to get that back on, but this is the most widespread outage we're seeing in our area. If you go and you take a look at Lee County, you can see they've got 170 homes without power, and if you look at Charlotte County, 120. DeSoto, Glades, Hendry County, not seeing any power outages, but of course we expect that to change drastically as the night goes on and tomorrow, so I'll keep tracking that in your NBC2 Alert Center. We'll keep you updated.
If you live in Punta Gorda, you will not be able to rely on emergency services much longer. The fire department and police department say they will not be able to come and help you right away. Now, that happens whenever winds get stronger than 45 miles per hour. This is the case for agencies across Southwest Florida. We heard this earlier in the week, yesterday, from the Lee County Sheriff's Office. Emergency and non-emergency phone lines will still be open, but there may be some serious delays in response time.
We just got some new video of wind damage from Key West. Oh, boys, this is a sign of things to come here. Big old trees down in the streets. They're doing their best to clear the roads so that they can keep people moving in case they might want to evacuate. Key West often takes the brunt of hurricanes, but Ian is going to hit Southwest Florida even harder. Let's go to NBC2's Alex Howard. We just found out there's some pretty substantial flooding where you are in Key West. Alex?
That's right. We've been here at the Fairfield Inn and Suites here in Key West for the past couple of hours. At first, it was just fine. Our parking lot was fairly dry when we arrived. But as the hours have gone on, we've seen the rain intensify, the winds intensify. We're well over 50 miles per hour now. As you can see here, we've had street lights go out, and now our parking lot here, just within the past hour and a half, is starting to see some floodwaters, about 2 feet in most spots, and those waters are rising. And I just checked. It looks like we've got high tide coming close to 11:30 late this evening, and the roadways right now are inundated with water. We're seeing storm surge, heavy winds, and debris flying around at this point. This has become a very dangerous situation A couple of guests in the hotel actually came out just a minute ago to ask if we were safe here on the second floor. Fortunately, there hasn't been any power outage just yet at the actual hotel. We've seen the lights flicker a little bit. But again, this is becoming a very dangerous storm as Ian just passes right by. Now, earlier today, we were out at the southernmost point, the buoy there, and we talked to a man who actually was on vacation. He was here from Fort Myers. And even then, that was earlier on in the day, he couldn't believe the power of the waves and the storm surge. Take a listen.
The sea is wicked right now. The storms are washing over the seawall. Everyone's out here taking pictures, but I think we all realize it's probably about time to get back to the apartment. I just hope that everyone stays safe. I hope that everyone stays inside and just keeps out of the storm.
Now, one thing we have seen that I do want to mention is from some people here in Key West, they don't seem to be too concerned with the weather. In fact, we saw on the live stream of the southernmost point buoy just less than an hour ago, people still out there, and even though the storm surge is just breaking over that wall there, they're seeing incredible ripped currents and tides. That is a very dangerous situation, and if people are watching, we want to encourage them not to do that, because ultimately that could end up as a tragedy. Now, we're going to toss to break here. We'll be right back, but for right now, things here in Key West deteriorating quite quickly. Reporting in Key West, Alex Howard, NBC2.
Ready? It's happening right now at Rooms to Go. Pick from 100 beautiful rooms, each under $1,500. Picture it, your home, fully furnished in your style, with living rooms under $1,500, dining rooms under $1,500, bedrooms under $1,500. So many stylish options, each under $1,500. And it gets better. Finance for $30 or less per month, interest-free for 50 months. Furnish your home to perfection. Now at Rooms to Go.
It's a tragedy. A family forced into bankruptcy because of medical bills caused by another driver's carelessness.
A child who will need constant care for the rest of her life because of a medical mistake.
An injured worker denied workers' comp because the system isn't working for him.
Mistakes happen. Negligence happens, and the system doesn't always play fair. But you shouldn't have to pay for it.
Protecting you and your family is what we say, because it's what we do.
There's a reason Comcast Business powers more businesses than any other provider. Actually, there's a few. Comcast Business offers the fastest, reliable network, the protection of Security Edge, and the most reliable 5G network. Whether your business is starting or growing, you need Comcast Business.
Simplicity and savings, all from one provider. Get internet, advanced security, and voice for $40 a month for 12 months when you add Comcast Business Mobile. Plus, enjoy free installation and ask how to get a $500 prepaid card with a qualifying gig bundle. Call today.
As Ian approaches Southwest Florida,
what will be a major storm surge event.
Count on the NBC2 First Alert Storm Team to keep you ahead of the storm.
The slower the hurricane moves, the greater the potential impacts in our community.
With live updates on air, online, and on the NBC2 weather app. All powered by the NBC2 First Alert Live Radar.
We're going to be here tracking every single threat and every single tornado warning that we see for you.
When dangerous weather threatens, count on NBC2.
Our team coverage continues right now at 11:44.
Christy Soto is live at Charlotte Harbor, which right now is looking like it might take the brunt of this storm. And Christy, you're seeing just the early effects, and it's still bad.
Yeah, this is just the early effects, and I can tell you that the wind is strong here. I mean, in the last couple of hours, we have just seen the wind intensify. The rain has been persistent here. I want to just pan up. If we can get our photographer to show you, you can see the palm trees swaying. And about 30 minutes ago, we saw a couple come out here, and they said that they wanted to check out the area, and they wanted to see what it looked like out here. You know, and I told them, I recommended that they, you know, go home if they make the decision. If you make the decision to stay in this area, which is a mandatory evacuation zone, let us be your eyes and ears out here. You know, we want you guys to be safe. The roads are wet. These winds are picking up. So again, let us be your eyes and ears. As we were in downtown Punta Gorda early in the afternoon, we spoke to many people here. We spoke to people that, have lived here for over 20 years. I spoke to a man named Jackson who lived through Irma. He lived through Charlie, and he was just comparing how he was feeling. He was a kid when Charlie ripped through Punta Gorda, and talking about Hurricane Ian as we see that it's coming towards Southwest Florida and this area could potentially take a direct hit. He says he's on edge. I want to show you guys what he said.
I would say it brings back memories of when I was a kid and Charlie was coming. So it's kind of in the same ballpark. To see a storm come through that might do more damage it shakes you up a little bit.
Storm surge is something that everyone is worried about. It's a big risk. That is one of the most life-threatening things when we talk about a hurricane. Now, as far as wind speeds, when the winds are super strong, you can actually hear them howling. That's what we're hearing right now. We're hearing that howling sound, and I can't tell you how fast the wind speeds are here. That's a question for our Chief Meteorologist Allison Ray and John Patrick, but I can try and show you guys with this umbrella. So if we lift it up, it immediately flips over. So you can just see how strong these wind gusts are here. And I am holding onto this umbrella for dear life. And as you can see, it is completely flipped over. It's upside down. It's completely bent. So these winds, again, this is just like Peter said, just the early effects of Hurricane Ian. As the night progresses, we're expecting these winds to get stronger, this rain to continue. So we'll be out here providing you guys with live reports. For now, reporting live in Charlotte County, Christy Soto.
All right, so thank you for that perspective there from the city of Punta Gorda. I'm sure the folks who have evacuated our community, who are watching on our live stream, who are from Punta Gorda, appreciate the eyes on the ground there while it is still safe to be outside. If you are watching on the live stream via the NBC2 News app or on YouTube for free, NBC2 News Live on the stream, we'll keep you updated as you leave the area, if you're already hopefully in your evacuation zone by now, because things are going to go downhill very rapidly tomorrow, and this has the potential of being an extremely serious situation for Southwest Florida. It's very dangerous to be outside right now, especially driving around. It's a live look right now from Lehigh Acres here in the eastern side of Lee County, as at least for the time being, this is where the heaviest of the rain is at. You'll notice here it really picks up in intensity north of Lee Boulevard and then across Buckingham and River Hall, and especially here once you get north of Alabama Road into the north of Veterans Park. So all this real heavy rain is moving really, really rapidly off to the west-northwest at good 15-20 miles an hour. But something we are not seeing in this part of Lee County right now is any kind of evidence of spin or rotation. There have been numerous tornado warnings issued across South Florida tonight, and at least 2 confirmed touchdown tornadoes in the East Coast areas like toward Cooper City in Broward County. Now right now, again, we're not seeing evidence of any kind of strong spin or rotation, but overnight tonight, while many folks will be trying to get some sleep and trying to get some rest before tomorrow, the risk of tornadoes is there. So make sure that you have a way to get weather alerts to you. And again, the NBC2 weather app has that alert feature that will send you push alerts should some of these tornado warnings happen overnight tonight. Again, while a lot of folks are trying to get a little bit of rest here before this extremely busy day for us tomorrow. I mentioned everything is moving rapidly to the west-northwest. Forward speed on this rain is a good 15-20 miles an hour. So though it may not be rotating, there could be some gusty winds inside this rain as, again, continues to move to the west-northwest. Similar case there off the coast of the Cape Hayes Peninsula in western Charlotte County. Did want to mention, again, these tornado warnings. There was one recently off near the Jupiter area that's been since allowed to expire. Right now, there's an active tornado warning just to the west of Weston that's pushing toward Alligator Alley as it moves to the west-northwest. Now, the risk of tornadoes is the biggest concern overnight tonight. Again, while a lot of folks are trying to get the last few hours of rest here before we wake up and see what tomorrow brings us. But I do want to point out here that on live radar, we are close enough now, thanks to both our radar and the National Weather Service radar, that we can start pegging inside here and seeing what the winds are doing at beam height. So this is up and above the surface right now. But I just pixel queried a few points here. We're seeing evidence of 118 mile per hour winds at that particular point in the sky, so up and above the surface, because Earth is curved and these radar beams shoot out at an angle. And you'll notice how there's a big void in any substantial wind right there in this very large eye that Ian has been able to form as the hurricane continues to move to the north-northeast at only 10 miles an hour, which is a slow movement for a big hurricane that has the potential of some really significant storm surge flooding starting tomorrow. Here again is the most recent advisory. It was released at 11 o'clock tonight, so we should get one at midnight because the National Hurricane Center will be constantly, each hour, updating us on at least the location of the hurricane. But again, movement to the north-northeast at 10 miles per hour. That northeast movement is very important for us because the farther to the east it sails, the more impacts we're going to see locally here throughout the night tonight, but most especially tomorrow, as again, the risk of this making a landfall in our community is very much on the table and is actually quite likely given the way things have been trending. Now, this risk of storm surge we've told you a lot about. It's not a worry for us tonight, it's a worry for us tomorrow. In fact, the water levels have been very modestly dropping in areas like Naples. The blue lines here represent the tide cycle, so where you would expect to see the water level. The red line here represents the measured water levels. So over the last few hours, notice how the measured water levels are below what will be the predicted tide levels for this part in Naples Bay. The reason why is because we've had very persistent offshore winds all day long. As you'll notice here, through the midnight hour, through 2 a.m., through 4 a.m., the winds are pretty strong here, but pushing away from shore. So the air is moving from Florida, and it's moving toward the Gulf of Mexico. This is trying to push water away from us, and is why the water levels are modestly dropping in areas like Naples Bay, and likely doing something very similar in areas like Charlotte Harbor and toward the Caloosahatchee. But look at how the wind direction completely turns around tomorrow. This is a look at what this forecast model is suggesting by 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Notice it has the eye of this hurricane just off the shoreline of southwest Florida. And then look at the wind direction. Everything starts roaring back toward the shore. The risk of storm surge is high tomorrow, but it will be even higher if these onshore winds happen to align with the high tide cycles that are present tomorrow. If you are staying in an area that's under a mandatory evacuation, you should write down these tide times if you live in this area. Because tomorrow, off the coast of Naples, the afternoon high tide is 2:45 in the afternoon. At Marco Island, it's 3:21 in the afternoon. That's when the water levels are already naturally higher just because of the typical tide cycles. But again, if the onshore winds align with these high tide times, that will increase the coverage of and depth of storm surge and probably the inland extent of storm surge in the afternoon and evening tomorrow. If you're in Charlotte County, if you're in the mandatory evacuation zone, but you've decided to ride it out, write down these times if you live near them, because for Englewood, high tide is expected just after 4 o'clock in the afternoon. For Punta Gorda, high tide is just after 6 o'clock in the evening. This again is when the waters are already naturally higher, but if they happen to align when the winds are onshore, that would increase the risk of storm surge. Again, I mentioned the high tide and times for the Naples area and Marco Island regions, there in southwest Collier County. Let's talk more about the winds tomorrow. That's going to be a gigantic part of the story. And for some more on that, let me send things over to my colleague with our partners at ABC7, Sammy Squires. Sammy, tell me about the wind direction tomorrow, and then tell me how fast the winds are expected to be tomorrow.
Yeah, you know, we are expecting the winds to really increase over the next 24 hours. I mean, right now, it's been pretty benign. You know, we're talking about wind speeds around 15 miles per hour in Port Charlotte, Fort Myers about 18, but then look further towards the south, 32 miles per hour towards Marco Island, about 31 Everglades City. So you can see that we are starting to see the winds picking up, and this is what we have been expecting. Right now, our wind gusts, the highest we've had recorded within portions of southwest Florida, 40 towards Fort Myers, 35 in Naples, and then this is within the last hour, so keep that in mind. It is updating constantly. Naples, Fort Myers, anywhere from about 35 up to 40 miles per hour at the current moment. But we are expecting this to increase over the next several hours, so expecting the winds already up to 30, 40 miles per hour overnight and through the morning hours. So you may even start to hear the wind howling by the early morning, especially along our coastline. Now, Further towards the east, it's going to be a little slower. So you guys may be talking about wind speeds around 20 miles per hour. This is sustained wind speeds, but this is going to pick up going into tomorrow afternoon, especially before this makes landfall. Now, of course, we don't know the exact point where it's going to make landfall. This particular model is showing a landfall close to the Sarasota, Venice area, maybe even into portions of Charlotte County. So we will have to watch and see. But with this particular model, it is having the wind sustain along Sanibel, Captiva, 69 miles per hour. Plus, that does increase into portions of Lee County just along the edge here as that does make landfall. So this is our wind tracker. This is sustained. It will start to improve going into Thursday. I think by Thursday morning, you guys are going to be able to come outside. The rain is going to be more spotty, light rain, and that wind is going to be slowing down quite a bit. So keep this in mind. This is sustained winds. Now, we're talking tropical storm force winds all across southwest Florida. This has increased since the 11 p.m. update. Before, it wasn't showing eastern Glades County, eastern Hendry County, and eastern Collier County. Now we were all in that risk for tropical storm force winds. Keep in mind, hurricane force winds much higher. That's 74 miles per hour plus. Towards the Cape Coral area, there's a 92% chance that you will be in on those winds, 74 miles per hour. And of course, this particular model does take it off towards the northeast fashion here. So that includes Sanibel, Captiva, and extending off towards Charlotte County and into DeSoto County, much lower towards eastern Collier County. So looking at the peak wind, so this is the absolute peak winds. I did go through the models and look at the difference of wind speeds here. 128 miles per hour possible for that peak wind here within the Sanibel area, even extending towards our coastline for Lee County around 115 miles per hour. So this is the worst case scenario. If we do see this, this is strong category 2, even category 3 force winds possible for portions of our area. Now, we will have much more coming up, especially after the update at midnight. See you in a bit.